You and I are about to watch a family tear itself apart over a newborn. Dad is a hexaclass spearman called the Blue Tornado. He desperately wants his newborn son swinging a spear, carrying on his epic legacy. Meanwhile, Mom is the Empire's deadliest assassin. She wants the kid raised in the shadows, dropping enemies without a single sound. But wait, why are his two older sisters fighting just as hard to claim his future path? Oldest sister Arabella is a magic prodigy. She is already destroying the academy as a third circle mage at 12 years old. She wants her little brother learning magic purely so she can flex as the proud big sister. Then there is Claire, the second sister, a gifted summoner controlling two beasts at the exact same time. She wants him summoning too, just so he grows up safe with heavy backup protecting him always. 4 people, 4 insane paths, 1 baby trapped in the middle. Brody was barely breathing before Dad casually whipped out a spear and started lecturing him. Mom absolutely lost it, screaming at him for bringing a lethal weapon anywhere near their fragile son. Dad shrank under her terrifying glare, quietly mumbling that he just wanted to show it off. She threatened to teach the kid stealth before he even left diapers. They kept bickering, but honestly, the real choice would happen at the grand choosing ceremony. Fast forward 1 year. You ready for this insanity? The big family tradition. Every kid turns 1 and 4 specific items are placed right in front of them. Whatever he grabs becomes his destiny. Legendary spear, sinister dagger, expensive magic pouch, or a super rare summoning sign from Claire. Everyone is mentally screaming, begging the little guy to pick their item. Legend says whichever item shines brightest is the absolute best path for the kid to master. Our boy slowly crawls up. The tension is suffocating. They are all desperate to be his one true master. But wait, he gets close and boom, all 4 items glow at once. The guests completely lose their minds. Never happened before in house history. This kid just got chosen by every single path simultaneously. Dead silence. Then Dad turns to Mom and sighs, well, guess we teach him all 4. And just like that, the war ends. But for the kid, absolute nightmare mode. Instead of one chill teacher, all 4 maniacs are drilling their specialties into him. Years flash by. He becomes a one-man army trapped in a teenage body. But there is a huge catch. When he finally hits the Imperial Academy and shatters every single entrance exam record instantly. You and I both see his crazy power, but professors doubt a 14-year-old entering the autonomous department. A legendary path that only 2 people have survived in the last 1,000 years. One was the former emperor. Naturally, the faculty wants to test this potential fraud personally, including the head of the summoning department, a gorgeous mommy with ridiculously impossible standards all the way to the famously lazy school director. He is a hexaclass swordmaster who took this specific job because nobody ever applies, which means 0 teaching and pure relaxing. His master plan, getting paid fat stacks to do absolutely nothing. Now this brat ruins his perfect vacation. His new goal, make the kid fail the entrance test. Since the boy apparently lacks swordsmanship, the director targets that exact weakness to crush his dreams. But boy, that is a massive mistake, because this kid is reincarnated. His crazy past life means absolutely nothing will go the director's way here. Our boy was originally Agric of the Drenic Empire, a tragic war orphan whose mother died in the brutal chaos before he even opened his eyes. While normal kids played, he hauled supplies and ate scraps in an endless war. At 14, they shoved a sword in his hand and threw him onto the battlefield. That is exactly where his hidden talent woke up. Heart pulsing with mana. Speed and senses razor sharp. He leveled up the ranks so fast it terrified everyone. Eventually he mastered 4 distinct mana cores. He was inches from joining the Empire's elite hexaclass knights, making him the youngest warrior to reach that godly peak. Then, on the final bloody battlefield, right when everything was finally coming together, Duke Tarion appeared. One of Alion's 6 hexaclass knights. His terrifying aura alone totally scattered Agric's entire army. But Agric stood firm. He decided it was better to fall swinging than to run away screaming. If destiny dropped a hexaclass monster right in front of him, it was for a reason. Knowing he was outclassed, he charged anyway. What do you and I take from this? Legends never back down. Trust me, you need to see what happens next. Stick with me here, you're about to witness one wild reincarnation story. The enemy called killing a rising talent a waste, then shattered Agric's sword and pierced his heart anyway. Bro launched across the battlefield, slamming into the dirt. Bleeding out and staring at the sky, his final thoughts were the exact same as always. All he ever wanted was a real family. Everything fades to black, but that darkness instantly shatters the moment he opens his eyes again. First thing he sees, a random couple leaning in trying to play with him, or rather playing with their newborn son. His new dad scoops him up with this massive, goofy grin, naming him Dane Sawgrass. Dad immediately declares his boy will be a spearman. But his mom Lily Sawgrass snatches him right back, insisting he's going to be a flawless assassin instead. Archon Sagras and his wife just keep bickering over their baby's future career path. They're riding a fancy carriage back home, and the entire trip is spent arguing over this exact same debate. Lily claims slipping through shadows and taking out targets is way cooler. His dad totally disagrees, calling the spear the ultimate, most beautiful martial art. And just like that, our hero's second life kicks off. He thought that battlefield was game over, but he somehow reincarnated. Now pay attention to this insane twist. He actually got reborn straight into the Altan Empire, his former sworn enemy, as a wealthy count's youngest son. The carriage finally rolls up to the estate, and his parents eventually agree on a compromise. They'll just teach him both skills. Still, Lily stubbornly mutters that her son is going to be an assassin, while Archon just laughs it off, totally convinced Dane's a spearman. The driver signals their arrival, catching both parents completely off guard. They were bickering so hard, they totally lost track of time. Archon steps out first smoothly, offering his wife a hand down. He helps her out, and baby Dane honestly feels secondhand embarrassment watching his dad act this whipped. But that embarrassment vanishes when he sees the sheer massive scale of their castle. Once they head inside, Lily notices how incredibly happy Dane looks to be home. And honestly, who wouldn't be? With a ridiculous mansion like this and filthy rich parents, leveling up his skills might be easier than he ever dreamed. 2 months fly by after that day. We see Lily happily chatting with her son as he officially starts babbling. She is absolutely thrilled hearing those first little noises. Dane is just as amazed by the whole thing since he's never experienced family warmth before. In his brutal past life, seeing little kids was super rare out on the battlefield. The few he did see were usually covered in bandages, crying with nowhere to go. Just orphaned kids, mourning parents, lost in the absolute destruction. Compared to that nightmare, this new home feels insanely safe and blessed. Plus, he's just relieved he won't be starving anymore. Suddenly, his dad bursts through the door, super hyped, holding a literal weapon. He proudly announces to the baby that this is a spear. Our little guy. Yeah, he is definitely not a fan of his dad's chaotic, over-the-top energy. I know what you're thinking. It's hard to believe this goofy man is the Empire's strongest hexaclass spearman, the legendary Archon Sagras. He definitely doesn't look the part of a stoic war hero, but he actually is. They call him the Blue Tornado. His wife instantly snaps aggressively, shoving him away from the baby. She furious, asking why he'd bring a deadly sharp weapon into a newborn's room. Under her terrifying glare, he completely shrinks, meekly whispering he just wanted to show Dane. Her deadly aura is so intense that this legendary warrior instantly folds, especially after she coldly reminds him of their deal, no training the kid until he is actually old enough. Honestly, no wonder this grown man is shaking. His wife is literally the Empire's #1 assassin. She flat out warns him that if he pushes it, she's teaching baby Dane hardcore stealth right now. He nervously argues early training is the new meta. He even points out that the famous magic clan House Teleport places a staff next to babies the literal second they're born, but that just pisses her off more. She ruthlessly snaps back, asking if his massive spear looks anything like a magic staff. He then explains why his parents are sweating his future this hard. See, his 2 older sisters picked career paths completely unrelated to epic spear combat or deadly assassination. Cut to both sisters playing with their baby brother so aggressively that his chubby little cheeks actually start hurting. The older one, Arabella, just laughs out loud, claiming he looks way cuter with his cheeks puffed up. Dane drops some lore about Arabella. Her insane magic talent made her a mage from a super young age. At just 12 years old, she's already hit 3rd circle rank. With 9 circles being the absolute peak, that easily makes his sister a total genius who cleared the beginner stages. Arabella cheerfully asks her little brother if he wants her to teach him magic later on. She admits she's sick of studying solo every day, and would absolutely love to mentor him. But while Arabella is bursting with hyper energy, his other sister Claire is the exact opposite. Super quiet and shy, Claire softly mumbles that she could teach him summoning someday since it's practically a really useful skill. Just like her sister, Claire is completely gifted. She pulled off her first summon at age 7 and now comfortably controls 2 at the exact same time. Arabella playfully teases Claire, urging her to poke his cheeks because he's super soft. Claire hesitates, totally unsure if she should even try. Dane acts adorable, remembering he once assumed Claire hated him. Trust me, you and I are gonna love this crazy OP family. Let's dive right back in. He quickly realizes she's just jealous because the new baby is stealing all the spotlight. Eventually, Claire reaches out, gently poking his nose. Her face completely lights up instantly, blurting out how crazy soft he is. She pokes him again, proudly promising to teach him everything once he's a bit older. Dane thinks it's hilarious how everyone is forcing their own class onto him. I mean, his dad is a 6th class spearman. His mom, a retired elite assassin. His oldest sister is a literal magic genius, and Claire is a summoning prodigy. Talk about overpowered. The Count Sagras household is the absolute perfect noble family. Exactly the kind of home he always wanted. He honestly wonders if chasing revenge even matters in this new life. Yeah, his past death was totally tragic, but hey, battlefield rules. It honestly feels pretty ridiculous wanting revenge on some guy who beat him fair and square. The whole family gathers playfully, arguing over which path fits Dane best. Watching this chaotic but loving scene totally warms his heart. Our main character just smiles. This is the loving family he always dreamed of, and he is so glad he reincarnated here. But then the argument instantly escalates into pure chaos. Okay, maybe he spoke too soon about this whole peaceful family thing. Next up, we learn about a massive house Sawgrass tradition. The legendary choosing ceremony. When a family kid turns one, objects are placed on a table. Whatever they grab basically predicts their entire future class and destiny. Since Dane literally just turned one today, it is finally his turn to pick. The guests are loudly whispering. His sisters became a mage and summoner. So what exactly will the young master choose? Everyone heads in. Now watch closely, because things get wild here. Dane sits facing 4 unique items, each tied to a specific class. With the massive crowd gathering around, his mom gently tells him to just grab whatever he likes. Honestly, he has zero clue what to pick. He glances at Dad, who is intensely staring at the spear. Dad is already daydreaming about his boy grabbing that dragon tail spearhead. Seriously, it's forged from ultra-rare Dakarian metal. Pump mana into that thing, it becomes insanely sharp and heavy, scaling perfectly with the user's power. Meanwhile, Mom thinks Dane is way too handsome for assassination work. Still, she is betting on the dagger. And it is no ordinary blade. It is the Nidhogg horn. Forged from ethereal ore, it can hold every single element and store deadly poisons. Just like the parents, his oldest sister is absolutely positive he'll grab the pouch and become a legendary mage. That pouch is a subspace item only usable by magic prodigies. Meanwhile, shy little Claire is secretly praying for a summoner brother. The final item in front of him, a summoning sign. The ultimate tool for spirit callers. It grants a core based on pure talent to call beasts. But Dane is completely frozen because he can literally hear his family's frantic thoughts. After a tense pause, he just sighs. Time to finally make his big choice. He crawls toward the table and the crowd goes absolutely crazy with anticipation. His family lights up, cheering him on in their own chaotic ways. Dad wants the sturdy weapon while Mom is mentally screaming for the short, sharp dagger. But then right as he gets close, boom. Every single item starts glowing bright yellow. Dane is stunned, and you and I would be too. The guests freak out, realizing all 4 items reacted at once. That never happens. Everyone is losing their minds. The young master might actually be a once-in-a-century anomaly. Dane is just staring. Sure, he was a prodigy in his past life, but this is absolute god-tier potential. Little Arabella asks her dad what they are even supposed to do now. Honestly, both parents are completely speechless. It hits them. They are going to have to teach him all 4 paths. The sisters are completely shook, while our boy just hits them with a cute baby smile. Fast forward, and we're inside the training hall. Metal violently clashes. Yep, that is Dane going toe-to-toe with his dad. He has grown up fast. His dad is just beaming with pure pride, hyped that Dane already mastered his signature technique. Dane grins and thanks him. He is already 7 years old now. Mid-laugh, another guy suddenly marches right into the room. Dane glances over super curious and notices the newcomer is hauling a massive spear. Dad was waiting for this. He snatches it and hands it to Dane as an early birthday present. He totally wanted to give it before Mom could give hers. Alric brags that this took 2 whole years to prepare. Specially forged by the absolute best craftsman in the capital city. He wishes his son a very happy early 7th birthday. Dane instantly drops his wooden stick. He grabs the real weapon, totally amazed, swearing he is going to use it immediately. The black and silver combo, gorgeous. Plus, it is insanely light. Stick around, you and I need to see him use this. Stick with me here. When his dad asks, Dane says he absolutely loves the new spear. Getting so hyped, he starts testing it out instantly. His dad then asks if he actually knows the real difference between swords and spears. The main character breaks it down perfectly. A spear's crazy reach keeps enemies away, while that tiny tip packs some absolutely massive piercing power. Spot on. But his dad warns that spears can actually get harder to master than swords as you level up. The biggest flaw is pretty simple. To land a solid hit, you desperately need enough range from your target. Still, he tells our boy not to sweat the details just yet. Every single weapon has its own pros and cons. Honestly, even swords, the so-called perfect weapon, can totally fail you in the wrong situation. Taking notes, the main character promises to remember that. Then spinning the spear like a boss, his dad invites him to spar to show off. Boom. Dane is totally speechless at the raw energy exploding from his dad. It is his first time witnessing a 6th-class Lancer's absolute monstrous power. The mana radiating off him is suffocating. Charging it all up, his dad thrusts the spear and literally warps the space around the blade. He explains this insane distortion happens by blasting mana straight through the weapon, using the core's natural ability to focus magic into one single point. He mentions he actually picked up that little trick from his sister. He adds that leveling up your cores lets you completely shatter normal human limits. Basically, your physical ceiling just keeps going up and up. Dane flashes back to his past life when he rocked a quadruple core. He realizes all this high-level knowledge is definitely leftover from those days. Grinning like crazy, his dad is super proud of his son's studies, casually flexing that he himself is sitting at 6 mana cores now. Dane fakes being shocked. Secretly, though, he knows if his past life hadn't ended, he would have easily hit 6 cores by now too. Then Dad tells him to test the new weapon. Dane hesitates, but his father pushes him, "Clear your head, drop the nerves, and just strike." Dane just nods. Gripping the shaft, he remembers hating spears in his past life. Back then, after finding his crazy talent for swords, spears were just a useless backup. But today, he is finally giving it a real shot. Taking his stance, he shuts his eyes, and his dad instantly notices his flawlessly solid form. The old man can't help but grin, especially since that exact stance took him 7 years to master. Now watch closely. With Dane so young, Dad doubts him. But the second our guy strikes, reality literally twists, completely shattering his father's expectations. He absolutely never expected to witness a miracle like this. Completely stunned, he demands to know how his son did that. As Dane finishes, his dad sprints over, laughing like crazy, and praising his flawless execution. Dane explains his trick mid-strike. He gathered his mana into one single point and jammed it straight into the tip. The exact second that energy hit the edge, he completely cut the flow. His dad goes wild, asking if he formed a mana core. Dane says yes, lying that he read a book on it and just got super lucky. Total lie, obviously. In reality, he formed that core just by practicing his regular mana breathing. His dad kneels to meet his eyes, totally unable to hide his massive pride. He declares his boy will become a legendary warrior. Dane just smirks, already plotting the crazy surprises he still has in store. Meanwhile, his dad is secretly wondering if this kid will become a mage, lancer, assassin, and summoner all combined. Fast forward to that night, Dane's 7th birthday bash kicks off. Guests flood the castle, and the grand hall is absolutely buzzing with music and hype. You feel that tension, right? Duke Bolt, the exact guy who murdered Dane in his past life, is crashing the party. The second his dad Agric spots him, Bolt waves the man right over. Agric gives a formal Duke greeting, but Bolt laughs it off, demanding he drop the stiff act. For context, Bolt runs the Empire's absolute strongest house, the Duchy of Turian. Agric quickly whispers back that too many eyes are watching, so they have to keep up appearances. The Duke shrugs, then immediately asks where his kid is. Agric waves Dane over, telling him to properly greet Duke Turian. Hearing that cursed title, Dane's brain violently flashes straight back to the absolute bloody nightmare of their last encounter. Standing before his killer, Dane keeps his cool. He bows, introducing himself and lying that it is an honor to meet him. The Duke chuckles, genuinely impressed by the kid's manners, and asks if he is training with the spear too. Agric proudly says yes. Suddenly, a young girl steps out from behind the Duke. Seeing her, Dane completely freezes in pure shock, while she politely bows to greet Count Zagras. With perfect manners, she introduces herself as Layla Turian, the absolute youngest daughter of the massive House Turian. The party rages on, guests loving the music. But behind the scenes, Agric, Dane, and Bolt are totally on edge because the Baroness Turian is severely sick. Bolt had thrown every single cure in the world at it, but literally nothing worked. Agric desperately hopes this is just temporary, praying his friend's wife recovers quickly. So where does this leave us? Bolt warns if he suddenly vanishes via teleport scroll, it means her condition crashed. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Today was Dane's birthday, but the birthday boy was completely missing. The adults thought our main character was wildly smart and wanted to chat, but his dad Arkin could not find him anywhere, and little Isla was missing too. Tracking them down was easy. They just snuck off for a quiet walk. Let us be real, those noble parties are boring. What they were discussing was a total mystery, but Isla was talking a mile a minute. Usually she hated getting dragged to these stuck-up noble events. But today, she was actually glad. Rumor said he was cute, but under the moonlight, he looked straight-up majestic. She loved hanging out, and honestly, he felt the exact same way. His family's estate was so peaceful compared to the crazy capital. Isla was super jealous, since her house was always total chaos. Greedy nobles showed up daily, pushing business deals, and even the literal imperial family dropped by. The absolute worst part, she had to dress up fancy and play the perfect host. She despised it. All she actually wanted was some basic clothes and a full day swinging her sword around. Our hero was totally shocked. This tiny, harmless-looking girl chose swords over magic wild. And yeah, he loved his quiet home too. Far away from the loud capital, he had all the free time in the world to master his beloved spear techniques. Ela blinked, but then she remembered his dad's nickname, the Blue Whirlwind. Suddenly, his weapon choice made perfect, absolute sense. Seeing how hard Dane trained with that spear, she just assumed he was aiming for the academy too. But nope, that was not his goal at all. Isla was stunned. For her, sweating for the academy exams was the only logical path. Now watch this. Getting in was brutally hard, but our guy had zero doubts he would pass. He trained to be an absolute beast after entering. Isla could not believe that insane confidence. So what if he actually failed? Even then, no rage quitting at all. He would just try again. Fail twice, then maybe it was not his destiny. Isla was completely mind-blown by how chill he was about his own future. Was he not terrified of embarrassing his family name? Honestly, the guy was not sweating it whatsoever. Compared to his past life, this was literally nothing. Isla just envied him because in her strict family, failure was practically a crime. After 7 whole years living around nobles, their obsession with pure reputation still honestly baffled our main character. But for Isla, he knew she would crush it. Hearing him cheer her on, she totally lit up and offered to show off her sword skills. Her sudden explosive excitement definitely caught our guy off guard. But give this girl a chance to swing a sword, and she was an unstoppable force. She demanded to see the training ground immediately. Dane led the way, praying nobody would catch them. And man, Isla went all out. Flowing through every form, she looked like a veteran. To any beginner, her technique seemed completely flawless. I know what you're thinking, but our guy was no beginner. Watching closely, he saw her shifts between attack and defense were insanely smooth. Still, there was a tiny issue. Mid-swing, her rhythm snapped, and that perfect, beautiful flow completely vanished. Catching her breath, a super proud Isla asked him for his honest review. At first, Dane played it nice. He told her it was amazing to watch. Isla beamed with joy, but then he decided to drop the hard truth. He spotted a flaw. Right after the third form, she was taking this tiny, totally useless extra half step. And that exact same mistake kept repeating in later moves. Those wasted half steps threw her final strikes completely out of alignment. Isla was absolutely speechless. Tears welled up in her eyes. Dane panicked, thinking he was way too harsh. He scrambled to apologize, making up excuses about how long it had been since he watched real swordsmen. But honestly, he panicked over nothing. Isla wiped her face, gripping her sword tightly. Suddenly, her own tiny mistakes made perfect sense. She ran the forms again, and boom, almost flawless. Our main character's advice was the exact cheat code she desperately needed. Bursting with pure joy, she literally tackled Dane into a massive hug. He tried squirming away, but zero chance. Isla was totally blown away by his crazy sword knowledge. He fixed in 5 seconds what her fancy instructors never even noticed. She swore she would never forget his help, finally letting him breathe after practically crushing his spine. Then she accidentally almost sliced him with her blade. This little lady seriously needed some basic spatial awareness. The hug totally surprised our guy, though he definitely was not complaining. But of course, their little peace was interrupted. Panicked servants were loudly shouting, desperately searching for the runaways. And that's where we leave it. They skipped enough of the party rushing back before anyone caught them. Alright, come along with me. Back inside, Dane takes the spotlight as his parents officially celebrate his birthday and his brand new monocore. And obviously they brought a present. It is a family crest brooch exactly like the ones his older sisters wear. His mom tells him to keep it safe. From now on, that little brooch is solid proof of his high status and honor. Once his parents wrap up, the other guests chime in too. He has totally earned his name, and everyone agrees he will become an incredible guy. His parents are absolutely thrilled, and honestly, so is our main character. Between both of his lives, this is the very first time he has gotten such genuine, warm congratulations. Suddenly, the entire hall shakes. Guests start panicking, trying to figure out the chaos. Is it an earthquake, an enemy ambush? Dane gets tense too, but his dad quickly calms him down. No need to panic. Duke Arkin knows exactly what is going on here. He really wanted a quiet day, but his daughter clearly ignored that memo. Now here is where you and I need to watch closely. Sparks randomly explode near the ceiling and a portal opens above the terrified guests. Everyone is absolutely speechless when a tiny figure flies straight out of that portal, defying all. It is Arabella Dane's older sister, and if you ask her, she is not even slightly late. The crowd is still standing there with their jaws dropped. A young noble using teleportation insane. Usually opening even a tiny portal takes some serious chain levels. But Dane, not impressed. He just thinks she is being super loud and dramatic. But right as everyone catches their breath, a massive monster darkens the sky. A giant wyvern with a rider. This time, Lady Claire is the one terrifying the crowd, and man, she looks really annoyed. She was literally 1 second too late to beat her sister's entrance. Instantly, guests start whispering about her being an absolute genius summoner. Still, nobody expected a 16-year-old to casually control a wyvern. Finally, the girls are back home. Standing proudly together with their parents, they officially wish their favorite little brother a very happy birthday. After those insanely flashy entrances, his sisters practically shove their presents into his hands, wishing him the best day ever. He gives Arabella and Claire a huge thanks for coming. Even with their crazy study schedules, both of them are super hyped to see him open gifts. Duke Arkin is practically crying seeing his son get so spoiled. For his own birthday, his daughters literally just mailed him a letter. Dane pops open Arabella's box, revealing a ring that acts as a custom dimensional bag. Turns out she designed this magical artifact entirely herself. The subspace magic inside is ridiculously high tier, installed directly into the ring by Arabella's own legendary mentor. You and I know putting subspace magic into objects is insanely difficult. Arabella grabs the ring and gently slips it onto her brother's hand. She definitely spent weeks designing something durable enough to hold a pocket dimension. Plus, she completely locked the ring to his specific mana signature. Nobody else can even touch it. Custom made just for her little bro. A one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Lizzie checks it out and notices a faint mana wave pulsing inside, proving it was crafted using absolute top-tier magic stones. Arabella explains the mechanics. All he has to do is push a little mana into it and boom, the subspace opens. Way easier than a bulky bag, making this thing totally priceless. From what he remembers, crazy gear like this is only carried by rich elites on the battlefield. Only wealthy commanders and elite mages ever get their hands on stuff this useful. Best part, it resizes to fit him as he grows. Dane pushes some mana into it, and a glowing green portal instantly pops open. Duke Arkin is completely blown away seeing his boy do it. He made it look effortless. Claire, Duke, Balterman, and Isla are all staring at that bright magic burst. Dane triggered the subspace way faster than Arabella ever did. Yep, he is an absolute genius. If he manages to level up a mana core and a mage circle simultaneously, it will be a historic breakthrough. After that crazy magic flex, Claire steps up to hand over her own gift. He slowly pops it open, giving her a huge, genuine thanks. Inside the wooden box, a super weird-looking egg resting on cloth. Totally confused, he picks it up to ask what it is. Claire instantly tells him to chill out. That is no ordinary egg. The whole family is staring at this bizarre present, but Claire only gives Dane the scoop. She whispers that it is a familiar. She snagged it completely by accident while trying to summon Dickeron. Honestly, not even Claire knows what is inside, but familiars are insanely valuable. Dane stares, trying to guess what crazy beast might pop out. He knows about familiars. Compared to regular summons, these guys are on a totally different level. Once called, they stay forever. He promises to keep it hidden. So what do you and I make of this? Whatever hatches, it will be wild. Stick with me here. Arabella was getting visibly annoyed, feeling totally left out. Claire also gave Dane some strict instructions. Feed the egg mana twice a day, morning and night, so the little beast would actually accept him as its rightful master. Lily. She was just thrilled her youngest was getting such epic loot. It really showed how much these siblings genuinely cared for one another. After the gift haul, Duke Arkin cleared his throat. He had to remind his grown daughters to actually greet their parents. They showed up as a surprise, sure, but still hadn't bothered to say a proper hello yet. Realizing their slip-up, the girls awkwardly said their hellos. But honestly, Duke Arkin was a total softie for his daughters, so he let it slide. He was just super happy to see them. Since they left to chase their careers, they barely visited. Seeing them healthy was enough for him. Meanwhile, from a distance, Layla quietly watched Dane's family laughing and sharing this warm moment. She couldn't stop comparing that warmth to her own cold family. Our main character caught her staring. He noticed her mood just completely crash as she slipped away from the loud, lively crowd of nobles. She looked so isolated and he wondered what was wrong. Anyway, the banquet wrapped up. The next morning, Duke Thermion was taking a stroll through Dane's family estate. He couldn't stop thinking about Arabella's insane magic gifts. The Academy's top mage. Yeah, her talent was totally off the charts. She seemed like the absolute perfect match for his own son, the Academy's top swordsman. If these two powerhouse families joined through marriage, they could build a faction strong enough to rival the Emperor. If that went down, absolutely nobody would dare mess with their families ever again. So, Thermion made up his mind to pitch this marriage idea during his chat with Arkin later today. Now watch closely, this is where it gets good. On his walk, Thermion suddenly heard loud steel clashing nearby. Someone was grinding hard way before sunrise. And that someone was little Dane, completely dialed into his spear training. The kid was an absolute menace with that weapon. Thanks to his father's harsh training and pure discipline, he was practically built for a real war. His focus was terrifying. He moved with the flawless flow of a veteran killer, linking one brutal strike right into the next. Then he pushed the tempo even harder. His arms turned into an absolute blur, unleashing a hurricane of lethal thrusts in seconds. Curiosity hooked Duke Thermion completely, so he just stood there quietly, watching the kid train. He was honestly shocked to see young Dane grinding with that much intense effort. With an expert's eye, he immediately saw the technique was insanely polished. That kind of sharp movement and intense focus, not normal for a 7-year-old. Even his basic strikes were refined to a terrifying level. The forms were so perfect that seasoned veterans could take notes. When Dane finally finished the routine, he was gasping for air. Duke Thermion was blown away from start to finish. What he just witnessed honestly felt impossible. I know exactly what you're thinking. Was he really that good? Thermion used to think those baby genius rumors were just totally fake exaggerations. Now he knew the hype was real. After catching his breath, Dane started practicing again. This round he focused purely on his footwork and stance. As a top-tier swordsman himself, the Duke couldn't ignore it. The kid's posture perfectly mirrored a legendary blade master. The Duke seriously started wondering if little Dane had already mastered high-level sword arts despite being so tiny. Finally, Dane noticed someone spying on him from the doorway. He leveled his spear dead, ready to attack, and ordered the creep to come out immediately. Thermion was so mesmerized that a literal 7-year-old caught him sneaking around. Not exactly a proud moment for a legendary warrior. The more he analyzed the kid's movements, the more familiar they felt. He was dead sure he'd seen that exact footwork somewhere in the past. Hands up, the Duke stepped out. He apologized for ruining the private session, swearing he wasn't doing anything shady. The second Dane realized it was Duke Thermion, he felt slightly bad for snapping at him. But honestly, even after 7 years in this new body, this was still the exact same guy who brutally defeated and killed him before. Clicking back into noble mode, Dane politely greeted him. Thermion admitted he just got mesmerized by the young prodigy's intense morning routine and apologized again. Dane stayed totally chill, saying he was easily forgiven. The Duke actually found it hilarious that this tiny kid spoke with such absolute fearless confidence. Up close, he noticed something crazy. The kid wasn't shaking or showing real exhaustion after that brutal workout. Thermion knew he couldn't have pulled that off at age 7. He heavily praised Dane's thrusting form, noting he clearly inherited his father's legendary talent with the spear. He also complimented the perfectly crafted weapon. Dane politely said thanks for recognizing his hard work, making the older Duke smile warmly. So what do you and I take from this? This kid isn't just deadly, he's smooth too. Compared to him, the Duke's own son had zero skill or manners. Stick with me here. That thought actually makes Thermion consider an arranged marriage between Ela and Dane, so he casually drops the hint that his own daughter trains in swordsmanship. Since they are right around the same age, he suggests they watch each other's backs at the academy later on. Dane answers flawlessly. The Duke loves his blunt attitude, and eventually Thermion just apologizes for holding up the kid's training session. But right before walking out, he drops one final question. Has the kid studied the sword? Oops. Dane totally slipped up. Those old combat habits from his past life just leaked out completely by accident. And for a veteran like Thermion, one tiny clue is enough. Covering his tracks, our MC lies claiming he only skimmed some basic sword manuals and never actually trained. Still, the Duke thinks it is crazy. This kid radiates pure, raw battlefield instinct, but logic says a complete rookie child should not be carrying around actual killing intent. Finally, the Duke says his goodbyes, and Dane politely walks him to the door. Thermion even drops an open invitation to visit him up in the capital someday. The master swordsman is officially hooked on his talent. Now watch this closely. Does the Duke remember him? Just imagining crushing the exact guy who killed him in his past life makes his blood absolutely boil. If he builds his base right and levels up carefully, he knows for a fact he can surpass him. Taking down the legendary Thermion is his ultimate goal this time around. He trains so hard he completely loses track of time, forcing Hernando to go fetch him. That loyal attendant is always lurking in the shadows, ready on standby. Honestly, with footsteps that silent Dane bets, the guy has some serious hidden talent for stealth and assassination. Right now, the whole estate is scrambling to prep for the second banquet. Nobles are already pouring in because rounding up 30 elite families in one day is a nightmare. As for his big sisters, they already fired up a teleport gate. They headed straight back to the academy. No other choice really, midterms are right around the corner. Anyway, Dane needs to wash off the sweat and get into his formal wear. He promises himself he will inspect those presents from his sisters a bit later. All cleaned up and looking sharp, our guy walks into the grand hall alongside his parents and starts rubbing elbows with the high society crowd. He has to bust out every ounce of his etiquette training just to survive the endless small talk. Since he is the birthday boy, he is basically on display. Every single eye in the room is glued to him. Finally, he breaks out of that stuffy hall for some fresh air. Noble politics is totally draining, and this birthday schedule is an absolute nightmare. But thankfully, the garden is always a peaceful escape. The gardener really turned this place into a masterpiece. A perfect, quiet sanctuary. Dane just stands there, staring at the blooming flowers and the floating butterflies. Apparently, flowers hold way more mana than most natural things, at least that is what his sister claimed. Are you seeing this? He decides to test that theory out right now. Dane Sawgrass closes his eyes and focuses purely on the natural magic in the air. Eyes shut, he finally starts to understand exactly what she meant. He can actually feel their mana. Despite juggling a million training routines, his raw mage and summoner abilities just have not leveled up much lately. It honestly makes it super hard to figure out what to prioritize. Being way too overpowered is a literal problem right now. The guy is suffering from success, but after just a few minutes of soaking in that garden energy, he visibly sees the magical flow inside the petals. It is insane that tiny plants pack such massive mana. If a person can absorb nature's flow, that energy could literally form a permanent magic circle right inside their body. And that is exactly what is happening right now. His broken mana affinity makes it a breeze. He clearly sees what normal mages can barely even feel. Just standing out here leveled up his mana detection instantly. Things that looked foggy before are suddenly in absolute high definition. He is inches away from unlocking the ultimate secret of magic when suddenly snap. Right at that moment, two bored young nobles wander into the garden to escape the boring adult chatter. These brothers, especially the older redhead, are already fuming because everyone inside keeps hyping up the genius Dane Sawgrass. The brat stomps straight through the flower bed, crushing petals with every step. These red-headed brothers totally lose their way in the massive garden and randomly spot our MC standing there zoned out. They take one look at his outfit, wrongly assume he is just some lowly servant, and instantly start yelling. Dane is absolutely not having that level of disrespect. The arrogant brat even orders him to show them the way out. You and I know this won't end well. Dane yells at them to stop destroying the garden, and somehow the entitled redhead actually gets offended by it. Dane demands to know why they are ruining the flower bed instead of just walking on the paths. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch a classic entitled noble try throwing his family name around to look tough. The protagonist could not care less. To him, they were just two annoying punks wrecking his garden. Hating being called a brute, the redhead proved it by grabbing Dane by the collar. He and his brother were sons of Count Tyron, a castle guest. Hearing that specific name suddenly brought back a memory from his past life. Count Tyron, that was the pathetic noble he had captured on the battlefield. He remembered the guy as deeply annoying, absolutely the worst kind of noble. Looking right at this brat, the phrase like father like son fit absolutely perfectly. This red-headed brat kept bragging about his famous family in the capital. He even threatened that his house could make the protagonist completely vanish, so he better watch his mouth. Dane had dealt with plenty of clueless idiots like this before. He knew talking would never get through that hollow skull. The boy raised a fist and swung, actually thinking he was just beating up some helpless little servant. Dane definitely wasn't going to let that slide. He slammed his forehead straight into the brat's nose. A brutal, crushing headbutt. The younger brother completely panicked, screaming out for his older sibling. He rushed over to check on the redhead who had dropped hard to the ground. When the boy wiped his nose and saw the red, he freaked out like he had never bled before. Seeing his own blood, his rage exploded, threatening to murder MC. Dane just found it hilarious and calmly told him to try it. The redhead wanted revenge. Here is where you and I need to watch closely. The little brother tried stopping him, but he threw a wild punch which Dane calmly dodged. The skill gap was just massive. This total amateur could not touch him at all. As Dane just let him waste his energy, he noticed the boy's sloppy footwork. Clearly, he had never held a real weapon. That made him guess the brat was a mage or summoner. The wild punches kept coming, but absolutely nothing touched the protagonist. So, blood was still pouring from the redhead's broken nose, as his patience totally vanished. MC kept toying with him through pure dodging. Then an idea sparked, maybe he could take the flower's magic flow and force his will into it. If it actually worked, he could compress all that raw power into a solid physical form. This was the perfect chance to test it out mid-fight. The younger brother just watched, completely stunned. Dane Sawgrass planted his feet, gathering magic into his hands. He pictured a pure manosphere and blasted the boy's stomach. The blast was insanely strong, launching the redhead painfully across the grass and tearing up the dirt along the way. He screamed out in agony, his body and fragile pride completely wrecked. The little brother scrambled over to the ruined flower bed. Honestly, Dane Sawgrass cared way more about his ruined flowers than the bleeding brat's condition. But this red-headed fool was stubborn and scrambled back up. Seeing that magic, he angrily demanded to know who he was actually fighting. His younger brother desperately tried stopping him, but his stupid pride mattered more than any consequence. I know what you were thinking, game over. Nope. The brat drew mana to open a sinister portal, which actually surprised our protagonist, Sawgrass. This was summoner magic. The swirling mana thickened until a massive translucent wolf descended to the ground. It looked totally bloodthirsty, baring its sharp fangs. The redhead laughed like a maniac, calling it Joe. Then he finally revealed his name, Digron Tyron, claiming Dane was about to learn what happens when you mess with a guy like him. MC Sawgrass listened, as the brat ordered the wolf to attack. But a simple summon like this did not impress him at all. He was used to Claire summoning terrifying beasts like Ivan. Digron stayed back, while Joe charged the motionless Dane. Dane just stared right into the wolf's eyes and did not even flinch. Joe must have immediately sensed that attacking him was a death sentence turning right around. Its aura shifted, and all hostility toward the protagonist Sogress completely vanished. The Tyron brothers were absolutely stunned. Digron's pride and joy had completely turned against its master. Now this giant, terrifying wolf was acting totally submissive to MC. Digron screamed for a kill, but it just ignored him. Instead, this giant deadly pup just happily wagged its tail at the protagonist. Sensing zero ill intent, the protagonist gently petted the good boy. Even he was confused by this. Thinking about it, Claire's summons had always adored him too. Even wyverns played with him. Back then, he just figured it was because they were family. But right now, there was zero blood tie here, and this summoned beast was still super friendly. That meant he probably had an insane affinity with summoned creatures. Or maybe Jo's opinion of its awful master had just hit rock bottom. Digron could not comprehend this. A summon betraying its own master. That was completely unheard of. So what do you and I learn? Sogress was winning everywhere, taunting Digron to come closer. Let's jump into this mess. The little brother was literally begging him to take the loss, but Digron still wanted to throw hands. This poor kid desperately needed the nightmare to end. Dragged into his older brother's pure stupidity, he was so terrified he actually wet himself. Tears started falling, and Digron just called him pathetic. Dane Sogress made it 10 times worse, calmly pointing out the castle basement had a bath. Using the kid's accident as a massive excuse, Digron finally backed off. Like he wasn't already a walking joke, he barked at our MC to stay put in the garden. Dane just stared at the pathetic loser. Pure disgust. The idiot didn't even grab his summon. So our protagonist just chilled in the garden, testing out his newly awakened understanding of mana. He remembered a neat little trick Claire taught him. Reaching out, he found the incredibly weak bond left between that bratty kid and Jampo. Snip. He cut it cleanly, rewriting the connection using his own magic. Boom. He and the wolf were instantly linked, totally skipping the formal summoning ritual. He pulled this insane move off just through his raw beast affinity. He was officially a successful summoner now. But right while soaking in that sweet victory, Dane Sogress heard a painfully familiar whiny voice yelling. Digron Tyron, the ultimate spoiled brat, actually ran crying to his dad. He whined about getting bullied, pointing his chubby finger right at our MC. What an absolute coward, pinching his nose to stop the bleeding. He cried that Dane assaulted him and completely shattered the bond with his summon. The massive Mogar Tyron stomped forward. He loudly announced himself as head of Count Tyron, one of the capital's top-tier noble houses. He started demanding answers. Did our protagonist really smash up his son's face and steal his beast? Dane never backed down from a pig. He stood his ground and owned it. He also noticed Mogar Tyron was way fatter now compared to when he captured the guy in his past life. Peacetime had clearly treated him well, even though he was total garbage in combat. Mogar just kept throwing his literal weight around, refusing to let this slide. Now pay close attention here. He aggressively grilled our MC, declaring that nobody touches his precious sons, and finally demanded the kid drop his name. Our boy proudly lifted his chin and gave a formal introduction. He dropped the mic. Dane Sogress, the youngest son of Arkham Sogress, Lord of the South and head of the mighty Sogress family. Delivering that full royal-style introduction, it left both the brat and his fat father completely speechless. Without even knowing it, they had just insulted the guest of honor. They picked a massive fight with the South's famous rising star. This arrogant duo was visibly shaking after unexpectedly crossing the youngest son of House Sogress. Mentioning great houses, Mogar recalled Arkham capturing him during the war. After that, he achieved absolutely nothing, turning into a massive laughingstock among the nobles. But suddenly he saw a golden opportunity. He could totally smear Count Sogress's reputation and squeeze him for lucrative mining rights. If this actually worked, all those mocking nobles would be bowing at his feet. With that shady plan brewing, the fat fool looked down and asked if he was really Dane the birthday boy. Our MC just calmly nodded. The giant dude could barely hide his deep annoyance. He definitely didn't travel all this way for a kid's party. He aggressively pointed at his bratty kid, demanding to know how exactly Dane planned to compensate for humiliating his flesh and blood. You and I know how wild this logic is. Claiming the protagonist assaulted a guest and committed a major crime by stealing a summon, his rotten kid quickly backed him up. The spoiled brat smirked, telling MC his days were numbered. Then the dad threatened to drag Count Sogress into this and make him pay for everything. Our MC just let him vent, then smoothly replied that before running to his dad, the brat should probably apologize first. That instantly sent the fat man into blind rage. He screamed, demanding to know what absolute nonsense Dane was spouting. While the annoying son angrily ground his teeth, Dane looked him dead in the eye. Yes, he hit the kid. Yes, it hurt. But it was pure self-defense after his life was threatened. Plus, no summons were stolen here. Jampo willingly chose to follow him. The trashy kid quickly fired back, yelling that Jampo would never do that. He completely insisted our protagonist was straight up lying. That actually made the father pause. His brain finally clicked, remembering rumors about the second daughter of House Sagres being a literal genius summoner. So in his head, maybe she taught our MC a secret way to forcefully snap a master's bond. The heavy guy kept aggressively arguing back and forth, while Dane Sogres just stood there thinking this entire conversation was painfully exhausting. Eventually, Mogar cooled off slightly, mostly because he ran his mouth so much his own jaw started hurting. He declared he was completely done arguing. Time to see what Count Sagres had to say. But speak of the devil, the Count himself suddenly walked up right alongside Duke Tyrion. Oh, the useless son and his dad were absolutely rattled seeing Count Sagres and spotting Duke Tyrion standing there. That just pushed them into full-blown panic mode. As night finally fell, the red-haired brat desperately tried feeding his fake story to the Count. He claimed they just got lost and asked Dane Sagres for directions. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this backfires. Stick with me, here you are about to watch this brat spin absolute lies, while our MC just stands there wondering why his dad listens. Honestly, it does not shock him at all. Count Sogres protects his family and reputation above everything else, but his dad is not some fool who just blindly picks sides. The man knows exactly how to read a room. Wrapping up his fake sob story, the redhead claims our boy suddenly headbutted him and just kept spamming weird moves to mock him. He says he only called Genpu for a little scare, but our MC totally hijacked the summon and attacked him. Right on cue, Mogar steps up. He tells the Count he just wanted to give a friendly warning, but insists that stealing a summon is a massive crime they cannot just ignore. Finally, Count Sagres speaks up. He flat out tells Mogar he is not making any judgments based on one flimsy story. First, he wants his son to explain everything, then he will make a totally fair decision. He even promises Mogar that if he fears bias, Duke Tyrion right here will throw in his own vote. The Duke just smirks and says if it really matters that much, he can easily handle it. Instantly, Mogar starts sweating bullets. He knows his plan is tanking hard, and having the Duke step in just totally ruins his entire day. The Count gives the green light. Dane Sogres steps up and calmly states that the redhead was not completely lying, but only a tiny piece was actually true. He points out that their precious garden flowers were totally trampled. So he simply told the spoiled brat to get out. Obviously, that made the kid absolutely furious, and the whole fight kicked off. Naturally, the fat noble and his kid are totally frozen by this brutal honesty. The brat screams that Dane is lying, but the Count just tells his son to keep talking, so our MC drops the bomb. When that kid called Genpu, the actual order was murder. Plus, he makes it crystal clear he never stole the summon. Genpu came over completely on its own, just responding to his positive vibes. Watch closely here, the Duke is absolutely mind-blown hearing a 7-year-old speak so calmly, and you and I totally get why. Dane repeats that he never hijacked anyone's monster. Mogar totally loses his mind, stomping around and screaming that this whole story is pure garbage. He yells that a summon would never bow down to some random kid who is not even a real summoner. He demands that Dane Sagres used some shady magic trick. But our protagonist coldly explains he was born with crazy natural affinity, and a monster with a weak master bond would gladly follow someone like him instead. Mogar completely refuses to buy it, but our boy just shrugs, facts are facts. Mogar looks like he swallowed a lemon, struggling to speak before finally shouting that the kid is just making it all up. Then the Duke interrupts, suggesting they just prove everything using the actual summon itself. The Count asks if Dane can actually back this up, and he instantly agrees. Meanwhile, Mogar glares daggers at his brat for dragging them into this total disaster. The spoiled kid goes into full panic mode. He has zero clue what to do if the summon completely ignores him. He tries calling Genpu and surprise absolute silence. His dad immediately screams at him in pure rage. Meanwhile, Dane just smirks. He already severed their connection entirely, so there is literally zero chance that Brat is getting his monster back. Then our boy casually offers to demonstrate by calling Genpu himself, but mentions he needs the summoning sign to do it. The angry Brat loses it, screaming about how Dane dares to demand his precious item. He keeps crying until our MC just shuts him down. He brutally reminds the kid of his own words. Supposedly, even with the sign, a non-summoner should not be able to use it, so there is zero risk. Sweating bullets, Mogar realizes they are trapped and painfully orders his son Digran to hand the item over. The redhead is basically crying now, but his furious dad just barks at him to hurry. With the sign in hand, Dane activates his magic. He explains that normally these signs have a unique user code, meaning absolutely nobody else should ever be able to use them. But Genpu is already totally packed with Dane's own mana. So the sign is just an empty tool, and their link is locked. He calls out and boom, the monster instantly spawns, happily licking his face. You saw that coming, right? The lords are absolutely amazed while Mogar and his brat are literally shaking now. The Duke finds it unbelievable and asks if Dane Sagras has actually been studying swordsmanship as well. His dad proudly confirms it, although he completely admits he has no idea what his son's actual power level is. Meanwhile, the fat noble realizes he is in deep trouble since his grand plan completely crashed. The Count turns back and asks if he finally admits Dane was telling the truth. The fat noble quickly tries to act completely casual. He nervously laughs, claiming it was just a big misunderstanding about the stolen summon. He then swears his son never tried to kill anyone, begging Daigran to back him up. Trembling hard, Daigran quickly agrees and claims he only wanted to scare him. But Dane is absolutely furious watching these total scumbags try to dodge the blame so easily. But right before the Lord's judge, a lady steps in. "Trust me, you and I are not ready for her. Stick with me here." Danny is absolutely stunned when Laya walks in and calls Daigran a total liar. Her dad quickly asks why she showed up, and she casually explains she heard his voice while walking. Before explaining, she politely greets both the fat noble and Count Sagras. The heavy guy just stammers back, completely terrified, to suddenly bump into the Duke's own daughter. Our main character wastes zero time and asks exactly why she thinks Daigran is faking it. She confidently backs it up, admitting she overheard their entire conversation during her stroll. Daigran immediately starts sweating bullets. If she actually heard everything, it is completely game over for him right now. As she drops all the juicy details, our guy just smirks. This crazy twist is suddenly swinging the whole situation right back into his favor. A moment later, the panicked fat man barks at his goofy kid to quickly apologize to Count Sagras. The kid mutters a weak sorry, but the Count instantly redirects him to apologize to Danny instead. Desperate, the heavy man aggressively shoves his son forward, demanding a proper apology immediately. The spoiled brat looks totally cornered, hesitates a second, and stammers out a pathetic fake apology. Danny is not impressed at all. It is obviously completely fake, only forced out of him because a random witness completely blew up their ridiculous lie. Our hero doesn't buy it at all. He really hates accepting such garbage, but thinking back to his past, he takes the high road. He decides to actually act like the bigger person here, so Danny calmly accepts the brat's apology. The kid's face instantly lights up, aggressively thanking him again and again for letting him off the hook. His dad exhales in pure relief, totally realizing how incredibly close he came to losing everything. You and I are probably thinking exactly what the Duke is. This kid is something genuinely special. After all, Danny had every single right to crush them, especially since those fools were completely in the wrong from minute one. Ultimately, the Count declares the drama over since Danny accepted the sorry. But he warns he originally wasn't going to let this slide, especially since Daigran literally attacked Danny with killing intent. The heavy father immediately starts sweating bullets, just seeing the absolute pure rage radiating off the Count. The second he tries opening his mouth, the Count shuts him down hard, ordering him to grab his family and get out of the castle immediately. That harsh command shakes the man to his core. Getting kicked out means his reputation is completely destroyed, so he gets extremely desperate to stay inside these walls no matter the cost. He pathetically grabs the Count's hand, begging for mercy. He swears he will do whatever Danny wants, just pleading for one single chance. But the Count yanks his hand back coldly, stating he is entirely useless to him. He promises the royal soldiers are coming right now to drag them out officially. With that epic flex, he marches off with his son, leaving the heavy noble whining and begging on the floor. Danny smoothly tells Duke Terminian they should head out too, and the Duke signals his daughter as they finally make their grand exit. Walking away, Danny shoots them one last look, totally satisfied that karma is finally wrecking those arrogant bullies. So, what do we take away from this? If you start petty drama, you get crushed. Plus, he learned something crucial today. His own dad is straight up terrifying when mad. Then Duke Terminian curiously asks if he really one-shot Maggard's brat using just a basic mana bullet. Danny simply nods. The Duke goes crazy with praise, hyped that Danny isn't just a spearmaster but an absolute prodigy in summoning and magic too. He is so hyped he doubts history has ever seen raw talent like this before. Danny's dad gives a huge proud smile, thrilled to have such a wildly overpowered kid. Meanwhile, Danny just quietly soaks up the hype while Laya is practically malfunctioning from shock. The Duke insists that raw power isn't even Danny's best trait, it's his icy calm. Most kids completely panic in fights and stubbornly scream, "They are right, but not our guy." The Duke is completely certain this boy will become an absolute legend. His dad gently pats Danny's head, laughing that it is way too early to call that. They will just have to see when he actually grows up. He also admits they only dodged total chaos because of Leia. Without her speaking up, that situation could have gotten super messy. Hearing that compliment, Duke Terminian is visibly stunned that the Sagras family respects Laya this much. Never missing an opportunity, he instantly tries to hype up his daughter's role. He smoothly suggests that if the Count likes her so much, maybe an arranged marriage is the next step. Danny completely freezes instantly, realizing how incredibly desperate the Duke is to marry her off. To dodge that massive bullet, our MC awkwardly changes the subject, pointing out the sun is setting and the big banquet is starting soon. With that slick escape, he runs off yelling he will meet them inside. Terminian quickly orders his daughter to follow Danny. He then sprints after the Count, demanding a private chat and leaving the two awkward teenagers totally alone. As they walk together, Leia finally turns and asks how the heck that summon ignored its own master to obey his commands instead. She's seen famous summoner duels, but nothing like this. And trust me, you won't want to miss his answer on that. Stick with me here. He shrugs, no clue. It just happened. Naturally, Ela gives him this absolutely annoyed look. She knows Dane is totally playing dumb, especially after she literally just bailed him out. But our boy stays perfectly calm. He quickly reminds her that, hey, he helped her out too during that intense sword training. Ela flashes back to that exact moment and grumbles, reluctantly admitting he actually has a point. So Dane pitches a deal. Since they're even on favors, why not trade another? He straight up tells her to ask for absolutely anything. Instantly, the girl's face completely lights up. She blurts out she wants to learn it immediately. He's totally caught off guard by the rush. What's the big emergency? He asks what she's actually looking to learn. Without missing a beat, she demands he teach her the mana bullet technique. Dane asks why she's rushing this. Isla's answer: she needs to get stronger, super fast. Her big goal is forming 2 mana cores before hitting the academy. He just stares, wondering why a kid her age is pushing herself to the absolute limit. But the answer hits him right away. She's desperate to power up fast just to see her mom smile again. Her mom loves her to pieces, and Isla knows getting stronger will make her super proud. Hearing this triggers Dane's memory. The adults mentioned Countess Terminin being totally bedridden. Knowing all that heavy stuff, he realizes he can't possibly turn her down now. Cue the adorable happy dance. Ela jumps around, saying she's totally ready to kick things off tomorrow. Honestly, she'd start tonight if possible, since she has no clue how long her mansion stay will last. Dane just shakes his head. Fine, they can start whenever she's ready. He promises that once she actually grasps how magic flows, nailing that mana bullet will be a total breeze. Ela leans in, eagerly asking the big question: what exactly does he want in return? Now watch closely. Dane goes dead silent, and it's crystal clear his asking price isn't going to be cheap. The scene flips to the grand banquet hall. Guests are all huddled up, whispering non-stop about the hefty Count Tyron. Rumors are flying that Tyron literally got tossed out of the castle. Naturally, everyone is dying to know what he did to earn that boot. Word on the street: Tyron's oldest son picked a dumb fight with the young master and got an absolute reality check. The nobles just laugh, loving that the guy traveled all this way just to get utterly humiliated. Plus, there's another wild rumor: young Master Dane is actually an insane summoner. One guest openly wonders, does this mean his family is about to become a legendary house of summoners? But someone else cuts right in. That's not even all. The kid can actually use magic too, which blows everyone's minds completely. Suddenly, this huge guy with a massive mustache rolls up, introducing himself as Baron Opent. He asks Dane if he knows anything about the Eastern Opent territory. Dane gives a polite bow. Yeah, he's heard they're famous for grilled trout and raw sapphires. The big guy booms with laughter. Spot on. He proudly brags that House Opent's trout and sapphires are basically the continent's absolute best. Then he nudges his daughter right to the front, chuckling that he almost forgot the introductions. The girl steps up, Sylvia Opent. She gives Dane a super polite greeting. He's totally caught off guard and awkwardly introduces himself back. You and I are probably wondering why he's sweating so much. Well, get ready for this. She steps uncomfortably close with this totally mischievous smirk, whispering she heard he's the future heir of the entire house. Dane mumbles an unsure reply, but Sylvia just gets more excited, telling him to drop the innocent act. She praises his crazy talents, then drops an absolute bomb. She'll be under his care now, since they might just end up as family soon. And there it is. Suddenly, his awkward panic makes total sense. This girl is aggressively direct, zero hesitation. But right at that worst possible second, Isla walks in, while Sylvia is literally holding Dane's hands. Obviously, Sylvia flinches the exact second she spots a potential rival entering the zone. Meanwhile, Isla shoots Dane an absolute death glare, coldly demanding to know who this girl is. Sylvia instantly recognizes Isla. She slaps on a warm smile and introduces herself as the Baron's eldest daughter, Sylvia Opent. Ela tries playing nice, but her furious face completely betrays her. She says it's nice to meet her, but she looks ready to snap. The two girls trade these terrifying fake smiles that might as well be lethal weapons. Dane watches this silent war unfold, realizing both of them are absolutely ready to throw down. Without warning, Ela snatches his hand. She announces she's borrowing him right now because they already made prior plans. She shoots him a terrifyingly hard stare and asks, "You remember, right?" Poor Dane has literally zero clue, but he vigorously nods anyway. He apologizes to Sylvia, shouting that they'll talk later. Sylvia forces a stiff smile, promising they definitely will talk again later. As Ela drags him off, Sylvia fumes, incredibly annoyed this new girl just stole her prize. Ela, on the other hand, absolutely seething and nowhere near calm. So, what do you and I take from this? Never mess with a jealous girl. Dane just stands frozen under her fiercely angry glare. Alright, stick with me here. He realizes the Duke's beloved daughter, basically the second highest noble in the entire capital, somehow just can't compete with the Eastern Barony's young lady. No wonder Sylvia gave up and backed down so easily. The second he and Lilia step outside, she instantly interrogates him about Sylvia. Is he really going to get engaged to her? He shuts that rumor down fast. They were literally just talking, just a basic greeting. Hearing that instantly cures her bad mood. Even our main character notices it. Soon they arrive at his super secret hangout spot. Total privacy guaranteed. The second they step inside this hidden area, Lilia completely lights up doing an adorable little happy dance. She's thrilled nobody will ever know what they do in here. Dane totally agrees. It is basically the perfect training ground. But first he asks if she has ever felt actual mana. She felt a tiny bit, but not enough for a core. She tried absorbing mana just by breathing, so she hasn't hit the emission stage yet. He naturally learned to sense mana out on the battlefield. He is shocked a noble house taught her that much. He starts with absolute basics. Step 1, physically feeling the mana you absorb. She looks totally lost. Our guy explains that to shoot mana out, she has to actually control the energy inside her first. The real secret, imagination. He tells her to close her eyes and picture mana spinning. She tries her best, but absolute zero happens. Looking at her face, Dane knows she completely missed the point. She tries again. Still nothing. Frustrated, she begs him to explain why it is simply not working. He calms her down, totally normal for a first try, and says focus. Meanwhile, Count Dane is secretly creeping on these two kids. He is just bursting with pride. His little boy is already teaching magic at such a crazy young age. They grow up so fast. Then boom, Duke Tyrion literally sneaks right up beside him, demanding to know what he is doing. Now pay attention to this next part. The Duke tells the panicking Count to chill, asking if he is spying on the lovebirds. The Count raises an eyebrow. Lovebirds? What is he talking about? And more importantly, how did he even find his hiding spot? The Duke just cracks up. His hiding spot was absolute garbage, especially for a guy married to the Empire's most legendary assassin. Caught red-handed spying, the poor Count has literally zero comeback for that. The Duke happily teases him. If the castle lord sneaks around, snooping on literal children, the rumors are going to get weird. Super annoyed, the overprotective dad insists he was just following his own son. The Duke laughs. He was basically following his daughter too. Turns out both dads are totally hopeless, so they just stand there side by side, creeping on their kids like totally embarrassing teenagers. Back to the kids, Dane pops open his dimensional bag. She is completely amazed he owns one. When he mentions his older sister gifted it to him, she instantly gets super jealous. Because unlike his sister, her older brother completely stopped paying attention to her the second he entered the academy. Dane then pulls a literal mirror out of the bag. She casually asks what it is for, and he says it might actually help. Way easier to visualize magic while staring at yourself than relying entirely on blind imagination. So he tells her to stand right in front of the mirror full view. She quickly gets into position and starts doing her funny little magic dance all over again. But this time, Dane knows she is dead serious. You and I know how funny this is. As she breathes, both dads just crouch there watching, and the Duke points out Lilia clearly likes our main character. He asks if that is actually true. The Duke nods. Lilia literally never warms up to people this incredibly fast. The Count is shocked since she acts like such a bubbly kid. The Duke goes dead silent for a second, then admits it is all just an act for the outside world. He explains that once her older siblings left for the academy, her poor mother became permanently bedridden. Their bond broke and they couldn't stay close. Ever since then, opening up to people has been incredibly hard for her. The Count calls him out. If he knows all that, why the heck does he act so absolutely cold toward his own daughter? Tyrion looks genuinely touched that his friend even noticed, then straight up admits he does it on purpose. He claims he spoiled his older kids with way too much affection, but Count Dane steps in telling him absolutely not to assume Lilia will turn out exactly the same. Pushing her away just hurts her. Now it makes perfect sense why she asked our main character for magic help instead of her own dad. Tyrion points a finger and jokes that his buddy is nagging him, just like the old days. But the Count fires back. When did he ever nag? Plus, he is speaking the truth. The Duke awkwardly changes the subject, asking exactly when he plans to send his overpowered son to the capital. He promises that if he sends him to the Carl house, their doors are wide open. The kid is completely welcome to stay right at the Carl castle. So what do we take from this? Seeing him so happy, the Count decides to just let his boy choose his own epic path. Stick with me here, because things are getting good. Danny can choose his own path now. Meanwhile, the missus watches those two doting dads. totally embarrassed by their obvious spying. But eventually she just smiles. She knows parental love makes people act super weird. So, she plays along, deciding not to ruin the moment by pretending she saw absolutely nothing. Back with the kids, Lilia thanks Danny. She calls him a literal genius, admitting that even though people call her gifted, she feels super weak next to him. Our main character casually checks if the parents finally sneaked off. Then he promises her this is only the beginning, and she will definitely get way stronger too. She then asks if he plans to attend the academy, since that is exactly where the Empire's top geniuses gather. He says he isn't totally sure yet. Honestly, he doesn't think he needs it, knowing he can get ridiculously strong just training all by himself. The girl calls him short-sighted for that, reminding him the academy is not just for studying. It is the absolute best place for young nobles to build factions and make connections. Danny is seriously impressed that a 7-year-old girl actually understands how the real world works. He finally replies that he already knows all of that, but he just does not want to go yet. He still has a massive mountain of library books to read, plus a whole lot left to learn from his own parents. Lilia says that is fair, but asks if he wants to play with kids his age, especially since his older sisters already go to the academy. Running out of excuses, our guy says maybe he will go later if he actually feels like it. She tells him to visit her house whenever he visits the capital, and they promise to meet again soon. She suddenly remembers to ask about his request for teaching her mana bullets. He just shakes his head, saying he will tell her when he reaches the capital. That totally shocks her, letting out a dramatic gasp. Finally, the sad day of her departure arrives. As Lilia's carriage starts rolling down the dirt road, Danny stares closely at a weird stone-like object in his hand. Watch closely. We are flashing back to a crazy gift from his future father-in-law. When Danny asked what it was, the man called it a birthday present, hoping the kid would actually like it. He explains that House Thurian stands for vengeance, the sword, and the forge. Their entire bloodline started with an ancestor who was a legendary blacksmith. Because of him, their house owns the absolute best forge in the Empire. Seriously, the greatest on the continent, crafting every weapon the Thurians use for protection. Of course, Danny already knows all this stuff from his past life memories. Every single ore in the world exists there, crafting insane weapons and mystical artifacts in the greatest forge on the entire continent. Then the Duke drops a bombshell. If Danny shows this insignia at the forge, they will craft absolutely any weapon he desires. So yeah, this plain-looking rock is actually a certified token, proving the massive honor and skill of whoever holds it. Our main character is totally stunned to see the Duke give away something this insanely valuable. Even the Imperial family wants this thing. The Duke pats the kid's head, telling his future son-in-law to grow up strong and help his dad. His future wife gives one last wave. Back in the present, his mom crouches beside him. Seeing his sad face, she asks if he is upset about them leaving. He admits it, calling Lilia his very first real friend. His mom sweetly comforts him, saying that once he finally goes to the capital, he will definitely see her again. And by then, he will be even more handsome, which will totally impress her. She is definitely right. He cannot stay hidden here forever, and he will have plenty of chances to reunite later. So he quietly wishes her pure happiness until then. Meanwhile, as the Duke rides away in his carriage, his mind is completely stuck on Danny. I know what you are thinking, but get this. Every time the Duke looks at the boy, he remembers Agric, a legendary triple-class warrior from the past. He is totally convinced that if Agric had survived, he could have become one of the Drain Empire's elite hexaclass knights. That is exactly why he hopes to see Danny again once he gets stronger. A few days later, our boy sits alone in front of that mysterious egg. He has been feeding it mana every single morning and night. Now he wonders if he is overdoing it. This egg holds a very strange familiar. Even someone who is not a summoner can just pour mana into it before hatching and officially claim it as their own. This keeps a normally temporary summon under control. But he knows his mana still has to match the familiar. Plus, there are probably other hard conditions he hasn't met. He heard some eggs literally never hatch at all if those crazy requirements are ignored. So he is really hoping this one is not a dud. Even after changing his mana flow and strength, nothing happens. Pushing himself hard one last time, he sets it down, realizing he was too greedy, expecting instant results. Right then, the butler shows up at the door and asks if Danny is ready. Suddenly, the egg reacts. Danny rushes over. That is where we pause, but trust me, you will want to see what hatches next. Let's jump right back into the madness, guys. The butler bursts in, panicked by the noise. Our boy Danny checks the egg, expecting something epic, but nope, just a huge letdown for absolutely nothing. Not a single change to the egg. When the butler asks if it hatched, Danny totally plays it off as his imagination. Then he hits the training hall and immediately starts swinging a sword around. Seeing those insanely perfect strikes, the butler completely loses his mind. He claps like crazy, asking when Danny mastered the blade. Danny just waves it off, acting like he only wanted to mess around. But the butler hypes him up, nonstop calling him an absolute sword genius. Staring at the metal, Danny realizes learning the spear was epic, but man, he really missed swords. His dad was always hawking him too closely before, so he is pretty relieved his skills are still razor sharp. The butler sprints off for snacks and returns with a massive tray. He begs Danny to eat before sweating again. Cut to his dad, Count Dean, staring out the window, looking deeply stressed. Setting up this annual banquet has totally drained the guy. But hey, it proves the other nobles are watching the South closely. Suddenly, everyone wants to be his best friend, which is definitely refreshing. Post-war, the South is paradise. Great weather, endless luxury, everything those snooty nobles love. So the hype makes total sense. But all of that is nothing compared to Danny stealing the spotlight. That whole mess with Count Tamoon's kid was way worse than expected. But Danny shut it down with pure ice-cold maturity. He lectured the adults perfectly, and then flexed his insane talent. His dad is seriously starting to think the kid is way too grown up. Honestly, he just wants his boy to goof off and act his age sometimes. As training time approaches, Dad marches to the hall. He brings the legendary dragon tail spear, ready to let Danny hold it today. Now, pay attention here because the second he walks in, he completely freezes. Danny is holding a sword. His brain short-circuits. Why a sword? He instantly blames that cursed Duke, convinced he must have brainwashed his son. Because after all that intense spear training, picking up a blade makes zero sense. He just stands there totally speechless watching his son execute flawless sword techniques. Seriously, Danny looks like a seasoned veteran out there. The raw power he is giving off would terrify actual knights. Denny is completely baffled about when he even learned this. It is undeniable the kid is a sword prodigy too. Dad finally breaks the silence, demanding answers. Welp, the secret is completely busted. Danny figures he might as well just come clean to his old man. He flat out admits he never took lessons. That just leaves his dad spiraling, wondering what other cheat skills exist. He literally starts listing them out. Spear magic, assassination, summoning, and now freaking swordsmanship. He mutters that if anyone else claimed a kid could master all that, he would call them crazy. Let's pause right here. Dad suddenly asks if he wants to explore the world. Danny just blinks, totally caught off guard. Then his dad drops the bomb, saying he should go out and see everything. He genuinely knows this small country cannot contain his son's monstrous potential. Keeping him locked away is basically a crime. A pang of sadness hits Danny, realizing his dad is letting him go. So he gently admits he would love to see the outside world. Dad beams and cuts right to business. It is time to gear up for reality. Yeah, letting go hurts, but holding back a genius like Danny is just wrong. Then he holds out the weapon, saying he brought a little parting gift. Danny instantly recognizes what he is looking at. His father confirms it is Dragontail, the exact same legendary spear that resonated with him at age 1. He pushes it forward, telling him to take it. The second, his fingers wrap around the shaft boom, an absolute tidal wave of pure energy explodes. His dad laughs out loud, noting how much crazier the reaction is now compared to his first birthday. Totally wild, right? He proudly declares Danny will master this beast before leaving the estate, so he better prepare for absolute hell. He swears Dragontail will be his forever, but only once he is strong enough to wield its ridiculous power. Danny eagerly promises to crush the training. Later, chilling in his room, his brain is buzzing about the great unknown. He has always wanted to explore. In his past life, war was his entire reality. Making camp, scrubbing gear, eating awful rations, and waiting for the next bloodbath. The only escape was winning the war or dying in the dirt. Those were basically his only options. But now he finally gets a normal life. You and I both know this kid is about to shake up the world. Still, even then, Dane knows he has to take this chance. He has zero idea how the world will treat him or what he will achieve out there. But stick with me here, because for the first time, he's finally chasing his own wild destiny. At first, he honestly just wanted to stay and enjoy this cozy, warm home. But after that heavy question from his dad, everything clicked. He finally decided to step out, and he is seriously hyped about it. Right in the middle of these deep thoughts, his mom suddenly walks in, completely catching him off guard. She claims he was thinking so hard he missed her knocking, but let's be real, she is definitely lying. The woman is a literal assassin. She totally snuck in silently. She asks if he is really that curious about the outside world. He nods, saying his dad told him staying hidden away here would be a total waste. After mulling it over, he admits he really wants to see it all. He starts apologizing, but she just pulls him into a warm hug. He mentions his sisters being away and worries about leaving for the giant unknown. She promises him it is totally fine because she knows exactly how overpowered he is. Honestly, even if he tried to hide, the whole world would come looking for him. She admits it would be awesome to keep him here forever, but destiny says otherwise. So she tells him to go wild and chase his dreams. He promises that whenever he leaves, he will visit often and spill every single crazy story. She smiles, thanks him, and says, It looks like she needs to give him some special lessons before he goes, just like his dad is doing. When he asks what kind of lessons she gets, way too excited and says absolute assassination mastery. She starts rambling on and on about all her deadly hidden skills. Can you believe this? We both know this means absolute exhausting torture before he even packs. Basically, she plans to teach him everything, and he swears to survive the brutal training. Looking at her crazy smile, he realizes he is about to get some very deadly, very loving special lessons. A bunch of years flash by, and we jump to the southern Alian Empire. Specifically, the Sugri County, a sunny place totally packed with rich natural resources. This spot became an absolute powerhouse, keeping the empire funded during the massive war. Thanks to Count Sugri being an awesome ruler, it is peaceful and super wealthy. The war ended, the last rebels got caught, and everyone is chilling. On a gorgeous sunny day, the locals are totally freaking out because young Master Dane visited downtown. They just cannot stop gossiping about how the shopkeeper's oldest daughter literally passed out when she saw him. The local ladies whisper that his handsome level is breaking records, begging for just one tiny peek at him. Rumor has it he is still single. But one friend quickly steps in, reminding her he is literally only 14 and to stop drooling over a minor. Another woman chimes in saying, everyone doubts Dane is actually 14. He is already as massive as Count Sugri, looking straight up like a 20-year-old. Enough gossip. You and I will see exactly how much he has leveled up. We cut to the county outskirts right into a magic-filled nightmare called the Forest of the Last Days. Dane is currently running a special mission assigned by his mother Lily. He is gripping a spear in one hand, holding what looks like a cloth map in the other. Route locked in. He only has 3 hours before the sun drops, so he absolutely needs to escape before pitch black. He starts dashing through the trees with insane ninja speed. The entire goal here is totally simple: do not get caught. He has to dodge every brutal trap his mother rigged while surviving a forest completely stuffed with deadly threats. After sprinting through the trees, he finally touches down safely. Taking a massive breath, he pulls in the surrounding energy for a brief second, then exhales slowly. Blending right into the shadows, his focused eyes spot the danger: razor-thin, almost invisible wires rigged across the entire clearing. One wrong step on those wires and it is game over. Simple trap, but absolutely lethal. He can handle this. But suddenly, giant rat monsters swarm the clearing, locking onto Dane and charging with zero hesitation. He did not expect a whole pack. Watch closely, this gets wild. Worse, they are sprinting right at him. He has to wipe them out fast before they crash into those tripwires. But if he messes up and snags a wire himself, absolute disaster. Still, zero time to second guess this. Dane breaks into a full sprint. The rats blindly trigger the wires and boom, massive needles blast from every direction, completely skewering the beasts. Yep, that was his genius plan all along: bait them into the meat grinder. Stick with me, because you and I are about to watch our boy clean house. Just one giant rat left standing. As he steps up, the monster leaps straight for his throat. Dane goes head-to-head with the beast, and get this, the rodent is almost matching his speed. It suddenly slams the brakes for another strike. This time it tries ranged combat, spitting some weird sludge from its jaws. Dane instantly reads the room. He has no clue what it is, but that spit screams danger. Spinning his spear, he effortlessly deflects the nasty attack. Gritting his teeth, he knows he can't waste another second on this oversized rat. Playing defense is way too slow, so it is officially payback time. A bright blue aura flares around him as he locks onto his prey. With a blinding burst of motion, he shows off his crazy spear mastery. Gliding freely through the air, he tracks it perfectly and slices the beast's head clean in two. Dane doesn't even bother looking back. He just walks right off to finish his mission. By sunset, he hits the test's finish line. Completely drained, he is gasping for air and trying his absolute hardest not to puke. Now pay attention here. Just when he thinks he survived the forest, a terrifying aura erupts from the trees. Is the fight really not over? He leaps to his feet, totally kicking himself for dropping his guard to rest. Just as he readies his stance, he freezes. It is just his mother Lily. She purposely leaked her aura to test his reflexes, and yeah, he passed. Get this, his total time was 3 hours and 30 minutes, beating Lily's own record. She had been secretly watching his entire run. Obviously, no caring mother would just abandon her son in a literal death trap. Lily knows exactly how insanely gifted he is, but maternal instinct still kicks in. Since Dane completely aced this brutal exam, Lily could not find a single flaw in his survival skills or quick thinking. Gently pinching his cheeks, she praises that at this level, he could already get hired as a top-tier assassin. To celebrate his victory, Lily pulls out her most prized possession as the Empire's #1 assassin, her dagger. She thinks it suits him now. From this day forward, Dane is the official owner of Nighthorn. Smiling brightly, Lily hands over the legendary weapon to him, simply saying she has no more use for it anyway. Nighthorn is forged from mysterious ethereal ore, a crazy material that can literally take on any object's properties. If he wants, he can literally store every single poison in the world inside it, mixing and absorbing them for battle. Dane sincerely thanks his mom for such an insanely precious gift, swearing to treat Nighthorn with absolute care. And just like that, his official assassin training with Lily was over. Just as they pack up to head home, a brutal scream echoes nearby. It sounds like it is coming from the deep forest, so they rush to investigate. Now here is where things get really interesting. Days later in the Dane estate, a strange man wakes up absolutely screaming in pure terror. Rocking long white hair and a beard, he looks completely lost, desperately gasping for air. Blinking at the super fancy room around him, he has zero clue where he is. His last memory: eating some random mushroom in that cursed forest. Then the door creaks open and Dane walks in with water. Dane tells the guy to stay totally still while he detoxes. He explains the old man accidentally munched on a deadly red-nosed poisonous mushroom. Thankfully, Lily and Dane found him fast. The old man remembers spotting the mushrooms but had no idea they were literal death. If they had shown up any later, he would already be dead. Dane hands him water, totally aware he is parched. But as he watches closely, our boy spots a belt with the Nixian magic tower crest sitting right with the man's gear. Clearly this guy is no ordinary grandpa. Honestly, if Nighthorn had not absorbed the venom destroying his body, he would be totally gone. Calming down, the guy asks where he is, and Dane bluntly says, they are in the Dane County Annex Tower. This old mage must have wandered all the way south. Tripping on cursed mushroom poison, he somehow marched his way down south. Dane tells him to chill out and wait for the Count to visit. Then he casually drops that he is the Count's youngest son, Dane. That immediately grabs the mage's attention. He has heard of Arabella, the absolute genius that every magic tower desperately wants. Dane explains he just happened to find him in the forest while training with his mom. The mage nearly chokes on his water, hearing that insane forest had been an absolute nightmare for him. Even as a legendary 8th Circle mage, he got completely lost. Casting a spell backfired instantly, totally wrecking his body with twisted mana flow. That forest is literally stuffed with ancient mana and deadly hidden traps everywhere. Since it belongs to House Dane, it is a guaranteed death trap for any outsiders. So what do you and I make of this? For a modern mage, that ancient forest isn't just dangerous, it's the absolute worst place you could ever be. The old man finally realizes he would be completely dead without our main character. He realizes this kid surviving that hellish training ground makes him an absolute once-in-a-generation legendary talent. The kid literally brewed the exact antidote needed to save his life, and he is barely a teenager. Even at that age, brewing that cure required insane medical knowledge and completely flawless preparation skills. The old guy is stunned by House Sagras' luck. They already boast 2 massive prodigies in magic and summoning, and now the youngest son is a total monster. If the war was ongoing, House Sagras would dominate the entire Alteon Empire. The old man thanks Dane deeply, openly admitting he owes him his life. Slightly shocked by the kid's confident attitude, he insists on repaying his debts and formally introduces himself. This geezer is actually Sidon Gauss, the legendary former head of the Nixian Magic Tower. Flaunting his massive rank, he tells Dane to demand absolutely anything. But Dane just smiles at the flex. Dane figures this wandering powerhouse hides his vault in a subspace. Meanwhile, Sidon is totally baffled by the kid's calm reaction. I know what you are thinking. A legendary tower master, he should panic. But Dane does not even flinch. Desperate to look cool, Sidon pushes him again for a request. Dane pauses dramatically, chewing on his next words. Sidon smirks, fully expecting a chance to flex his overwhelming power. But Dane just shrugs, saying he needs time to think, absolutely denying the old man his satisfying ego trip. Turning toward the exit, Dane simply wishes the legendary mage a speedy recovery and tells him to sleep it off. As the door shuts, Sidon just sits there, frozen on the bed, totally mind-blown by the disrespect. Nobody treats Sidon like a basic background NPC. Originally, the old man planned to ditch this place after a day, but change of plans. He just met the most interesting kid down south and now he is thoroughly hooked. When Dane casually drops Sidon's name, Herman freaks out, explaining that 8 chain mages are basically the absolute gods of magic. Meaning, one of the strongest beings alive now owed Dane a massive favor. Magic towers basically operate like sovereign nations on this continent. So Sidon is not just strong, he is untouchable royalty. Still, it is super weird that a literal tower master was just casually strolling through that deadly forest. But again, this is no ordinary woods. Mages call it the Forest of Last Days, completely forbidden territory. Normal folks would die instantly there. Anyway, Dane inspects his current sword and orders Herman to fetch a serious upgrade. The blades he used before. Way too short and light for his insane new growth spurt. With endless war trophies available, he will be swinging a real longsword tomorrow. Stick around, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me here, he just finishes up training with the lighter blade. He looks at the crest Duke Termion gave him, basically a VIP pass to forge any weapon. It has been 7 whole years since that day. Looking back, Dane smiles at the memories. Whenever he finally visits the capital, hitting up the Duke's estate is absolutely priority number 1. After his workout, our main character bumps into his dad outside the hall. He thought the Count was still busy far from the castle, but surprise, he actually made it back early. Things just wrapped up way faster than expected. The Count rushed home to check on the magic tower head. With Seidengaus recovering in a guest room, Dad hopes the guy can eventually help Arabella. After all, she seriously needs a strong teacher. Dane thinks the exact same thing. Sure, the Tower Master could guide her, but can this old man even survive her fierce attitude? Rumor has it, Arabella literally punched a senior just for being annoying. Either way, Count Sagres proudly praises his son for saving a life. Sure, Dane just did what was necessary, but saving someone like that is no easy feat. Our protagonist has honestly grown into one amazing young man. As the years fly by, Count Sagres finds it harder and harder to even catch a glimpse of his daughters. Arabella finished her extended term to pick a magic tower, and Claire is already an assistant professor. Honestly, that is the heavy price of raising absolute geniuses. Of course, both Claire and Arabella are completely outstanding. Now pay attention to this part. Dad has massive hopes for his son, wondering how the world will even survive a guy with this many crazy gifts. The Count cannot wait for his rival Balt Termion to finally see how much Dane has leveled up. Years have passed since he was reborn into House Sagres. Yet just the thought of crossing swords with Duke Termion still gets his blood pumping. Anyway, he also wonders how Isla is holding up in the capital. Her last letter arrived almost a whole year ago. He is definitely hyped to see what she has been doing once he finally reaches the capital. A few days later, Cedric complains he is going totally crazy stuck inside that guest room. He is still healing. The doctor ordered him to stay close and strictly banned all magic. His nasty mana backlash has not cleared up yet, and the poison is still lingering in his system. He just needed more time to rest. Cedric had 0 choices. Losing his magic for this long is definitely a wild change of pace, but staying locked up all day is absolute torture, so he wanders right out of his room into the unfamiliar annex. The poor doctor worries this old guy will cause massive trouble, leaving him to clean up the mess. In just a few short days, the maids are already whispering rumors about this totally strange old guest. They always say mages are either absolute geniuses or crazy. Servants caught Cedric pacing up and down the annex stairs like a madman. Now, he spends literal hours just staring blankly at the garden flowers. You and I both know he is a mighty mage, but to them, just a weird old guy. They are even getting worried for young Arabella. Cedric, meanwhile, is completely blown away by the gorgeous estate garden. He never expected to find something arranged with such flawless, high-tier magical skill out here. Dane finally walks right up to the old man. He searched the entire place before spotting Cedric out in the garden. Cedric obviously hates being stuck in some random place while healing up, but hey, everyone here is just trying to save his life. Even so, this estate really is a perfectly peaceful spot to just recover. He completely understands why nobles flock south for vacation. Dane absolutely loves the south, making it a huge shame that he has to leave so soon. Curious, Cedric asks the kid where he is off to next. Our protagonist casually mentions heading to the capital, so Cedric just assumes he is off to the academy. After all, both of his incredible sisters are already famous there. The Sagres daughters might be famous for crazy talent, but right now Cedric is way more curious about Dane's hidden gifts. So he channels mana into his eyes to peek for himself. What he sees inside the boy, an absolute raging wave of pure raw power. Cedric's eyes shoot wide open. He has never seen mana this ridiculously dense. The kid's energy is on a completely different level. If other so-called geniuses are just little streams, Dane is a violent torrent, completely tearing through anything in his path. Normally packing that much power so young means you are highly unstable and ready to explode. But not this kid. Dane immediately catches the old guy, scanning his mana without permission, calling it super rude. Cedric awkwardly stops, amazed he even noticed. He apologizes, admitting it was pretty thoughtless. But deep down, he still cannot wrap his head around how Dane controls such terrifyingly wild power. Through all his long years as an archmage, this boy is a total one-of-a-kind freak of nature. Totally confused by the old man's shocked face, our protagonist wonders what he actually saw. Cedric was so focused on the sheer overwhelming density of Dane's mana that he just realized something insane. The boy has no magic circle. With energy like that, forming one should be effortless. The old man's face twists in pure horror. Trust me, we are ending on a crazy note here. Looking at his heart, Cedric sees 2 mana cores. Let's dive right in. Making 2 mana cores at that age, unbelievable. But the old mage, furious. Seeing someone with that insane amount of mana wasted all just to swing a spear around was pure madness. To Cedric, turning all that raw power into cores instead of circles was basically a crime. Dane was wasting the greatest magical talent Cedric had ever seen. Confused, our boy just asked if he couldn't simply use both cores and circles together. That innocent question only made the grumpy old man even angrier. He grabbed his head, completely overwhelmed by the wasted potential. He literally had no idea how to explain just how badly Dane had trapped himself. Cedric snapped, asking if he knew why magic swordsmen usually die so young. It is because carrying a mana core and magic circles causes those two systems to constantly clash. Compressed mana from the core floods the circle. If the circle cannot handle that intense pressure, it literally shatters into pieces. Dane got the concept, but he had zero idea it was that fatal. Cedric was only mad because the ultimate prodigy was choosing a spear over spells. Starting to worry, Dane asked if magic was completely impossible for him. Well, Cedric admitted it was not entirely impossible, but casting high-level spells without a circle, theoretically almost impossible. Plus, plenty of people had tried this exact path, and every single one Cedric knew about ended in total failure. Still, our main character was not fazed at all. He had never given it a real shot. He genuinely believed he could cast spells without using a circle to refine mana. Stick with me here. Cedric thought he was crazy, but Dane didn't hesitate, immediately reshaping a magic code. After tweaking the runes and the surrounding mana, everything just locked into place smoothly. With the code set, he blasted out a massive fire spell. The second it worked, every single doubt in his mind completely vanished. Let's dive in. You and I are about to watch Cedric completely lose his mind over a circleless one-chain spell. 0 circles means 0 magic. That is the rule. And after a lifetime leading the Nixian magic tower, the old man has never witnessed an absolute anomaly like this. But Dane just keeps going. He rewrites the code, snapping a massive mana barrier around himself. The boy casually drops that Arabella noticed his crazy magic affinity, wondering if that is why he can pull off literally impossible mana tricks. Sure, affinity helps, but what this kid is doing right now totally shatters basic theory. Cedric Gauss has dominated the magic world forever. Yet suddenly he feels like a helpless regular dude staring down a terrifying absolute monster of talent. This right here, an inborn gift destined to shake the world. Dane is just smiling because it actually worked. Meanwhile, the Archmage is literally shaking with excitement. The main character's mana is unmatched, impossibly pure, and incredibly dense. This boy is a straight-up once-in-a-lifetime genius. Cedric cannot hold it in anymore. He immediately begs the kid to become his personal disciple. The old guy is practically desperate, swearing that letting talent like this go to waste would be a massive tragedy for the whole world. Our hero is getting super annoyed with the nagging when Cedric randomly asks about 2-chain spells. Since the kid never learned higher-level magic codes, a 2-chain spell is impossible. Cedric just laughs loudly, bragging that as his student the kid will cast 8-chain spells instantly. Even so, our guy politely rejects him. Now watch closely. We both know this gets incredibly awkward when Agric catches the Archmage bothering his son. When his dad asks what is up, Dane bluntly snitches that the old man keeps aggressively recruiting him despite getting rejected multiple times. Cedric quickly saves face in front of the Count, hyping up the kid's massive potential to become a legendary mage. He pushes hard, hyping up a bright future since the boy is already tossing chain spells with 0 magic circles. As a veteran warrior, Count Agric knows exactly how insane that really is. Honestly, the Count is practically numb to his son's crazy tricks now. No basic knowledge at all, yet Dane casts spells effortlessly. Agric casually praises the former tower head for actually spotting his boy's legendary talent so fast. But talent is an understatement. Our guy is a prodigy who could truly become an absolute beast of a magic swordsman. The exact second Count Agric hears that he imagines his son tossing the family spear for a sword. Goodbye good mood. The room's vibe gets instantly hostile because that magic swordsman title totally pisses Agric off. Dane shivers as Cedric drops the one forbidden word in front of his dad, completely blind to the heavy killing intent. Oblivious Cedric keeps loudly pushing the whole magic swordsman idea. You and I both see the huge mistake coming. He promises to make him the ultimate fighter, completely missing the Count's death glare. Count Agric absolutely loses it, screaming that his son will never ever be a magic swordsman. Cedric desperately argues that combining the sword and magic is the absolute perfect match for a natural genius. But Agric just keeps roaring in his face, completely rejecting the whole idea. He will be a magic lancer. Cedric finally understands what the actual problem is here. Dane stays completely silent until his dad chills out. Poor Cedric has never dealt with a family as weird as the Scress clan. Look, for any mage, taking a disciple is a massive deal. Top-tier mages always pick their true successors through an ancient rite called inheritance. It is a crazy old-school tradition that completely ignores modern academy rules. Cedric does not just want a student. He wants someone to carry his entire life's work and legacy forever. Seeing a legendary 8-chain archmage literally begging to recruit him gives Dane a massive confidence boost regarding his own insane potential and future. A strange, powerful new feeling starts stirring deep inside him. Armed with basic magic knowledge, he suddenly remembers a special gift Arabella left him years ago. A magical crystal ball to call his sister. Right now, getting Arabella's expert opinion sounds like a great idea. Dane powers up the crystal ball, with mana telepathically calling Arabella while she is busy studying at the academy library. The second she recognizes his voice, she freezes. Arabella completely drops her work, beaming with pure joy that her little brother actually called. As expected, even Arabella loses her mind hearing that our hero cast a 1-chain spell without a magic circle. She knew his mana affinity was basically broken, but definitely not to this insane level. Circles normally purify and move energy. So, she figures Dane's mana is already naturally pure enough to use completely raw. So, what do you and I make of this? Arabella is sending a mana stone straight to his room to officially test that crazy purity. Let's dive right back in. Our guy was incredibly lucky to have Arabella backing him up. She was already a famous 6-chain mage, so having her support absolutely huge relief. She figured, since our MC could already cast chain magic flying under the academy radar, was officially impossible. Exactly what he didn't want. But hey, pure talent always gets noticed. Arabella swore she'd absolutely demolish anyone who dared to bully her little brother. Speaking of bullies, Dane asked about a wild rumor. Did she really break a duke's son's nose at school? Just thinking about that clingy weirdo made her blood boil. Since she was taking the call in public, she had to force herself to chill. Anyway, she figured his mana purity would just keep rising, definitely something to watch out for. Sadly, their chat had to end. A professor called for her, so they said their goodbyes. She promised to send the mana stone soon. It finally hit Dane. He was walking an entirely new path. With mana this insanely pure, maybe he had a literal dragon's heart inside. Meanwhile, old man Cedric was still stuck recovering in bed. Using mana to inspect, the kid made his magic backlash so much worse. Now, he was bedridden for even longer. Now pay close attention here. Cedric just wanted to pass down the greatest magical legacy ever. How could he lure this kid in? If 8-chain magic couldn't tempt him, maybe he needed to offer up some priceless artifact, or an inheritance passed down for generations. But if he handed over the goods too early, Dane might just scam him and run. While the old guy was racking his brain, Dane randomly knocked on the door. Cedric got hopeful. Did the boy come to apologize? Or maybe he finally changed his mind. Dane just came to talk. Cedric instantly assumed he wanted to be his disciple, but our boy shut that delusion down super fast. He definitely liked magic. Did he already have a master then? Nope, that wasn't it either. Feeling completely played, Cedric asked what the kid actually wanted. It was pretty simple. He still didn't know the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic. And learning from his faraway sister was way too tough. So learning from Cedric, an actual legendary archmage, was the best move. Plus, the old man owed him for saving his life. Dane bluntly admitted he didn't want to just be a standard mage. He didn't want to just be a magic lancer either. He wanted the title Summoner, Magic Lancer, Assassin. You and I both know that class doesn't exist. Then he casually added Swordsman to the list. The sheer absurdity left Cedric totally speechless. To chase that crazy dream, he just straight up rejected the former Magic Tower chief. From that tone alone, Cedric knew this crazy kid's mind was completely made up. Then, a brilliant idea hit him. He stood up, offering Dane a shiny letter of recommendation. Since he was hitting the academy soon, a letter from the Nixon Magic Tower boss would be massive. Dane thought it over for a second. Honestly, that wasn't a bad deal at all. He gladly accepted the letter, but hit the old man with one more sneaky request. Cedric chuckled, thinking the kid had finally cracked. Now he could definitely secure his grip on this unmatched genius. Seeing him in a good mood, Dane casually asked for that 2-chain magic rearrangement code. For a legend like Cedric, that was child's play. He knew the code for literally every 2-chain spell. Dane was young, so giving him a letter and a few basic spell codes was practically nothing. Even in his terrible physical state, Cedric was ready to start teaching him immediately. Dane smiled to himself, securing a huge win. He held out his hand, declaring Cedric's life debt was officially completely paid in full. The old guy said it himself, right? Since he owed Dane his life, the kid could demand anything. So that's exactly what he did. Cedric hated being played like this. He truly thought he finally snagged a disciple. But nope, Dane's answer to the whole disciple invitation, still a massive unapologetic no, outsmarted by a literal 14-year-old. Refusing to quit, Cedric argued that Dane asked for 2 things for just 1 favor. Dane totally disagreed. Favor 1, saving his unconscious body out in that dangerous forest. Favor 2, completely neutralizing the deadly poison, destroying Cedric's body. He could have mentioned carrying the unconscious old man to the annex, but counted it as a bonus. Cedric had absolutely no comeback. So what do you and I take from this? Never try to outsmart a bold 14-year-old with absolutely zero chill. Stick with me here, because Agric and Dane finally hit the training hall. The old man mostly accepted he might never get our MC as an official disciple. But hey, he could still try winning the kid over if he ever changed his mind. Agric just couldn't stomach letting this kind of insane talent go to waste. So class was officially in session. First up, dealing with the crazy fact that Dane was casting chain-level magic with zero circle. He really had to focus because rearrangement codes for 2-chain magic are vastly more complicated than 1-chain. Countless young mages never even hit this stage. They just flat out quit. Dane listened closely, completely stoked to have such an epic experienced teacher. Agric saw that spark in the kid's eyes and decided right then, no holding back. He still had his massive archmage pride to maintain after all. 2-chain codes are just a whole different beast. Why? Because the caster actually has to calculate the exact mana amount manually. Air mana density and your own physical condition matter at the exact same time. It gets so brutally complicated that most people just throw in the towel. Agric dropped the full massive explanation, fully expecting Dane to beg for the dumbed-down version. But when he asked if the kid needed anything clarified, our MC just smirked and said, "Keep going." For our MC, learning code rearrangement plus all this brand new magical theory was a completely eye-opening, mind-blowing experience. To test him, Agric told him to explain the laws of magical rearrangement. Going off his own notes, Dane stated the first law, coexistence. Magical power can exist right in the physical world perfectly alongside other mana sources. Through that coexistence, mages blend their own internal power with surrounding mana to cast spells. Next up was the second law, conservation. If magical power pulls in enough elemental matter, that stored energy can display completely different, unique traits. Dane wasn't just getting it, he was actively throwing his own spin on it. Most normal people find magic theory painfully boring. Not this kid. He had the raw talent, the tools, and an absolute hunger to learn. Seriously, could you build a more perfect mage candidate? As the lesson dragged on, Agric explained how magic codes get exponentially more chaotic with every single added chain. Now watch closely, because a live demonstration is where things get really interesting. He expertly pulled out some mana and built a simple grid, just showing off a 1-chain spell in its most basic stripped-down form. But 2 chains, whole different story. He warped that mana fragment into a spinning tornado of runes and power, flashing the 2-chain rearrangement code. Dane locked his eyes dead on the display, studying exactly how insanely complex those nodes actually were. Agric then molded that raw code into a classic 2-chain fire spell, the Fire Arrow. With codes, endless repetition is the only path to mastery. The old man figured Dane was finally realizing how brutal magic actually is. By his own math, it takes an average mage at least a full year just to graduate from 1-chain to 2-chain codes. I don't care how brilliant you are, a normal human brain can only process one piece of that code at a time. Agric figured he would hold the kid's hand through the process for about a week. Teaching him step by step how to master 2-chain codes. But our boy wanted to try right now. Agric just nodded, fully expecting the kid to fail miserably. But the absolute second our MC pulled mana out to forge that first code, Agric felt like he was watching a legendary master at work. The kid dialed in, using his bare hands to physically shape the pure spinning mana. Seconds later, he formed the exact same basic grid Agric just demonstrated. Perfect length, perfect width. The precision was actually terrifying, leaving the poor old man completely stunned. You and I both know he could have stopped there as a genius, but where's the fun in that? Instead, he completely shattered the grid, slowly twisting it into a mid-air mana vortex. Agric lost his mind. It was a flawless 1-to-1 copy of the complex 2-chain code he had shown exactly once. When asked how on earth he did that, he just shrugged, said he copied it by watching and memorizing the rules and patterns. He basically visualized every single factor in his head while building the code, and boom, super easy. Agric was just getting mind-blown on repeat. Even as a registered magic genius himself, he needed serious time to reach 2-chain status. Yet this circleless kid just pulled it off in minutes, practically trying to send the poor old guy into an early grave with a heart attack. Then Dane casually mentioned he would try casting Fire Arrow too. The mana and runes zipped around his body with absolute flawless speed. Boom. He rearranged the code to absolute perfection, summoning multiple blazing fire arrows. Agric just stared at those flaming arrows in pure denial. Watching this kid was straight up throwing the Archmage into a massive existential crisis. Honestly, if Agric had grown up with our MC's insane talent, he probably would have hit his dream of 9-chain magic years ago. Dane effortlessly whipped those fire arrows around the training hall, leaving the poor Archmage hyperventilating in the corner. Even our MC was completely shocked that the whole process felt so incredibly natural. But trust me, you and I know the truth. If the world saw a circleless mage doing this, absolute chaos. Let's kick things off right. You and I are about to watch a true genius at work. Agric knew he had to hide the kid's insane talent from shady enemies while still secretly plotting to make the boy his ultimate disciple. Because our MC cracked that first magic code without breaking a sweat, they were already speeding ahead to the advanced stuff. Agric actually started sweating, realizing he had to be super careful about what to write in Dane's Academy recommendation letter. Later that night, our MC lay in bed going over the lesson. He made up his mind right there, time to master both theory and actual combat. Looking back at his past life, he remembered being forced into a brutal survival game, never even getting a single chance to study real magic. Back then, death was always just one step away on the battlefield. Sitting down to read a magic book, an absolute luxury he couldn't afford. He was way too busy swinging a sword just to survive another day. Magic actually relies heavily on pure theory, not just throwing fireballs around. But in this new life, he had all the time, unlimited resources, and god-tier talent to learn everything. Dane could easily fuse Arabella's theory lessons right into his own ridiculously overpowered natural talent. Right now, just one simple tip could trigger massive explosive growth. Having a former magic tower master as a personal tutor, he honestly couldn't wait to see what kind of insane spells he would unlock next. Fast forward 2 weeks. Dane drops a huge request on his dad. He wants to craft magic reagents. But missing key ingredients meant taking a trip way outside the territory. His father blinked, completely stunned by how fast his son was growing. Agric totally backed him up, swearing the kid was ready for reagents because he had already flawlessly mastered 4 complex rearrangement codes. Usually a once-in-a-generation genius needs a month just for one code. The Count also knew these magical reagents were incredibly rare. Our MC only even knew about them from binge reading through the family's private magic library. You and I know he's built different, and Agric finally accepted it too. Honestly, the old guy was just thrilled the MC cared about boring reagents. Ultimately, the Count gave a thumbs up, figuring it was solid real-world experience. Plus, getting outside meant Dane could finally check out their own massive territory. Flashing a bright smile, he thanked his dad for actually trusting him to travel solo. So the road trip begins. He headed toward the outer edges of the Sawgrass lands, bringing Agric and Herman along for the ride. Even way out there in the sticks, the locals looked at our MC with absolute respect. And being a good lord, he smiled right back at them. Watching all this on the road, Agric realized Count Sawgrass had to be an amazing leader based on these huge smiles. The South honestly had everything going for it: amazing street food, perfect weather, and genuinely nice locals. Seeing people this relaxed was basically impossible back in the capital. It's exactly why he loved this place. The trio cruised through the outer borders for a bit, making a beeline for the magic supply shop. Since it was unfamiliar territory, Herman took point and led them there. They picked up the pace and quickly arrived right at the storefront. The poor shopkeeper practically dropped her jaw, seeing the famous young master stroll into her tiny shop. She instantly hyped up his silver hair and bright eyes, and he politely thanked her. Business had been pretty rough lately, with barely any locals dropping in for magic gear. Luckily, random traveling magic geeks had kept her small business afloat. She totally recognized Agric too, the legendary former magic tower lord. She bowed, saying it was a massive honor having him visit. The old guy tried to play it cool, but he was definitely loving the ego boost. She told them to browse freely and holler if they needed any help. Since this was his very first magic shop run, Agric told the kid to go wild exploring while he chatted up the owner. With just one quick sweep of the room, Dane spotted some seriously fascinating loot. Potions, gems, amulets, the works. But pay attention here. Out of nowhere, this place gave him an incredibly strange sense of déjà vu. Plus, every time his fingers brushed a product, he could instantly feel its magical pulse. He figured it was just his crazy high mana affinity and kept wandering. But then ring, a soft bell echoed in his head directly calling out to him. An aggressively strong magical reaction spiked from a corner of the shop. As he stepped closer, the owner mentioned that corner was literally just cheap decorations. Meanwhile, Agric called him back over to inspect some potion ingredients. The old wizard had already gathered stuff like moonroot, a super versatile material used in at least 50 different high-tier potions. The merchant proudly bragged about processing everything herself to keep the quality perfectly maxed. Still, he couldn't shake off that weird ringing sound. Digging straight into the junk pile of decorations, an invisible force practically dragged him forward. He turned his head and locked eyes with a stone leaking absolute pure mana. Jackpot. That was the source. Dane scrambled toward it, his body literally moving on autopilot. Spotting his lord acting completely weird, Herman sprinted over, looking super worried. Because from Herman's point of view, the kid was just intensely glaring at a basic decorative wall rock. He had zero clue what was happening, but this stone wanted him. He pulled it down, held it tight, and trust me, we're about to see something absolutely insane. He pumped in more mana, and boom, the reaction spiked. It seemed this thing was reacting exclusively to his power. Meanwhile, Agric was totally distracted, happily hoarding raw ingredients across the shop. Deanie walked up to the boss and asked about the slab he just pulled off the wall. She insisted it was just a plain old decoration. But stick with me here. What kind of decoration gives off a stronger magic pulse than the entire shop combined? Agric asked if she got scammed. She sighed, admitting that a traveling merchant dumped a massive package on her years ago as payment. She ripped it open, expecting treasure. Nope. Just this boring, ugly rock. Hoping for a miracle, she had a mage appraise it, but they called it literal garbage. Still, based on DNE's reaction, this rock was clearly something else entirely. The shop owner practically begged the young master to check out her actual stock instead of obsessing over some wall trash. She flexed all kinds of rare, shiny magic gear, but Dane, he was absolutely locked in on that weird stone. It was his sole focus. She even whipped out an auto-reading scroll card that stored data like a magic hard drive. In the end, our boy bought both the magic scroll and the quote-unquote useless rock. His gut told him he absolutely couldn't leave it. Even Agric was scratching his head, totally clueless about the kid's angle. Heading back, the old bat asked if Dine just had terrible taste in decor, or if he seriously thought the slab was special. The moment the MC revealed it reacted to his mana, Agric stopped laughing. He couldn't sense anything off himself, but his inner nerd was totally hooked. Dodging the packed crowds, the crew rushed straight back home. Agric busted out a priceless appraisal machine to show DNA what they were dealing with. He was dead set on figuring this out. Sure, some random mage found 0 magic earlier, but Agric bragged that his machine was the absolute peak of evaluation tech. He dropped his life savings on this top-tier appraisal beast and swore it could scan literally any object in existence. Now watch closely, you and I are about to see exactly what is hiding inside this boring little slab. Agric slapped it onto the platform, telling D&E to juice it up with some mana and spark a reaction. Boom. The second he pushed his energy in, a massive wave of raw magic exploded. It lit up the machine, twisting into some crazy glowing shapes. Agric leaned in, eyes glued to the rock. Seeing his expensive toy actually crack the secret, the old guy's ego shot right back up. After getting completely outclassed by the kid lately, he watched in awe as mana bled from the rock, spelling out floating runes. Dini instantly clocked what was happening. Thanks to Agric's hardcore tutoring sessions these past few weeks, he knew exactly what this was, hidden magical code. But the old bat gasped. This wasn't some basic script, it was an absolute masterpiece. The glowing data floating around them was completely alien. We are talking insane complexity here, maybe a 6 or even 7 chain magic sequence. You and I both saw that coming, right? The rock had secret code, and our boy's mana was the exclusive master key. So they extracted the file, basically. But cracking the actual puzzle and figuring out why it only liked D&E's energy, that was the real headache. Even a top-tier veteran like Agric was totally stumped by this bizarre magic system. But his mage pride kicked in hard. He swore to decode it, hoping it would finally explain why the MC's power was so absurdly unique. While those two grinded away at the training grounds, his sister Arabella was cooking up her own research over in her private academy lab. The place was absolutely stuffed with heavy textbooks and magical artifacts from all her crazy experiments. She had bottled up a sample of her little brother's mana in a crystal, and yeah, she proved Den's energy was completely off the charts. His magical signature literally didn't match a single recorded element. She ran test after test, burned through massive stacks of papers, but couldn't categorize this anomaly at all. She seriously tried every single method. Alchemy, portal theory, magic tech, nothing worked. Still, her gut screamed that the answer was hiding right under her nose. Then, it hit her. She remembered an old rumor about a lost magic branch wiped from the world entirely. What if D&E's ridiculous power was tied to that forgotten system? She started violently tearing through bookstacks, hunting for one specific antique text. It covered the really dark stuff, alchemy, spirits, necromancy, and ancient magic code. Mid-search. A super dusty book randomly dropped right onto the floor. She grabbed it and froze. It was an ancient text that sparked a memory she used to research arcana, a literal vanished magic kingdom. We are talking a civilization dead for over 2,000 years, one that inherited god-tier spells from an even older era. They supposedly wielded magic that is totally extinct today. Arabella just chuckled, thinking she was going crazy. Ancient magic was a myth at this point, so her brother's power couldn't actually be connected to prehistoric gods. But what do you and I always say? Never ignore a crazy theory. She slammed that mana crystal into her magic typewriter, using the ancient book to decode the impossible. Watch closely. After focusing, Arabella just snapped her eyes open in absolute shock. The crystal was actually reacting. She frantically scribbled down the mana properties. Her mind was racing. Was Dane using alchemy, divination, something completely weird? Honestly, she could handle anything. Anything except necromancy, of course. Looking over her results, it felt like she took a literal lightning bolt to the chest. What kind of insane discovery is this? Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Dane and Agric were still trying to force more energy out of the stone. After pushing it, Agric finally managed to crack the slab open. There was something hidden inside. The old man carefully reached down and pulled it out. Just a simple accessory. A silver bracelet radiating seriously heavy magic. To anyone else, it looked like cheap junk you'd find at a random market. Agric figured the metal was rare, but honestly, the stone was only reacting to our hero's unique mana. So Agric guessed the bracelet would do exactly the same thing. Dane slipped it on. At first, totally loose, way too big for him. But then boom, the bracelet lit up instantly, linking with his internal magic. Just as they thought it only worked for him, weird glowing text suddenly popped up from the metal. Agric leaned right in. Dane eagerly asked if the old mage could translate the symbols. To our guy's total shock, a massive grin spread across Agric's face. These were ancient runes, letters absolutely nobody in today's world could read. And by ancient, Agric meant the lost kingdom of Arcana. Dane only knew bits about Arcana from stories Arabella told him as a kid. She called it an era where magic literally controlled everything. Then, out of nowhere, that golden age vanished, leaving just scattered relics and crazy myths behind. Now, here is where it gets crazy for us. This glowing code sealed in the stone was another huge puzzle piece. Agric already knew his magic was super weird. But connecting straight to the legendary kingdom of Arcana, never saw that coming. This just made him want the kid as a student even more. Think about it. The terrifying forest of the last days, the one that beat Agric, was reportedly full of Arcana's wild, chaotic magic. His link to that ancient power finally clicked. But right now, all they had were a few lines of completely unreadable text. Agric told Dane to take his time solving the mystery, but firmly warned him, keep this completely under the radar for now. Suddenly, a massive, horrifying sound echoed across the entire territory. Both of them just froze in their tracks. Something bad was coming. The blaring alarm totally caught them off guard, and the old man instantly assumed a monster raid was happening. Honestly, that just got the guy hyped. With his body practically fully healed, he was super eager to fight again and finally pay back the kindness this household gave him. The old man pumped his fist, yelling at Dane to stop standing around and grab a spear or something sharp. You and I saw that coming, right? Our guy barely reacted. Instead, he quietly pulled a glowing pendant from his coat. Agric raised an eyebrow. What exactly was he holding? And why the heck was the alarm blaring from it? Dane just looked at the hyped old man and explained it wasn't monsters. It was actually his older sister trying to give him a call. The old man's hype instantly crashed. He grumbled, muttering that the kid should have just said so earlier. Dane could only laugh awkwardly. He reminded the guy that it was super obvious no monsters would randomly attack this peaceful area anyway. With the panic settled, he answered his sister's call, while the old man stood there, looking totally bummed out. The second the connection went live, she snapped, asking why he took so long. He apologized and asked what was going on. She immediately started dropping massive info about his magical code, but paused abruptly, asking if someone else was in the room. Hearing her casually mention magical code was all Dane needed. She already figured out his secret. His power was pure ancient magic. The old man heard her and practically shrieked loudly, demanding to know how on earth she figured that out. As they kept chatting, Dane broke down their side of the story. They analyzed the stone and realized his magic linked to a lost ancient realm. The biggest clue was super obvious. The stone only absorbed his mana. Agric was literally grinding his teeth in pure frustration. Discovering that just by scanning the kid's magic was absolutely mind-blowing. He always knew Arabella was smart, but her raw talent was way beyond anything he actually expected. She quickly asked if anyone else knew the secret. Dane said no. Relieved, she warned them both to keep it totally locked down because if word got out, he simply could not survive the fallout. She quickly backtracked, apologizing to Agric for just dropping the bomb without even introducing herself properly. The old mage just chuckled, saying he already knew plenty about her thanks to Dane. So what do we take from this? His crazy magic stays secret. Not a single soul is going to know. Let's jump right in. If this massive secret leaks, our boy isn't the only one doomed. The entire Stress house goes down with him. Arabella praises the old guy for catching on fast, saying that's exactly what she expects from a totally genius mage. Cedric immediately checks if anyone's recording this call. She promises it's totally secure. The second they hang up, all traces get wiped. That actually calms him down a bit, and he promises he's heading back to the Magic Tower to investigate things personally. Arabella tries to thank him, but he waves it off. He's just doing his job, so she absolutely doesn't owe him. Then he circles back to the Magic Tower talk. He heard she wants to join one, so he smoothly asks if she's made her big choice. Arabella is way too smart for that trap. She dodges the question entirely, claiming the Nixon Magic Tower just doesn't focus on the cool stuff she cares about. Well, that just annoys the old man again. He used to wonder where Dane got his genius from, but clearly the big brains run deep in the family. Still, he swallows his pride with a laugh, telling her she really doesn't have to join them. Dane watches this whole exchange, sweating bullets, mostly because his sister is being so brutally honest. Anyway, she wraps things up by saying they will sort out the details later. A quick goodbye and she completely cuts the connection. Cedric admits his sister grew up to be pretty amazing, and Dane totally agrees, bragging that the artifact right in front of them is her work too. This compact little crystal ball, super popular with all the young mages. The old man forces a smile, admitting it's cool. But you can literally see the pure frustration on his face when he claims he doesn't need it. He says 8th chain mages like him are way too busy to waste their precious time chatting. You and I both know the real truth here, right? If this guy hates trendy gear, it's honestly just because he has 0 friends. Later on, our main character spills everything about the ancient magic. His mom is stressed out, but his dad looks dead serious. If anyone touches their boy, they pay the ultimate price. When it comes to keeping her son safe, his mom is not holding anything back whatsoever. Dane feels a bit awkward watching them go into absolute protector mode, but honestly, having these 2 monsters guarding you is the ultimate safety net. Agric then points out that their own bloodline might actually carry this ancient magic. His wife nods totally, wondering if any of their old ancestors had these crazy powers too, so she decides to check her side of the family. It's a pretty wild idea. Dane's super curious about what insane secrets they might uncover if both sides start digging around. Even if it doesn't change his life, he still wants to know. Then his mom casually drops that he's outgrown everything this place can offer. Staying here longer will just drag him down. It is finally time to start looking toward the royal capital. Hearing about the capital totally blindsides him. But his parents remind him you have to be at least 14 to even step into the academy. Well, he just hit that age, so the waiting game is completely over. Agric admits he really wanted to keep Dane home for another couple years, but there is nothing left to teach him here. His mom gently touches his hand, giving her full blessing to leave. Now watch this, the choice is entirely his. Our boy is totally shocked they actually accepted he's leaving. His dad proudly says his son is destined for greatness and pushes him to go flex his massive talent today. Dane flashes a big smile, fully understanding what they mean. He promises to get totally ready for the academy. All 3 of them share a super wholesome smile. The choice is made, and our guy is hyped for the next epic stage of life. A bit later, he tracks down Cedric to say he's leaving. The old man double-checks if he's serious, and Dane nods. Yeah, it's way earlier than planned. Cedric totally backs the move, saying it would be an absolute crime to keep a genius locked up here. But he drops a serious warning: do not show off all your crazy powers immediately. The academy loves huge talent, but not everyone there plays nice. Jealousy is a very real, very dangerous thing. Dane already knows the deal. Arabella warned him about this stuff before sharing the absolute nightmare situations she had to deal with herself. The old man points out that normal people usually get crushed trying to survive the academy under those crazy conditions. But he firmly reminds our boy that House Tyrion is definitely not weak. That sparks a memory of Ilya and the big promise he made to go visit her at the capital. If he flakes on her now, she's going to be incredibly disappointed. He also pulls out that shiny crest Duke Tyrion handed him, realizing he needs to figure out his main weapon before he actually gets there. The old man then points out the clock is ticking, only 3 months until the academy opens. So, he really needs to head out in 2 months. Dane nods, then flips the question, asking about Cedric's plans. Trust me, we aren't done yet. Cedric is heading back to the tower for some unfinished business. Alright, stick with me, we are diving right back in. He thanks our main character for curing his boredom, promising to share any ancient magic clues. Huge win. The old-timer makes it clear though. Time is short, so training takes top priority. He wants to rush things before our guy leaves, warning that the 3rd chain is completely brutal. Dane just nods, promising to grind hard and hit that crazy level. Then Dane totally flips the script. He brought a gift. Sidon instantly perks up, super curious. Dane whips out a sleek box, explaining his sister actually teleported it over just yesterday. Get this, it is the ultimate trending item for kids right now. A brand new, totally unreleased compact crystal ball. Absolutely exclusive stuff. Arabella literally designed the thing herself, so pulling a favor got him early access. The old man completely loses his chill, snatching it up like a kid on Christmas. He is obsessing over how flashy it is. Playing total tsundere, he claims he does not need toys, but totally pockets it anyway. He keeps trying to act tough, but his face completely gives away how hyped he actually is. So Dane literally has to sit there walking a legendary mage through tech support like an absolute boomer. Later that night, chilling in his room, Dane calculates his massive to-do list for the next 2 months. His real goal, mastering summoning magic. He locks in his plan, take summoning classes, score a summoning sign, and finally crush that official qualification exam. Plus, since Clary is the assistant teacher, he is hoping to spot her around. Thinking about all this summoning stuff triggers his memory. He almost forgot to feed his own familiar. Now watch closely because this is wild. He grabs the egg, pumping his magic straight into it. 7 straight years of doing this every single day, and still, absolutely 0 action. But here is the catch. The magic is not vanishing. The familiar is literally drinking it up, so it has to hatch eventually. Meanwhile, academy students are stressing over exams. They are split into two brutal phases: general and specialty. The general test is all boring empire history and culture stuff. Total breeze for our guy. Arabella lectures him through the crystal screen, demanding he takes it seriously since his whole admission score rides on this one test. Then comes the real deal. Specialty. Just like it sounds, you pick a major and test in it. The professor makes the rules. Arabella knows he will absolutely crush it. Dane recalls how she basically speed-ran her own exam and she just smirks. Yeah, she is just built different. Then she drops the hammer. Once you lock in a specialty, no takebacks. He has to choose perfectly right now. And obviously, she is basically begging him to pick the magic track. Cut to Dane swinging his sword at the training grounds. He smiles awkwardly, realizing she is still pushing the wizard agenda. Trying to dodge the nag, he promises to think about it. Then he asks if changing majors later is actually truly impossible. Arabella hits him with the facts. That is academy rules. Your only option is literally graduating and re-enrolling, though sitting in on other classes is fine. But by year 3, cross-track advanced classes are completely blocked off, so yeah, he only gets one real shot to make this call. But then, she casually drops a cheat code. The self-directed course system. Dane is instantly hooked. He wants to know how it beats normal classes. You and I know exactly where this is going. She warns him nobody ever passes it. Naturally, that just hypes him up more. That little pause he does, Arabella instantly knows her brother is cooking up something crazy. He plays it cool, though promising not to do anything stupid before hanging up the call. Screen goes black. Arabella wonders if she is nagging too much, but she truly believes in magic. It is his best option. Right then, another student interrupts, saying the professor needs her immediately. Later on, Sidon totally delivers. He finishes Dane's official recommendation letter. Our boy is hyped that the old man actually came through. And Sidon completely bragging about it. He flexes that he did not just write some generic trash. He highlighted Dane's insane potential. Sidon poured his actual soul into this thing, telling our guy he better feel honored. Dane smiles, promising zero disappointment. Still, the old-timer grumbles. This would be way cooler if Dane just became his official disciple. They practically have that master-student dynamic already, but Sidon knows this kid will never say the word. Dane's awkward smile says it all. Trust me, you and I know he will never call him master. Moving on, Cedric asks if our main character is done packing. Dane shrugs it off. The academy dorms are fully stocked, so there isn't much to bring. Cedric nods in agreement. The place is top tier. Stick with me here because we all know the drill. Only a tiny elite group gets those perks, but our boy isn't losing to arrogant nobles. He laughs nervously. Rumor has it that school is absolutely crawling with spoiled noble brats looking for trouble. Cedric gives him one final serious warning. That academy, packed with vicious kids ready to strike the second they feel disrespected. They will absolutely bare their fangs. Dane pauses. Honestly, that sounds exactly like the law of the battlefield. And trust him, he knows that rule perfectly well. He smiles and promises the old man he won't forget. Cedric then tells him to reach out whenever he needs anything. He should really put that compact communication crystal to good use. Hearing this, our guy realizes Cedric is probably leaving soon. The old mage confirms it immediately, totally shocked that Dane guessed right. Sticking around would be pretty awkward since the Count offered him a mage advisor spot. But hey, that is a problem for later when he is bored out of his mind. Cedric knows the kid gets it. Plus, there is a massive pile of work waiting back at the magic tower. It takes Dane about 2 seconds to realize he is talking about his top-secret ancient magic research. The old man genuinely thanks him. Our boy bows his head, grateful for all the time Cedric wasted on a kid like him. They share a warm smile, both hoping their paths cross again. Cedric seriously cannot wait to see how overpowered Dane becomes in the future. Turning to leave, he tells the kid not to walk him out. Prolonged goodbyes are just way too awkward for him to handle. Dane wishes him a safe trip. You and I know that feeling, right? That little sting of sadness when a great mentor finally leaves. The next morning, the Count asks if he is heading out now that Cedric is safely gone. Our boy nods. His bags are fully packed. His dad turns to his wife, sighing that the massive castle is going to feel totally empty without their boy. She swats away his gloominess. Honestly, she is just relieved Dane is finally getting out of the house. Her biggest fear is him running into wild trouble on the road. But her husband assures her that Arabella built a custom teleport gate, so he will be perfectly safe. The sweet mother smiles, admitting her anxiety is probably just completely blowing things out of proportion. Even so, she is incredibly proud of the amazing kids she raised. Especially when other noble houses have kids constantly at each other's throats for power. His dad sighs, noting that succession battle will eventually hit House Sawgrass too. Still, he genuinely believes any of his crazy talented kids could successfully lead the family. Right on cue, our protagonist strolls into the room, getting a super warm greeting from his folks. Dad checks if he is ready, while Mom double-checks if he packed Nighthorn and her special token. Flashing a bright smile, Dane confirms he has got them both. Mom gently reminds him to take that token exactly where she told him. If things ever go south flashing, that will save his life. Dane promises to remember, but he is super curious. He asks if these mysterious people are her old co-workers or just some long-lost friends. She just smiles sweetly. They are absolutely some of her closest, dearest old companions. It has been forever since they last met up, but she guarantees they will bend over backward to help her son. Now watch closely because you and I both know the hilarious truth. Dad's face drops in panic, realizing her so-called friends are actually cold-blooded assassins. He jumps in immediately, desperately telling his boy to find the Duke instead. Just stay glued to him until the academy doors actually open. Watching this, his sweet mother tears up. Her little boy has grown up so incredibly fast, and now he is actually leaving the nest. The Count gently comforts her. No tears today. They need to send their son off with bright smiles and nothing but warm, encouraging words. Meanwhile, Dane gathers his resolve. Leaving was always the plan, but a tiny part of him still feels reluctant to go. But now it is finally time to go. Herman escorts him to the teleport gate while his father watches from the window. But wait. At that exact moment, a mysterious shadow moves on the Count's secret orders. He commands his loyal man D-Lad to shadow Dane closely. Make absolutely sure he reaches that gate in one piece. D-Lad vanishes instantly. Elsewhere, his badass mother summons her own hidden shadow guard. Totally as expected, she issues the exact same protective command. Ensure he teleports out without a scratch. The shadow bows and disappears immediately. Arriving at the site, Herman is left absolutely speechless by the massive machine. Even Dane has to admit this thing looks incredibly epic. The stunned butler whispers that Lady Arabella must be an absolute genius. Dane totally agrees. No wonder it took her a full year to build. Buzzing with excitement, Herman asks if just stepping on the platform triggers it. Dane nods. He realizes just how much insane effort his sister poured into this, because teleportation magic is not your average everyday spell. That is where we leave it. But trust me, you and I know this complex spell requires exact code rearrangement and constant magic to work. Stick with me here. Arabella's custom teleportation gate is flawless, and every single condition is perfectly primed. Herman wishes him good luck, warning him to stay completely safe. Dane thanks him and walks right up to the gate. Once he steps inside, he channels his raw magic to trigger it exactly like his sister told him to do. The portal immediately rips open, and crackling blue arcane energy completely surrounds him as he teleports. A split second later, the scenery totally flips. Suddenly, our boy spawns right on horseback, right in the middle of a super busy, crowded street. A massive grin lights up his face. He quickly realizes he just hit the capital city Artinia. While pushing through the heavy crowd, some unfamiliar guy calls out, claiming he was waiting for him. This guy looks like a total veteran knight. He introduces himself as Lou Azar, the actual captain of House Tyrion's 1st Knight Corps. Our main character is pretty blown away, having the captain himself roll out as a greeting party, totally unexpected. The captain promises that his squad will heavily escort Dane from this exact point forward. He instantly turns his head, barking orders to clear a path. His elite soldiers obey without a single hesitation. As they march forward, the MC politely says, "Thanks for the escort," and the knight calls it an honor. But suddenly Dane feels a weird tightness inside his chest. Now pay close attention here. He never thought he would enter the Atorian Empire, his most hated place, as a promising VIP. Riding deeper into the city, vendors are screaming out to sell their stuff. He is honestly shocked by how massive this entire place is. He really did not expect the capital to be so wild. Then the knight announces they finally hit House Tyrion territory. That instantly hypes Dane up, and looking ahead, the sheer scale of it leaves him absolutely speechless. Even so, he cannot shake this creepy feeling. Someone is definitely watching him from the shadows. Or is he just being completely paranoid? Approaching the grand entrance, the household staff gives him this incredibly warm welcome, totally catching him off guard. Their flawless manners and insane discipline are a massive upgrade from the rough south he is used to. Standing right in front of Duke Tyrion himself, Dane quickly steps up to greet him. Showing total respect, he bows down directly to the floor. Tyrion happily accepts it and brings him inside, super eager to hear about the brutal trip. Walking in, the Duke points out how drastically Dane changed over 7 long years. He admits even kids older than him lack his crazy aura, noting Count Sagres must be incredibly proud of the monster he raised. Sure, this estate might not rival Count Sagres' castles, but he tells the MC to kick back until the academy exam begins. He also promises a personal servant to handle absolutely whatever he needs. Dane drops a quick thanks and immediately brings up Ela. He really wants to know what she has been doing recently. Turian says she is doing fine, but then randomly asks if our guy fought with her recently. The MC is super confused. Turian explains that lately dropping Dane's name instantly makes Ela look super annoyed and mad. Dane swears he cannot remember any fight at all. The Duke laughs it off, guessing she is just stressed about the exam, though she will easily crush it anyway. Dane scratches his head thinking her weird attitude must just be a normal puberty thing. The Duke tells him to go rest up, saying they can chat later. He drops a final hint, telling Dane to play nice. I know you are feeling the awkwardness too. Dane is clueless, but Turian smirks, promising he will understand soon. A servant escorts the MC to his room. He looks around, realizing this will be his personal base until the entrance exam starts. Honestly, it looks way too luxurious for a simple guest. He throws down his bag, unpacks his gear, and decides to hunt for the training grounds. But suddenly someone just barges right into his room. She offers to show him the training grounds herself. Hearing that tone, Dane instantly knows exactly who it is. He turns around and boom, it is Ela. Wow, she leveled up since their last hangout. Glaring at him, she angrily demands to know why he took forever, super pissed about the long wait. He cannot even hide his huge smile. He is just thrilled to see her, and asks how she is doing. Ela coldly replies, she is great. But before any sweet reunions, he has to face her fury. She is absolutely raging because he went silent for years. Even after his promise, he totally ghosted her. No letters, zero updates. She demands to know why he hid his arrival schedule. Dane is caught completely off guard. He actually forgot, heavily apologizing. Obviously, Isla is not buying that trash excuse. Sweating, he reminds her that he still kept his main promise to show up. He frantically explains that prepping for the capital was so crazy, everything else completely left his brain. Desperate, he begs his childhood friend to let it slide today. So what do you and I make of this? She is visibly pouting, so our guy frantically apologizes and promises to do absolutely whatever she wants to make it up. Stick with me here, Isla raises a skeptical eyebrow, daring him to back down. Dane just flashes an awkward smile, praying she chills out. He asks how he can possibly make things right. Isla barely hesitates before demanding a sparring match. Our main character is completely caught off guard. Definitely not what he expected, but he agrees anyway. Ela lets out this smug little laugh, basically asking if he is ready to get wrecked. She brags about her massive power-up, making it clear she is no longer that little crybaby he once taught to use mana. That bold attitude totally surprises Dane. 7 years have passed and wow, she really has turned into a completely different person. Thinking back, he actually remembers a letter where she bragged about winning a major competition. Ela is actually shocked, he remembered. She proudly names it the Royal Dantara Cup. Oh right, he recalls that giant under-15 fighting tournament. She nods, hyping up how brutal those matches were. Honestly, she claims if he had entered, they totally would have faced off in the grand finals. Well, he smirks now, is their chance to finally settle that. But then Ela hesitates, asking if sparring right before his big entrance exam is smart. Taking a bad hit now could ruin everything. Dane just shrugs it off, telling her to relax. Inside though, he finds it hilarious, she even thinks he might take damage. Since it is getting late, they lock in the duel for tomorrow. Fast forward to the next morning, they face off in the courtyard. Ela immediately asks about his gear, straight up refusing to hear any lame excuses about him fighting with a dull practice weapon. Dane shuts that down fast. This is just a friendly spar, so training weapons stay. Now, pay attention here, because this is crucial. He warns her that real fights are unpredictable, asking what her actual plan is if she gets seriously injured. Zero hesitation, she brags that the Empire's absolute best healer lives right on this estate. But our guy hits her with a hard reality check. What if a lethal strike lands before that healer can even blink? Ela completely freezes. He drops the facts, if she wants real blades, she must accept the risk of death. Meanwhile, she thinks he is totally overreacting over a simple, friendly duel. Finally, she sighs and caves in. Practice weapons it is. She snaps her fingers, ordering a servant to grab their training gear. While they wait, Dane quietly observes her. Honestly, he is genuinely proud seeing this fierce, confident aura she radiates. The rumors were not lying. Give it some time and she will easily rival her two older brothers, both of whom are elite active knights. House Tarian might actually be looking at its very first female family head soon. He wonders if teaching her mana release was the exact spark that triggered this massive growth. It honestly looks like it. And Ela, she is secretly super grateful. Thanks to his early lessons, she mastered magic basics way faster than her peers, already forming 2 entire mana cores. She has been dying for this rematch forever. Half of her actually wonders if crushing him today will hurt his pride. Finally, the servant rushes back, dropping off their requested practice gear. Grabbing a wooden spear, Dane rolls his shoulders to loosen up those muscles. He drops into a perfect fighting stance, checking if she is ready. Sword raised, she nods. She flashes back to a spearman she fought at the Dantara Cup, a guy she absolutely wiped the floor with. Everyone knows spears only rule at a distance. Once you close that gap, they become completely useless. So she rushes in blind. But you and I both know our main character is way too overpowered for that. Before she even swings, Dane completely vanishes, leaving her totally stunned. Before her brain can even process his speed, that wooden spear taps her back. A perfect critical hit. Game over in 1 second. She whips around completely baffled, demanding to know how he moved so fast. Dane just smiles, reminding her she is lucky they went with practice weapons. Real blades, she would be bleeding out right now. Stubborn as ever, Isla flat out denies losing. She swears her sword would have connected first, meaning technically she is the one who won. Our guy just laughs and offers a rematch. But he drops a cold warning: the same trick will not save her twice, so step carefully. Taking a deep breath, Isla resets. She convinces herself that she only choked because it has been so long since they last met. This round 0 holding back. Then she suddenly spots her father watching the entire fight from the upper balcony. Dane spots the Duke as well, genuinely surprised the man showed up personally, just to gauge his daughter's true combat level. He totally gets that overprotective dad energy though. After her massive tournament win, the Duke is definitely stressing over how hard she is pushing herself. Dane figures this friendly duel will finally calm those nerves once her father witnesses her actual raw potential. With her dad watching, Isla's motivation completely skyrockets. Time to prove her worth by unleashing absolute hell in this final round. Dane nods, basically saying to bring it on. The second they clash again, the speed is absolutely off the charts. Isla is swinging with everything she has got now. Yet Dane effortlessly blocks, taunting her to push past her limits and hit harder. Up on the balcony, the Duke smiles with pure pride. To him, they look perfectly matched, and he is eager for the finale. But trust me, everything just changed. You and I are about to see this fight get wild. The Duke watches Dane drop that easy smile, suddenly flashing the cold face of a true warrior. That look feels super familiar to him. Layla throws absolutely everything at Dane, but honestly, it is so obvious she cannot even touch his level. One sloppy move leaves her wide open. The main character sweeps her legs instantly, though he makes sure her landing is not too rough. Duke Termian is not thrilled watching his daughter get crushed. He asks his knight Agric if this will finally check Layla's ego. Agric chuckles, saying the Duke already knows, so his opinion is pretty useless. Termian nods. He saw the warning signs before the Dante Cup, but after winning it, her whole attitude changed for the worse. As the sparring continues, the Duke admits he almost sat her down for a serious lecture, but he figured she needed a wake-up call on her own. Agric totally agrees. Termian then asks how many mana cores Dane has absorbed. Looking at that insane talent, Agric guesses he took in at least 3. Termian shakes his head. He bets it is just 2, maybe 3 if they are lucky. Agric asks why he thinks that. Termian points at the fight. What is destroying Layla is not Dane's spear technique or even his crazy speed. It is his brilliant tactical movement, something she has never faced. Now pay attention here because this is brutal. Layla is completely panicking as Dane perfectly counters her. He flat out tells her she is too slow and easy to read. Every single strike she makes is way too predictable, handing him total control of the fight. Watching closely, Termian asks Asmar if he sees the aura of a total veteran inside Dane. Asmar instantly agrees, but calls it crazy. How could a kid this young have that much combat experience? Termian is wondering the exact same thing. He remembers Layla's biggest power spike back when she was younger. After a southern trip 7 years ago, meeting him changed her completely. Termian knows this beatdown will do the exact same. Asmar nods, blown away by the boy. Layla might be a Dante Cup champ, but against Dane, she is hopelessly outclassed. It looks like someone trained him ruthlessly, but the Duke just is not buying it. In his eyes, the main character was not forged by some harsh master. Honestly, he does not even look like he needs training. Asmar is confused, so the Duke drops the truth. This kid is built different. A born genius with insane talent, he figures Dane skipped the big tournament for one simple reason: he just did not care. Asmar nods, but deep down he thinks that sounds absolutely ridiculous. Every single kid in the Empire dreams of winning the Dante Cup, so why ignore it? Termian points out that nobody his age is even close to his level. Right on cue, Layla collapses to her knees. Watching her panting, Termian hopes this brutal reality check will finally shatter that stubborn pride. He prays this little sparring session forces her to accept her limits. If she drops the ego and grinds, she will surpass all her brothers. But for Layla, this is pure humiliation. You saw this coming, right? She realizes Dane is not just strong, he is completely untouchable. She knew there was a gap, but not a canyon. Seeing her exhausted, Dane finally calls it. He did exactly what the Duke wanted, proving to Layla she is not the peak. Walking away, she furiously demands to know his secret. Dane casually says he just practiced, which only pisses her off more. To Layla, it feels like he is completely mocking all her own blood and sweat. She thinks he is calling her lazy. Cold as ever, Dane just tells her to train harder. He walks off. But Layla is not a quitter. She swears she will win their next match. Dane barely reacts, already expecting a rematch, leaving her staring at his back. To her, he is the only peer worthy of respect. At the same time, he is her ultimate goal. She wants to prove she is no helpless child. But no matter what she does, he always stays one step ahead. Still, she promises herself victory next time. A few days pass, and the epic Imperial Academy exam finally begins. It is a massive festival. Elite prodigies from across the entire empire flood the capital with their families. Thousands hit the city at once. This year, 6,000 hopefuls signed up. Pay the fee, and you are in. Open to everyone but the competition. Absolutely ruthless. 2/3 failed the very first test. That is where we leave it. 2,000 survivors remain. Trust me, this next exam gets totally insane. Meanwhile, over at the academy, top staff members are having a headache. Over 2,000 applicants passed the first test, so things are getting crazy busy. Someone asks how many will actually survive this round. A woman confidently answers 200 max. They all start placing bets on the passing students. Leading this meeting is Professor Davo, head of magic. The confident woman is Ingrid, head of spear fencing. Davo asks about the results, eager to see who took first place. Someone casually mentions the top spear fighter will obviously be the girl from House Turian. She won the Danter Cup, so nobody doubts Duke Turian trained his kids well. The chat goes on with Delphine, the sharp-eyed head of summoning, and Esnad, the swordsmanship boss. While everyone keeps guessing the top ranker, Davo just sits there smirking quietly. Finally, he interrupts their pointless guessing game. He pulls out a letter, and everyone instantly freezes. They ask what it is, and Davo drops a bomb. It is a recommendation letter from Sidron stamped with the Nixon Magic Tower seal. The whole room is stunned. After all these years, Sidron finally found someone he thinks is worthy. I know what you're thinking. No one beats the champion, right? But Davo wasn't done. He reminds them Sidron never takes disciples, yet he personally sent this. And guess what? That isn't all. The kid is 14 and already a 3-circle mage. Naturally, everyone is dying to know who this monster is. Davo milks the suspense, then drops the name Dane. The entire room goes dead silent. The crazy part, House Dane already has 2 geniuses at this academy. And now a third one is rolling in. Everyone knows that is going to cause a massive scene. Esnad points out House Dane is famous for spears, so a mage recommendation makes 0 sense. Looks like this kid might become famous for magic instead. Lady Ingrid totally agrees. She fully expected him to apply for spear fencing. So yeah, massive plot twist. Davo is absolutely thrilled though. With Arabella already in magic, this kid will make his department untouchable. After all, the Imperial Academy is literally famous for magic. Right then, a woman rushes in shouting that the final test results are out. The numbers drop. 1,367 for swordsmanship, 227 for magic, and 152 for summoning. The swordsmanship numbers are absolutely massive compared to the rest. Everyone is super impressed, and Esnad is practically glowing with pride. He is completely convinced our boy must be his student. The professors frantically scan the list to find Dane, but, shockingly, his name is not in any of those departments. Confused, an old man asks if any applicants are missing. 1 entry for the autonomous major. Trust me, you are not ready for this. The second she says that the entire room just freezes. But she is not done. She drops an absolute nuke. Dane crushed the first test, taking first place out of 6,000 applicants. Everyone is completely paralyzed, and someone just blurts out in pure, utter disbelief. Stick with me here to see how crazy this gets. It has already been a month since he hit the academy. Time seriously flew by. That epic spar with Isla feels like yesterday, but they already crushed the first exam and are just waiting on the results. For him, a total breeze. Then Isla charges right up to him, absolutely dying to talk about the only thing she cares about right now, the rankings. She is itching to see his score. Of course, we already know he took first place, which is honestly 0 surprise to anyone. But for Isla, it is just another brutal defeat. As his self-proclaimed rival, she cannot even hide how pissed she is about losing again. Dane, though, he is absolutely loving that sour look on her face. He just loves knocking this arrogant girl down a peg when she acts like first place is her birthright. Super annoyed, Ila demands to know his study secret. He casually mentions he just grinded through old exam papers his sister mailed over. Even so, he admits it was rough, especially the military science section. But Dane had a massive cheat code. Military science was basically his day job. He lived and breathed war in his past life. Ila, however, cannot fathom why 14-year-olds are taking literal exams on battlefield strategy and war politics. Our guy only throws gas on the fire, casually saying he actually found it fun. That makes her blood boil, and she straight up asks if he suffered a head injury. In her mind, war tactics, fine art music, and deep Drenic Empire history are subjects literally no normal 14-year-old kid should ever understand. Dane just fires back with his classic bluntness, saying it is his specialty. He picked up all of it out on the battlefield. Changing subjects, Ela asks what he chose for exam number 2. Now pay close attention here, because this choice is wild. He calmly says he picked number 3, the legendary autonomous major, leaving her completely stunned. Every single new detail she learns about this guy just makes her crazier. She demands to know what else he is hiding besides spear arts and summoning magic. He just gives a cheeky smile, dodging it and saying she will find out soon. Furious, she tells him to spill it right now, demanding why he chose the autonomous path. She literally cannot make sense of it. But our MC, he just casually drops that he wants to study absolutely everything. Ela quickly snaps back, reminding him the autonomous course has an insanely brutal fail rate. Dane stays completely chill. He heard autonomous students can take literally any class they want, even elite senior courses, right until graduation. Plus, they never have to lock down a single major and can do high-level research with any professor on campus. Ela just glares at him, asking if he seriously thinks students fail just because they do not know about those perks. She even accuses him of picking it just to avoid sharing a department with her. He completely denies it, but that just makes her press him harder. She practically yells, demanding how he expects to pass, and what crazy skills he is hiding alongside spears and summoning. Seeing her get this fired up, he actually considers explaining it. But honestly, he just thinks she is way too loud and wishes she would stop talking. Meanwhile, over in the academy staff room, the elite professors are talking about Dane. Passing the autonomous exam means clearing 3 completely different department tests. So yeah, all the top professors had to hold a meeting. I know what you are thinking, it sounds crazy, right? Spear, fighting magic, and summoning clash so hard that mastering all 3 is basically considered impossible. Professor Delphina So mentions a few kids have passed 2 tests but most bomb everything. Davo nods, arguing it is way smarter to just pick a lane. Spears for fighters, spells for mages. Going for one major is the safe play. The autonomous track has been around for 2 centuries, and almost 0 people have ever cleared the whole thing. Back when it was first created, the rules were not this insane. Hundreds of years ago, during the Conquest era, the Academy was desperate. Anyone with a shred of talent in multiple fields was trained and thrown into action, but that is not how things work anymore. The standards just kept rising. Students prefer maxing out one skill over being mediocre at everything. One guy even asks why this useless major is still a thing. Davo quickly reminds them it is a symbol. Pure prestige meant for the Empire's absolute greatest. Delphina So fires back that it barely even matters today. It is essentially just a dead title on a piece of paper, but Davo drops a massive history bomb. In the last 1,000 years, only 2 people have ever succeeded. One guy dropped out, and the other was the literal former emperor. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid declares that unless this kid is a god-tier genius, he will fail. Delphina So then reminds everyone who they are dealing with. Dane is the youngest son of war hero Aranso Sagres, so his bloodline is definitely not normal. Honestly, she admits she is extremely curious to see his skills. What do you think? Is he an arrogant kid or a true monster? Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this play out. If the teachers go easy, he might pass, but they absolutely refuse to do a sloppy job. Regardless, Davo is hooked. If Dane is crazy enough to challenge an academy legend, Davo wants a front row seat. Finally, the second exam kicks off. Standing right before the professors, he confidently drops his name and declares he is applying for the ultra-tough autonomous major program. Davo asks if he actually gets how heavy that choice is. Oh, our boy definitely did his homework. He answers with pure confidence. He knows he must ace the exams for all 3 majors. Ingrid warns him he can still back out. She highly respects Count May Sogres, the Empire's absolute best spearman, and hates seeing his kid fail and run home crying. Dane totally appreciates the warning, but makes it crystal clear he came here to give it his absolute all. The professors figure if he was the type to quit over a tiny warning, he never would have bothered applying at all. With that settled, Davo breaks it down. The exam features 3 brutal separate tests tied directly to his chosen majors. Fail even a single one, it is an instant game over. Rules set. Davo signals the head of the summoning department, Professor Delphina So, to start. She steps up, and Dane instantly remembers her insane reputation. From what the rumors say, she literally reached the peak of summoners in the Altan Empire. She holds the insane record of calling 3 second-rank creatures at once. Stepping up, she claims her test is totally simple. Our guy just has to impress her with his summoning skills. That gets him incredibly hyped. He wanted a free test. Instead of flexing a trick, he literally asks her to perform a summon. This completely catches her off guard. She snaps back, asking what the hell he means. The other teacher's completely lost. No applicant ever asks a professor to summon. Davo is seriously wondering what this kid is plotting. Davo expected boring theory since the kid lacks a mark. But trust me, you need to watch this, he wants to see a real summon. Delphina hates this kid telling her what to do, but she still agrees to the request. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to witness something completely off the charts. She starts the spell. A massive magic circle forms and the raw pressure literally pushes everything else away. The teachers are blown away when the beast finally drops in, the Mad Summon Eater arc. One terrifying roar from this absolute monster makes everyone instantly rethink their entire life choices. Renee knows this thing is the fiercest third-rank summon out there. It literally attacks everyone except its owner. He never expected to see a beast like this in an entrance exam. Suddenly, things just got crazy interesting. With her part done, Delphina tells our main character to show off whatever he was planning. The crowd is absolutely stunned. Even compared to fourth-rank creatures, Eater Arc is basically pure savage instinct. Multiple top-tier knights would struggle to beat it. Ingrid cannot figure out why Delphina summoned something this dangerously extreme. Now watch closely. Renee just walks toward the beast, throwing Delphina into absolute panic. She screams at him to back up before the monster attacks him. But our guy completely ignores her. Stepping dangerously close, he calmly states that he is just trying to prove his skills as a summoner. Delphina yells that she never asked him to throw his life away. Renee just raises a hand telling her not to worry at all. With one firm gesture and a few quiet words, that terrifying massive monster suddenly drops down and bows. It starts acting like a total pet. Everyone is speechless while Renee pets this nightmare beast like a stray cat. Even Delphina, the actual owner, is completely frozen in shock. There is zero chance Eater Arc should be tamed this easily. Then she spots the mana thread connecting them. The thread is faint, not a full submission, but it completely wiped out all the beast's aggressive hostility. You see this right, they are watching it live but still cannot even believe their own eyes. Delphina realizes Renee instantly analyzed her mana thread while walking up, then copied it to connect himself to the beast. Without a mark, this is his absolute best method as a summoner. She realizes this kid has godlike talent. His skills go way beyond the praise she got from her own masters. With talent like this, his potential is limitless. Finally, she steps up and tells our guy that this is more than enough to prove his ability. Praising his courage and calm judgment, she officially passes him. The other teachers are deeply impressed. Stuff like this almost never happens. Later tonight, Renee returns to Duke Termian's palace and tells Isla everything. She is absolutely shocked the test only took 20 minutes. Hating to admit it, she accepts he is the top student now. He quickly points out that she ranked first in swordsmanship, making her an incredible student in her own right. Isla refuses to accept the compliment, just sitting there and sulking in pure frustration. He tries cheering her up, reminding her that her father literally threw a huge party just to celebrate her passing. But Isla cannot ignore the massive skill gap between them. Honestly, Renee does not even feel like a rival anymore. He feels like an unstoppable force. Defeated, she just walks away without saying a single word. Later on, the Duke catches up with our guy, telling him to just give her some much-needed space. Renee worries her sulking is bad, but the Duke promises she will get over it. Then he switches topics, asking if Renee told his dad. He knows Count Stress would be incredibly proud of this. Renee nods, saying everyone back home was thrilled. The Duke smiles, reminding him that entering the autonomous department is a really huge deal. Even the school staff were completely shocked. With exams done, he tells Renee to rest up for enrollment. Renee warmly thanks the Duke for all his guidance. Termian brings up another thing, asking what weapon Renee wants forged. Our boy mentions a sword, though he has not made a final choice. When the Duke asks why the hesitation, Renee says he is simply still growing. He has no clue what exact sword fits him yet, so he wants to think before making a permanent, unchangeable request. Termian finds that pretty funny. Right then, the butler steps in, saying the Duchess is asking for the Duke. He heads off, leaving Renee thinking about the Duchess. Her mysterious illness has not changed at all for years. Isla suddenly returns, saying her mother is thankfully not getting any worse, but definitely not getting better either. It has been years. Renee feels awful for her, having never seen anyone stay sick this long. Makes you think, doesn't it? Still, he definitely does not dare guess how Isla feels about this wild request. 2 days later, boom, back at the academy. The headmaster Archibald Helmet steps up and warmly welcomes all the fresh Imperial Academy students. He hypes them up for surviving the brutal competition, claiming the Empire's future is looking seriously bright with elite talents like them around. This year, he notes, is absolutely packed with outstanding freshmen. But among them, one truly special monster, who actually passed the brutal autonomous department exam. Including this kid, only 2 people pulled this off in a whole century. And Dane, he passed with total unanimous approval from the Magic Spear and Summoning Deans. The crowd is absolutely stunned. We both know passing that test is basically impossible. But the headmaster calls our hero forward, and he walks up without a hint of fear. The crowd goes completely wild. They just cannot believe someone this young cleared that insane exam. Everyone is hyping up Dane and the Sogers family. Even Count Sogers and the rest of his family are right there soaking it in. Nearby, Duke Tyrion warmly praises Count Sogers for raising such an absolute beast of a kid. Internally, though, he feels super disappointed, thinking he failed completely with his own 2 kids. His daughter is joining the academy, but his sons are missing. One is stuck on a mission, and the other literally ran away. Meanwhile, Count Sogers has everything perfectly lined up, with his daughters leaving Tyrion feeling pretty damn jealous. Glancing at his daughter, he gets quietly sad. He really regrets that her mother cannot be here today. While our hero soaks up the spotlight, Delphus quickly asks his sister if Dane was always this godlike, with summoning since he was little. She answers instantly like it is super obvious. Of course he was, Delfino totally expected that. Now he is totally convinced the protagonist was born with natural sympathy. To him, this kid is a legendary anomaly, outclassing everyone, even without a visible summoner mark. Then the sister drops a crazy thought: could his high sympathy actually let him summon beings from beyond the horizon? That means another entire world, the original birthplace of summoners. And get this, the link to it was lost over a whole century ago. After thinking hard, Delfino admits it might actually be possible. If summons get to choose their masters, then this kid might seriously pull it off. Meanwhile, the headmaster steps up to meet our hero face to face. Handing him a paper, he says he expects this absolute prodigy to unleash his full potential here. Dane proudly takes the paper, flashing a cool, confident smile. After that epic moment, students line up for the oath ceremony, led by the first-year representative. Later, our hero gets totally lost in thought, soaking in the glory of his first massive achievement. Making it into the academy took some serious grinding. You and I just watched absolute greatness. He refuses to waste this second chance, and he plans to go so much further. Let's dive into this. We move to the academy's main hall. The VIPs finally finish their opening speeches, and students get a quick breather before the real madness begins. They are told to grab snacks and relax while they can. But during the break, Ela starts nagging Dane like a worried housewife. She warns him that being number 1 puts a huge target on his back. Some want to help, but others, bad news. She begs him to think before accepting offers. He totally brushes it off, acting tough, but Ela keeps lecturing him and brings up joining clubs. Dane immediately shoots that down. Zero interest. Meanwhile, older students are already aggressively hunting down all the top-tier freshmen to recruit into their own groups. Although thinking about it, Dane remembers his older sister mentioning how fun the academy clubs could be. Then, boom, a crazy upperclassman screams Dane's name, desperately trying to recruit him. A massive mob swarms them instantly. Everyone starts screaming over each other, begging him to join up. Things go from 0 to absolute chaos in seconds. Ela grabs his hand, yanking him away as they sprint for their lives to escape the madness. But nope. Their escape route is completely blocked by another wave of desperate upperclassmen hunting Dane down. Total mayhem. The entire place is just students aggressively screaming about how awesome their clubs are. Ela keeps sprinting like actual zombies are chasing them, dragging Dane along, but even her top speed isn't enough. The crazy mob is right on their heels. And Dane, he thinks this feels super familiar. He is totally used to running from enemy soldiers, but getting chased for being a genius, that is definitely new. Now watch closely as the story shifts. Meet Keltus Redfield, who is just calmly walking around, completely minding his own business. The older students start whispering the second they see him. The guy obviously has a massive reputation around here. Get this, Keltus used to be the commander of the Imperial Knights before returning here to play the role of professor. Everyone respects him as one of the most elite teachers alive. But the hilarious part, Keltus literally hates playing the perfect professor, and his lazy days are officially over. Why? Because for the first time in decades, his autonomous department got a student. He had it so easy before. He used to just casually write papers and chill. Now, the guy actually has to prepare real actual lessons. In his head, Keltus is just quietly wishing the freshman orientation was already over. He is furious that someone joined his department while he is the acting head. Suddenly, he spots Dane standing right outside his office. Surprised the kid showed up this early, Keltus calls him out. Dane politely greets his new teacher like usual. The second they sit down in the office, Keltus is internally screaming with pure annoyance. He worked insanely hard for this job just to relax. Actually, teaching kids was never part of his plan. If he wanted to train rookies, he would have stayed with the Imperial Knights. But since there is no escaping this, he asks Dane why he picked this department. Our boy casually replies that he doesn't want to be locked into one single field. Keltus asks if he will pick a major later. Dane nods, saying he will eventually, but he absolutely refuses to waste this rare chance to study whatever he wants right now. You saw that coming, right? That answer absolutely bothers Keltus, because now he knows he is permanently stuck teaching him. But wait, he suddenly remembers. Dane totally skipped the swordsmanship test. To Keltus, that obviously means the kid cannot fight. Spotting a perfect loophole, he slowly asks if Dane knows anything about swords. The question completely blindsides Dane, prompting Keltis to quickly backtrack and say he isn't insulting him. But since he is studying under a legendary former knight, Keltis claims the kid should know at least the absolute basics of a sword. It is a super weird request. Dane knows his new professor hates having him around, so he answers completely honestly. He says he has zero interest in swords. Bingo Keltis loves that answer and instantly demands to test Dane's skills. You see, Keltis has the absolute right to evaluate him. And if Dane sucks with a blade as much as he hopes this lazy teacher can legally kick him right out of the department, so they head straight to the training grounds for this test. Once inside, Keltis points to a massive weapon wall and tells Dane to take his pick. Dane slowly checks out the collection. Scanning all these deadly blades, he genuinely wonders why a peaceful scholar department even has a room like this. There haven't been students here for decades, so why hoard weapons? Whatever. Dane just shrugs and casually grabs a random sword off the rack. Keltis asks if he is sure, and Dane nods without blinking. Weapon chosen, the professor lays down the rules. So here's the deal you and I get to witness. If Dane lands one single hit, he passes with Keltis taking only 2 steps. Dane accepts the terms immediately, and they take their starting spots. Keltis feels relieved, but seriously on edge. Keltis is glad he agreed. But stick with me, that wild confidence. It is like our boy actually believes he will win. The second the match starts, Dane charges right at Keltis. He swings hard to tag him, but the teacher casually dodges. Still, the professor spots something instantly. The kid is fast, way faster than expected. For a split second, Keltis questions if this boy actually belongs in the autonomous department. But there is zero time to think. Dane keeps pushing, throwing relentless strikes that get sharper with every single swing. At one point, the blade misses Keltis by mere inches, sending an icy chill straight down his spine. Dane swings again, and Keltis actually has to draw his own blade to block, a fraction of a second slower, and the match would have ended right then and there, with the teacher losing. What shocks him most is the boy's style. Super rough, completely wild, but insanely effective. Keltis knows for a fact now this kid can fight. This is definitely not beginner's luck. He is totally unpredictable, making him super dangerous. After that crazy clash, Dane steps back, panting hard. Keltis watches him like a hawk. That weird stance throws him off, triggering a memory of a brutal swordsman from a past battlefield. The crazy part: this stance isn't polished at all. Not like a fancy knight or some noble. It is raw and totally strange, forged in real combat instead of a classroom. But no time to think. Dane charges right back in, and their swords smash together again. The pure speed of this fight is unbelievable. Now pay close attention here. Steel flashes in a blur, and Keltis is absolutely stunned. None of this makes sense. He never saw this coming. I mean, he is a Hexa-class swordsman, absolute elite tier. Yet he has to burn a massive amount of mana just to match a 14-year-old kid. It is completely frustrating, but honestly thrilling as hell. It shows Dane's insane potential, bringing a heavy challenge the professor never expected from this simple exam. He actually starts losing his footing, desperately trying to stick to that strict 2-step limit he promised. Every single hit feels heavier, and the way this kid fights keeps pulling at his brain. It feels way too familiar. Keltis flashes back to a bloody battlefield, facing off against a lone knight, radiating that exact same untamed, unbreakable energy. He remembers being totally shocked by that fearless warrior. A guy fighting with pure reckless madness, completely bannerless. That absolute madman ripped through the battlefield, a walking disaster everyone failed to stop. Snapping back to reality, Keltis suddenly feels the freezing cold touch of Dane's blade pressing against his skin. Boom. He got tagged. Dane cracks a tiny smile but keeps it chill. Laughing right now would just be insulting to his master. Instead, he innocently goes, "I think my sword hit you." Keltis hates to admit it, but a deal is a deal. Bound by his word, Keltis officially passes him. Dane finally drops his guard exhausted. Surviving this guy was brutal. If the professor hadn't handicapped himself, Dane knows he would have been totally wrecked. Honestly, Keltis feels totally overwhelmed too. The raw talent hiding in this kid is absolute madness. You and I both know, even a handicapped Hexa-class professor shouldn't be pushed this hard. Now Keltis realizes exactly why this kid wasn't sweating the swordsmanship exam. With skills like that, it makes total sense. He looks at Dane, asking why he didn't just join the sword department. Dane just shrugs, saying his family would be super disappointed if he chose swords. Keltis just stares, completely confused. That makes zero sense, but then he connects the dots. His dad is a spear legend, and his sisters are magical prodigies. Suddenly, it clicks why Dane applied to all 3 separate departments. He just wanted to live up to the family hype. Keltis finally grasps the painful truth. He wasn't scared of using the sword, he just actively avoided training in it. Test officially over. Dane gets the green light to leave the room. He gives a polite bow, thanking Keltis before quietly walking out. Watching him leave, reality hits the professor hard. His lazy plan to fail the kid and keep his peaceful life, total garbage now. There is no running from this. As the door clicks shut, Keltis closes, his eyes drifting back to a deep conversation with an old colleague. He had asked for the name of that crazy knight. The answer, Egrish. Later on, Dane bumps into his second sister, who is absolutely floored that he passed. She knows Professor Keltis is notorious for never letting anyone off easy. The guy literally ghosts his own faculty meetings. The one time he actually showed up, the director dragged him there. He despises doing extra work. So what do you and I take from this? The guy is a total wildcard making her panic. Good thing our boy made it out completely unharmed. Stick with me here, Dane. Totally thought his second sister would hype up his win, but honestly, she just looks relieved he's safe. And that's exactly why she's his favorite. She actually cares if he survives. Then, right on cue, his oldest sister comes sprinting over. The three siblings group up and instantly, the crowd starts whispering. Seeing all the Sagres kids together is absolutely blowing everyone's minds. People already worship this family just because of Arabella and Claire. Now, the youngest brother is proving he's just as overpowered. Later on, Dane bumps into a senior named Max Hauer, who introduces himself. Max basically runs the dorms here. He explains the whole setup: 3 different wings with students totally divided by their grades. The absolute peak is Dantry Hall, named straight after the first emperor. Since our main character is the top ranker and crushed the main exam, Max says he gets a spot right there. He hypes the place up: restaurants, training rooms, libraries, lounges, and even magic projection rooms. Oh, and some totally sketchy secret facilities. Dane has literally zero clue what that means, but he just nods along and listens. Max warns him though. Even if Dane is safe, if anyone's grades drop, they get kicked right out of Dantry Hall. He throws in that Arabella and Claire dominated this hall until graduation, putting even more crazy pressure on the family name. Lecture over. Max hands our boy his room key and mentions a spare. So if he ever loses it, he can just come crawling back for a new one. But then the senior gives a weird warning. The students here aren't evil, but sometimes they act totally out of their minds. Max just laughs and says he'll see for himself. Any questions, just hit him up on the crystal internet ball. And with that, Dane finally heads up to his room. Now pay attention because things get weird. The place is super luxurious, but something feels off. 0 people around. It's like everyone just vanished. Feeling totally creeped out, he pushes his senses outward. Instantly, he catches this super faint smell of oil. Let's jump into this wild academy manhwa together. He hears faint gears turning. Boom. He instantly knows he's walked straight into a hidden trap. But panic. Not this guy. He just smirks at their sloppy setup, while the pranksters watch eagerly through a window. Clueless as to why Dane froze, the group starts panicking. Did he actually figure out they set him up? But the guy wearing glasses, Arnold, he says, absolutely no way. See, his collared family has hunted for centuries. They know traps inside out. Plus, he's the eldest son of an actual baron, so he's pretty confident. That is Arnold Collard, a third-year shooting major. One student nervously thinks they went too far. Arnold brushes him off, claiming he took out all the lethal stuff. It's his first big prank, so he's hyped. Still, some guys aren't totally convinced that messing with House Sagres is a smart move. Arnold insists academy hazing is a tradition here. He's been dying to do this and swears Dane will be left absolutely terrified. Then Priscilla Nariel speaks up. She's a 4th-year theology student from House Nariel, and she has some doubts. Since Dane is the literal top student in the elite autonomous department, she thinks this prank might seriously backfire. Both his sisters are complete geniuses. If he's independent from them, his brain might be even scarier. Now the group doubts the setup will even work. But Arnold remains totally stubborn here. He painted everything to blend in perfectly. He even oiled the gears so they wouldn't make a single mechanical sound. Watch closely here because things get hilarious. Dane finally moves, making those fools cheer. Knowing every trap's location, he triggers the first one on purpose. A water balloon drops. But our guy expects it casually, popping it with a mana bullet. Next up, a trap reeking of pure garbage. Arnold loses his mind, shocked that Dane spotted every single trick. He desperately calls it pure coincidence. But Priscilla is not buying it. Sweating, Arnold claims the easy traps were just a warm-up. He saved the real nightmare for last. He swears Dane will completely fall for it. His buddies trust him, but Priscilla stays highly suspicious. Exactly as expected, our main character breezes right through everything. He is completely ready for whatever's next. After pinpointing every hidden threat in that hall, Dane smirks and steps forward. Triggering the first one, boxing gloves suddenly launch from every direction. But with his insane footwork, that trap was an absolute joke. Next, a classic cartoon drop trap. He dodges it effortlessly while feathers explode everywhere. Then bronze poles shoot up to skewer him, but he dodges those easily too. Watching their precious traps fail miserably, the upperclassmen sit there totally stunned. But honestly, what did they expect from the young master of House Sagres? Even Dane's genius older sisters fell for these tricks during their first year. Arnold is dangerously close to quitting. They spent hours building and hiding these things, yet the main character strolls through like he owns the place. It's almost like he has a cheat code for them. But Arnold's stupid hunter pride won't let him stop. You know he won't be scared, right? Still curious, Priscilla asks what this final trap actually is. With a smug grin, Arnold refuses to spoil the surprise. He tells them to keep watching for the grand finale. Down the hallway, Dane suddenly stops. A giant mythical beast just appeared right in front of him. Some kind of terrifying dragon. The final trap uses literal summons. A massive dragon and a horrifying skeletal deer of death. They tower over Dane, charging like they want blood. But Dane Sawgrist just stays totally calm, analyzing them. He is honestly surprised someone wasted high-tier summons on a simple prank, until he notices something super weird. Yeah, the beast heads and upper bodies look crazy realistic. But the bottom halves, not so much. Look closely. The fake monsters start glitching and bending near the hallway corners. Dane smiles. They are just cheap illusions. Loud, scary, and intimidating, but completely fake. No random academy prankster could control beasts that strong. Any normal freshman would have run screaming for their lives here, but after seeing through it, this final trap is a joke. No dodging needed. That just wastes precious mana. All he has to do is disrupt the airflow so the cheap illusion completely shatters. As mana swirls around his hands, the spying upperclassman gets super confused. Dane isn't running. He looks bored. Seeing this, Arnold starts sweating. He never thought a first year could spot an advanced illusion so quickly. Pure madness. Even seniors would struggle with that. Priscilla shivers, realizing their brilliant plan is totally ruined. Trust me, you will love this part. Gathering mana, Dane fires a spinning energy wave slicing through that fake dragon instantly. Boom, direct hit. The illusion completely shattered, leaving the entire hallway choked with thick smoke. For a prodigy with his insane magic control, pulling this off was literally as easy as breathing. Stick with me here, you are about to see how our guy handles this lame hazing prank. Path cleared time to hunt the pranksters down, but the second he tracked them down, absolute chaos. Screams echoed down the hall. These upperclassmen were sprinting for their lives. A massive, terrifying Adirak was right on their heels. They all panicked, yelling at their trap expert Arnold to do something. But a counterattack? Yeah, right. They had absolutely nothing. This was getting genuinely deadly. Cornered. The beast unleashed a blood-chilling roar that absolutely paralyzed them. Just pure screaming terror. Now pay attention because this is where everything flips. Right before those fangs sink in, Danny finally steps up to shut it down. Talk about a perfect way to flush out the hiding rats. Hearing his voice, the panicked seniors whipped their heads toward him, completely stunned. They practically cried, begging him for help. Guessing he summoned it, they frantically promised to apologize for their dumb little prank. Just please save them from this furry, bloodthirsty nightmare. Danny just raised one hand. Glowing runes lit up the air mana, swirling totally under his command. A massive portal ripped open behind the Adirak, freezing it completely. It got sucked right in. One casual wave later, portal closed. The beast vanished like it never existed. Arnold and his crew, jaws on the floor. The mighty hunting clan heir was seriously questioning if that monster was just another illusion. After a really awkward silence, the seniors finally scrambled back onto their feet. Someone awkwardly cleared their throat, admitting their tough guy initiation was an absolute humiliating failure. Then Glasses Guy steps up. He introduces himself as Drogon Valentine, a fifth-year student from the alchemy department. He flexed that he was the sole direct heir of Maris Valentine, sticking his hand out. He even tried buttering Danny up with compliments, calling him super handsome and athletic, which honestly tracked. Everyone knows his sisters are legendary for their crazy talent and beauty. Completely baffled by this weird flattery, Danny just played it cool, shook his hand and politely said hello back. But Glasses Guy would not stop yapping, praising how easily Danny dodged every single trap. Rumors said he was the first independent department student in decades. Honestly, these seniors should have known they would get wrecked. Drogon casually threw Arnold under the bus, pointing out he built the traps. He hyped him up as the house-collared heir absolute hunting legends. Hearing that flex, Arnold just looked super embarrassed. Danny just smirked, finally putting a face to the dorm's annoying trap maze. Desperate to fix the mood, Drogon pushed the rest to introduce themselves. The blonde girl, that was Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Drogon quickly warned Danny not to hit on her since she was aiming to be a holy cleric. Not letting anyone speak for her, Priscilla loudly declared herself a gorgeous, kind-hearted maiden and the exiled child of House Nariel. She dramatically explained that theology meant throwing away all worldly adult desires forever. Danny gave a super awkward smile and politely replied. But the second their hands touched, she looked like she saw a literal ghost. Just from that brief skin contact, she sensed a mana density that was completely off the charts. You and I both love a good overpowered reveal, right? No kid his age should hold power this absurd. It was genuinely world-shaking. Priscilla thought she knew magic. Now, she was just staring at her hand, totally mind-blown. Danny looked completely used to that reaction. But Arnold. He was fuming, still salty. His perfect traps got trashed. He flat-out refused to believe the hype over some slightly above-average mana. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew quickly went into full damage control. Next, Charles Hasbro stepped up, introducing himself as a second-year martial arts student. He instantly clarified that he was totally different from those weird gym bro freaks in the physical beauty club. Danny totally remembered those buff dudes, aggressively recruiting earlier. Charles insisted that, yeah, muscles are cool, but real martial arts is not just flexing giant biceps. He was super chill, even inviting Danny to drop by their training sessions anytime. Now the only guy who had not introduced himself yet. Our grumpy trap maker. Everyone nudged Arnold to swallow his pride and say hi like a normal person. But the great house-collared heir kept pouting like a giant baby. Finally, he gave in and shook his hand. Arnold Collard and Danny just locked eyes, looking intense as hell. Arnold was clearly boiling that his masterfully crafted traps got ruined. Figuring he should throw him a bone, Danny decided to stroke his ego. He admitted the traps were genuinely impressive, praising Arnold's crazy good understanding of mechanics and trigger spots. And that is where we leave it. Never prank an assassin. To his trained eyes, they were not hidden. The paint gave it away. Arnold stood there completely stunned. Someone was actually criticizing his handmade trap. Dane calmly explained that instead of plain F6 black, he needed to mix F3 silver and D6 black in a precise 4:6 ratio. Let's dive right into this wild academy life. That exact mix blends perfectly with the shiny hallway, forcing Arnold to admit Dane was totally right. Besides the slight paint issue, those traps were top tier. Any normal student without sharp eyes would have walked right into them. The upperclassmen were absolutely speechless. A brand new freshman lecturing Arnold on traps. Oh yeah, they knew they were witnessing pure genius right now. Introductions finished, the older guys happily offered to escort our main character straight to his dorm. They led him down the massive hallway, finally arriving at the room that would be his new home base. Sure, they just tried to prank him, but the main character realized these upperclassmen were actually pretty awesome. Watching them joke around, he felt like he had instantly made some real friends. Honestly, his academy life was already shaping up to be extremely entertaining. Fast forward to the next morning. Isla was totally chewing Dane out for taking 6 major classes in a single semester. And honestly, she was right. He was juggling 3 tracks needing 2 classes for each. Throw in general studies and his daily schedule was an absolute nightmare. Seriously, the guy would barely have time to breathe, let alone sleep. Most freshmen cap out at 4 classes max. Ela practically begged him to drop a few courses before the deadline. But Dane, he just smiled and brushed it off completely. Now here is where it gets crazy. He literally added humanities and military science to the pile, choosing absolute hard mode. Ela just stared at him in horror. Military science completely traumatized her during the entrance exam, costing her a massive chunk of points. She hated it. But hey, that is the academy top student for you. Dane genuinely enjoyed military science. Wrapping up their chat, they agreed to meet up later for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Isla headed straight off to her very first general studies course. Her pick, cosmetic and skincare studies. Because even the fiercest swordswoman of this generation is still just a teenage girl at heart. When our boy finally strolled into his first class, everyone was already buzzing, dying to see the legendary top scorer. None of them understood why a genius would take this specific general studies course. Almost everyone planned to corner him later. Yet they were terrified he might be some arrogant, cold-hearted jerk. Honestly, they were not even trying to hide their loud whispering. First period introduction to military science. Going by the textbook he read yesterday, a lot of it perfectly matched his own knowledge. But other parts, totally useless in actual combat. Theory and real war rarely match up. If they did, nobody would ever lose right. Still, teaching military tactics during an era of peace just proves how incredibly vital the absolute basics truly are. The second the professor stepped up to that podium, the entire room snapped up. The massive guy instantly waved them down. Giving a super brief greeting, he just started flipping through his textbook. Middle-aged, slick, white hair and eyes that had definitely seen some heavy bloodshed. Meet Francisco Gavios, their hardcore military theory instructor. I know what you are thinking, boring class, right? Wrong. While Gavios called attendance, Dane quietly analyzed the old veteran. In seconds, Dane knew this professor was a true frontline survivor. And honestly, that only hyped our main character up even more. Gavios immediately started trashing military theory. Out on a real bloody battlefield, textbook strategies just do not cut it at all. Soldiers are human, they panic. Commanders are forced to balance winning against sacrificing their own troops. Despite that, theory still heavily matters. It literally builds the foundation you need for warfare. This course was designed to correct those textbook flaws and teach raw, practical military tactics. Scanning the quiet room, Gavios wondered if any of these kids would actually become elites. Deciding to test them, he dropped a surprisingly simple question. What is the absolute most important factor in war? Out of dozens of students, just a single hand confidently shot up. Gavios turned a grin forming on his face. Obviously, it was Dane. Without missing a beat, he declared the answer was the supply line. The old veteran was totally blown away. He confirmed that winning and surviving are only possible when your supplies are locked down perfectly. Gavios found it incredibly amusing that this flawless answer came straight from the Academy ace. Testing him again, the professor demanded, Dane, list the 3 absolute most critical parts of managing those lines. Dane answered instantly. First up, hardcore military management. Moving supplies all the way from the capital to the front lines is a massive nightmare. If just a single guard gets lazy or greedy, huge corruption slips right through the cracks. And corruption instantly causes massive gear shortages. Honestly, almost every supply failure boils down to some greedy middleman stealing resources. Loving that breakdown, Gavios told him to keep talking. Number 2. Completely standardizing all supplies. When every single item follows strict rules for weight and size, rapid mass production becomes insanely easy. Standard gear means faster delivery, keeping frontline units completely focused. So what do you and I think of this genius so far? Let's dive in. You and I are about to watch a freshman completely break his professor's brain. Even Gavios was totally caught off guard. For his final point, our main character argued that securing local supplies was the absolute key. When a war drags on and initial plans completely crumble, getting fresh supplies becomes an absolute nightmare. Sourcing things locally gives the troops a real fighting chance to survive. They can grow crops or just buy food from nearby villages. The quality might honestly be terrible, but it keeps them alive during emergencies. Dane was speaking from brutal real-life experience, not some dusty textbook. Hearing that, the entire classroom sat there in dead silence. Professor Gavios was absolutely hyped by this perfect breakdown. He immediately asked what academic year Dane was in. Finding out the kid was just a freshman, total shock. He literally could not grasp how a brand new student understood actual warfare. So Gavios loudly repeated Dane's exact answer for the entire class to hear. What our guy just described was the gritty logic of hardened veterans and officers who had survived endless bloodbaths. Since he was so young, having that kind of deep knowledge made zero sense. Playing it cool to hide his past, he just claimed he heard war stories from his dad. Curious, Gavios asked for his father's name. When he casually mentioned he was the son of Arkan Sagres, the veteran professor's jaw literally hit the floor. Hearing that this kid belonged to the legendary Blue Tornado, suddenly everything made perfect sense. Oh, and get this, it was Dane, the famous genius who cleared the autonomous graduation exam. No wonder he completely outclassed the other rookies. Pushing forward, Gavios explained that this specific military science class would perfectly match Dane's gritty style of answers. Now, pay attention to this. The professor threw out the textbook to focus on real-world survival, because honestly, that is the true purpose of military science. Gavios was beyond thrilled to have such an insane prodigy in his lecture. First period ends and a massive wave of students immediately floods into the academy hallways. Dane sprints out of there, super annoyed that he almost got drafted into graduate school on day 1. The crazy professor actually cornered him after class, trying to lock him into advanced military studies. Pushing grad school on a brand new freshman is wild. Thank goodness his second older sister had already warned him about crazy professors like this. Claire explicitly told him if anyone ever mentions the Imperial Graduate School, do not walk, just run. And looking at that manic energy, Gavios was definitely not the type to quit easily. Shoving that headache aside, Dane pulls out a map to chart a path to his next class. Being his very first day, the huge campus was basically a maze. The academy being ridiculously massive really did not help. Plus, he promised to meet Isla at the central fountain, which was a pretty long trek away. Scanning the map again, he finally pinpoints the exact location. Cutting straight through the mist garden looked like the absolute fastest route. Just a few minutes later, our main character stands right outside the infamous garden. Rumor had it that the second the sky turned cloudy, a brutally thick fog swallowed the entire place. When that fog rolls in, your sense of direction vanishes. That is exactly why most students avoid it like the plague. You and I know what happens next, right? Naturally, this garden is packed with creepy ghost stories. Still, Dane honestly thought it looked much better than his sister claimed. With the sky perfectly clear, taking a quick shortcut seemed totally safe. But halfway through, a desperate cry for help shatters the silence. Whipping his head around, our guy immediately calculates his next move. Locking onto the exact source of the scream, he spots movement just past the thick bushes. He sprints forward instantly. His mom raised him right. If someone is in danger, you jump in without a second thought. He had a little time before class, so a quick hero moment fit the schedule. Using those super sharp senses, Dane easily tracked down the missing student. It was just some dude lugging around a massive backpack. The kid practically cried, thanking Dane, admitting he was completely trapped in there. Luckily, he was not injured at all, just totally exhausted from walking in endless circles. The kid introduces himself as Ernest Dillon, a freshman exploration major. Dane honestly had to laugh, an exploration student getting lost on his own campus. Pure irony. Blushing, Ernest admitted he got way too hyped exploring the academy grounds. Hyped enough to get totally lost and drain his stamina. Dane suddenly remembered something. The Baron Dillon family was a Western noble house famous for their ship crest. Ernest lit up, amazed that Dane actually recognized his family's legendary exploration history. For countless generations, his ancestors conquered massive oceans and mapped completely unknown territories. But staring at Ernest now, the dude was so skinny he really did not look built for any grand, epic adventures. Beaming with absolute pride, since Dane knew his heritage, Ernest politely asked for his savior's name. The moment Dane introduces himself, the kid nearly faints. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. The kid was thrilled to meet our main character, but then Dane noticed something real sketchy on Ernest's neck. The kid claimed he was totally fine. But those marks, they told a completely different story. Dane saw nasty bruises and scars on his hands and neck. And honestly, those definitely weren't from just tripping in the woods during an exploration. But hey, some secrets are personal. Dane decided to drop it and smoothly shifted the conversation right back to adventuring. Ernest lit up, rambling about how he was completely obsessed with finding new things. People, places, objects, literally anything. He was born ready to investigate. Then he popped open his massive backpack. He happily showed off a giant messy pile of exploration gear. His first big mission, exploring every single inch of this academy. And on day one, the Misty Garden already had him hooked. Ernest just knew this place was hiding a massive secret. Fog randomly appearing just because of a few clouds, total nonsense to him. And our hero had to admit the kid actually had a point. He asked if Ernest had found any real clues in the fog. Sadly, zero actual answers so far. Just a strong gut feeling that some unknown hidden force was definitely controlling this garden right now. Maybe everyone else was just blind. Or maybe they tried to look and something terrifying stopped them cold. Whatever it was, nobody had a clue. But Ernest, he was absolutely not giving up until he found the truth. Maybe it was some lost ancient kingdom, or a mysterious call from way beyond the horizon. All that hype was actually rubbing off on Dane, but then it hit him, he still had to meet Isla for class. They had to hurry. While Ernest packed his messy gear, those clear blue skies vanished under heavy clouds and the rain started dropping. Watch carefully now. A sudden storm slammed the garden in seconds, and things were about to get really bad. Heavy rain makes this wild fog swallow everything 10 times faster. Getting out of here was going to be almost impossible. Just as they feared, that creepy mist started rising straight out of the ground. This fog completely deletes your sense of direction. Ernest whipped out his compass, already sweating and bracing for the worst. But the strange magic made the needle spin like crazy. Zero idea where to go. Ernest was fully panicking now. Without it, they could be trapped, wandering forever. Dane told him to use those explorer skills, but this place was way too much. Normally, sure, Ernest could find an exit. But this garden was built differently. Some crazy unknown force was in charge. On his very first day, the terrifying reality set in. He might actually be stuck here for good. Ernest was exhausted, slowing down in the heavy rain. He started apologizing for dragging Dane down as complete dead weight. Dane kept it cool. They were going to be fine. Right now, they just needed to wait and observe. The fog wrapped around Dane, bringing a strangely familiar feeling. While Ernest grew weaker by the second, our hero was somehow getting stronger. As Dane adjusted, Ernest was practically crying entirely, blaming himself for getting his new classmate completely trapped. Then he completely froze. A blinding light and a massive wave of raw energy exploded out of the young genius. Dane's blue mana erupted into plain sight, swirling like a tornado and forcing the heavy fog violently backward. The force almost knocked Ernest flat on his face. Watching the mist completely vanish around Dane left him speechless. "I know what you're thinking, Overpowered much." With a calm look, Dane told him he knew the exit. This was totally unexpected, but Dane just hit the jackpot. He actually had a real shot at exposing the Misty Garden's biggest secret right now. So off they went, crossing the deadly garden like the fog was a total joke. Dane led the charge, his mana slicing a clear path while Ernest hid behind him. Countless mages failed this mystery, but our hero kept strolling deeper effortlessly. Wherever he stepped, the magic mist just instantly shattered. Ernest was convinced he was walking beside an absolute god. A few minutes later, they finally hit their mysterious destination. Ernest thought they were finally safe, but they weren't anywhere near the exit. Instead of normal campus grounds, they had walked even deeper. right into the dead center of the misty garden. Right there, sitting above a pool, was an incredibly fancy fountain. Ernest never dreamed they would actually find this hidden magical spot. Most students wander in here, searching for this exact place. They risk everything for a crazy legend Dane didn't know, so Ernest broke it down. The rumor says, if you reach this fountain before the fog clears, you get magically tied to the person you want most. It sounds like your classic cheesy fantasy romance plot, but Dane could feel some intense, unusual magic coming off it. So, what do you and I make of this? If it's impossible to reach, how does its magic keep working without any maintenance? Hearing that simple truth, Ernest couldn't argue the logic. Without anyone supplying magic, there has to be a massive energy source keeping this thing running. Basically an ancient battery that just never dies out. If that's the case, the whole garden could be one massive machine. Considering this crazy, confusing layout, Ernest is probably hitting the nail on the head. Stick with me here. If this whole place is a giant machine, then this old fountain is totally an ancient relic. With all these mysteries piling up, that weird fog has to be connected to it somehow. Dane walked right up and placed his hand on the stone. Instantly he knew. Something deep inside his body was reacting to it. His mana welcomed it like an old friend. No doubt about it now. This fountain was leaking pure, ancient magic. The second he pushed his mana inside, glowing hidden runes lit up the stone. Ernest practically jumped out of his skin. He actually recognized those marks. A completely ancient secret language. At first, the faded marks were just too blurry to read. But Dane's touch forced the strange symbols to glow perfectly clear. This was the dead language of the lost kingdom of secrets. For the Dillon family explorers, studying texts like this was just basic childhood training. Honestly, surviving deadly traps just to get stopped by a door you can't read, that would be the absolute worst luck ever. Obviously, Ernest doesn't speak every single dead language, but he definitely remembers his dad teaching him this exact secret script. Grabbing his pen and notes, Ernest geared up to translate the glowing fountain. Dane stepped back to let him work. His explorer instincts were completely fired up. The very first symbol he decoded meant qualification. Sweating, he double-checked his old notes, making sure he didn't mess up one detail. After grinding through it, he finally cracked a huge chunk of the ancient text. Piecing it all together, a crazy message appeared. Basically, it said, anyone who is actually qualified has to step up and prove their real strength. Watch closely here. This ancient qualification was basically a hidden test. It had to be powered by ancient magic. Leaning closer to the center, Dane felt that weirdly familiar energy spiking hard. Ernest just scratched his head. According to history, if this test needs ancient magic, literally nobody alive today could ever pass it. But Dane was totally unconvinced. Waving his hand, pure mana swirling in a bright glow wrapped around his wrist. Completely lost, Ernest asked what he was doing. Dane just focused on his mana control. He knew these runes needed their proper forms to actually work. By using that mysterious bracelet he found with old Sidra, maybe the fountain would react. And boom, it absolutely did. The bracelet's runes violently resonated with the fountain. Even though the marks on his wrist were totally impossible to read. That crazy reaction just made our guy smile. Feeling confident, Dane stepped right up and slapped his hand on the secret symbols. To his absolute shock, the whole structure came alive. Symbols danced around like watery illusions. Then, the fountain's secret runes and his mysterious bracelet lit up at the exact same time. The unlikely duo just stood there waiting for the massive payoff. Ernest completely panicked as an earthquake erupted around the fountain. That shiny gem in the middle started shaking like crazy. Freaking out, Ernest yelled, asking why the entire fountain was sinking. The main character just smiled. His crazy gamble had actually worked. He beat the Misty Gardens puzzle. Suddenly, a massive wave of mana exploded outwards, almost blasting the skinny explorer away. With the crazy fog and a living ancient relic, the poor guy was getting hit with shock after shock. You and I didn't see that coming, right? Dane actually cleared the ancient trial. As water drained away, a brilliant light shined from the center. Sunlight pierced the dark clouds, revealing one absolutely flawless glowing gem. Ernest realized that had to be the battery running this whole fountain. Wait, no, this gem was causing all the crazy events in the garden. Opportunities like this are incredibly rare. He was ready to grab it despite the dangerous unknown power. Suddenly, that mysterious energy gathered right at Dane's feet, forming a massive magic circle. He felt pure ancient magic, mixing with the wild power already locked inside his body. Then his jaw dropped. Those impossible symbols on the fountain suddenly started making perfect sense to him. Arcana thrived before total destruction hit. This was the Forgotten Empire's legacy. Dane was completely stunned. Those random scribbles finally revealed their true secrets. It was like he was destined to read them after absorbing the ruined Arcana's wild legacy. But then, boom, a sharp pain stabbed his chest, sending a brutal wave of agony everywhere. Gritting his teeth, our hero focused inward. He couldn't explain it, but his heart was mutating. Mana threads aggressively squeezed his heart tight. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Boom. In one blinding flash, ancient mana surges right into his body. The pain fades out, and our guy realizes he just formed a literal magic circle. Now stick with me here, because a core and a circle inside one body, that is a massive problem. They clash perfectly. Complete opposites. Finding someone walking around with both is ridiculously rare. The body basically tears itself apart. Even insanely strong magic swordsmen usually get horrible heart issues and end up dying super young. So naturally, Dane wanted absolutely nothing to do with a pure magic circle. He already had cores. Even if he could pull off a magic circle, risking his life just wasn't worth it. But nope. The old empire's legacy just shoved itself into his heart. Ernest spots his pale, totally shaken face and asks if he is okay. Forcing a smile, our guy tells his new buddy he is fine. Just a whole lot to process. The young explorer wants to know if he seriously just absorbed all that wild energy. Even an amateur like Ernest could see the fog and runes linking straight to Dane. The kid was practically bursting with questions. He saw everything go down. But right now, way better to keep him completely clueless. Playing the sister card, Dane claims his magical prodigy sibling taught him exactly how to handle weird stuff like this. Seeing all that crazy action today only made Ernest way more hyped to explore. He pitches a team up. They can hunt Academy mysteries together, finding more weird spots like that fountain. Dane just nods and agrees. The mist fades, things quiet down, and Ernest suddenly reminds him, hey, you still have class. Wait. Getting that ancient legacy completely wiped his brain. He promised to meet Hila beforehand. He hastily drops an apology, says a quick goodbye to Ernest and bolts. He is super late. If he ghosts her now, that wild girl will absolutely roast him alive. Leaving his friend behind, Dane sprints away. Ernest just smiles, watching him run. He definitely made a fun friend today, sensing that hanging with Dane will lead to absolute madness. Once he was totally out of Ernest's sight, Dane cranks his running speed to the max. But wait. Moving feels way too easy. Massive waves of mana wrap around him, turbocharging his already crazy speed. He can distinctly feel both the circle and cores chilling inside him. This is supposed to be impossible, yet they are syncing perfectly, zero pain involved. Watch this closely. Normally a circle destroys core energy. But here, that is not happening. No matter how much magic he pulls in, there is zero backlash. Nothing feels wrong at all. In fact, it is the exact opposite. His mana just cycles through the circle, dropping right back into his core on repeat, making his energy ridiculously pure. Mind completely blown by this upgrade, Dane's first instinct is to contact his older sister immediately. 5 minutes ago, fearing a heart attack, now fully hyped about how overpowered this is. Thanks to that insane speed buff, Dane hits the sandy Hangston district instantly. He makes it just in time to meet up with Hila. After a quick walk, they hit the entrance, and man, this design is super weird. Hila mentions they are about to cross through the Academy's famously legendary magic barrier. Made by Saul Hangston, some legendary Academy mage, this weird thing activates exactly once a year to test the gifted new freshman. You have seen these tropes, right? Step through and a colored light ranks your magical talent level. Originally, it caught dark mages sneaking in. But since those guys basically went extinct, the Academy just repurposed it for student rankings. Dane asks what the colors mean. Hila happily explains that 0 talent equals 0 color. Hit a decent level and the barrier glows yellow. Strong talent shines blue, but true geniuses glow red. Honestly, Hila researched this place ages ago. She basically memorized everything about the place where her brand new life chapter kicks off. She even notes that Dane's sisters both hit red, making total sense, since they are both terrifyingly overpowered in their own lanes. Practically shaking with hype, Hila rushes straight for the barrier to see her own score. Boom, she steps in, and a blinding red light covers the wall. With her insane talent, nobody is shocked. She smiles, totally thrilled by that red glow. Dane proudly cheers for his childhood friend. Now it is his turn. He studies the barrier for a second, then calmly strolls right into the district. In his head, he is expecting red too. With that ancient magic inside him, he should easily crush any normal prodigy. But what happens next? Trust me, you are not ready. A bright green light. That was definitely not supposed to happen. Green wasn't even in the ranking system. Even Layla, the Academy expert, is completely speechless. Layla stares at Dane and asks why he can't just be a normal genius for once. Dane has zero idea either, giving her this totally awkward smile. Entering the main district, the two of them head straight for the massive combined department lecture hall. The magic department's opening lecture is actually super famous, so tons of random students stick around just to watch the orientation. And, hiding among the random crowd today, an upperclassman named Arthur. Looking at everyone's terrified reaction, the guy is clearly super important. Arthur Giamdi, the 5th-year magic rep, came just to see one single person. The Academy's only interdisciplinary freak of nature, Dane Sawgrass. The freshman already knew our boy was supposed to be in this class, but he's nowhere to be seen yet. Arthur orders his lackeys to grab Dane the second he walks in. Since he's Arabella's little brother, all her crazy fanboys, especially Arthur, are watching him like hawks. Suddenly the whole room shifts as two students walk in. Most freshmen had literally never seen him, so they all start crowding around just to glimpse the famous young prodigy. Those sharp emerald eyes instantly grab their attention, plus he's standing right next to the infamous Layla Turian. You and I know he hates this spotlight. Dane totally freezes up under the stairs, and Layla just makes it worse by relentlessly teasing him about his crazy popularity. Arthur Giamdi turns around, flashing a creepy smile when he spots Arabella's little brother. He steps right up, loudly greeting him and totally faking praise about his performance at the entrance ceremony. Dane is just confused. Why is this annoying senior acting like they're best buddies? So he just drops the coldest, most blunt question ever. Who are you? He even straight up asks what this guy is doing, crashing a basic intro class for the magic department. Totally unbothered by Arthur's glaring, Dane refuses to back down, demanding the big guy introduce himself first. And Arthur, he's got a tiny temper and absolutely hates that disrespectful tone. Safe to say their very first impression of each other is a complete disaster. The juniors who actually know Arthur completely freeze up. Picking a fight with this specific senior is basically academic suicide. Arthur snaps back, claiming he came out of pure respect for Lady Arabella, only to get slapped in the face with arrogance. He warns that Dane's trash attitude might ruin the Sagres family name, but our boy still refuses to budge. In Dane's eyes, Arthur is the rude one, acting like a jerk while demanding respect. Arthur literally grinds his teeth in anger. This was definitely not his grand plan. If he just walks away now, the rumors are going to make him look incredibly weak. He's already scrambling for a way to crush this kid without triggering the terrifying wrath of Arabella. The funny part, he's worried about the completely wrong sibling here. Pushed over the edge, Arthur spikes the tension, gathering raw mana in his hand. And here's where we leave it. He wants to teach this freshman a brutal lesson. But Dane sees that mana spiking and readies his own counterattack before all hell breaks loose. Let's dive right in. A heavy textbook slammed down and a booming voice demanded some answers. It was the professor. Caught red-handed by faculty, Arthur played innocent, claiming he was just greeting freshmen. DeNavo, the magic department head, ordered Arthur to drop the act and stop disrupting his class. Arthur gave a lazy, totally fake apology. Right after that tense moment, Layla quietly warned Dane to watch his back, because Arthur definitely had some extremely shady intentions. Walking away, Arthur whispered an order to his lackey. Catch the main character slipping and drag him somewhere quiet. The goon hesitated. Sure, he followed Arthur, but messing with Arabella's little brother was basically a massive death wish. Arthur promised he would smooth things over with his terrifying senior later. He just wanted a quick beatdown. Class officially kicked off. Professor DeNavo announced day one was just a basic orientation before heading home. But since this was practical combat, they needed to measure everyone's mana first. He dropped a fancy artifact on the desk, grabbing every single student's attention. The mana test was dead simple. Just put a hand on it and push your energy. To show them how DeNavo channeled his own energy into the device, making it glow bright blue. 8 perfectly formed magic circles popped up right behind him. Basically, Tower Master tier. The whole class lost their minds. Almost nobody there had ever seen a maxed out 8-circle mage before. After flexing on the freshman, DeNavo explained the rules. Even with the same amount of circles, a darker color meant way more power. And hey, if no circles show up, don't panic. It doesn't instantly mean you have zero magical talent at all. Some late bloomers just haven't formed them yet. That is exactly why today's exam had a whole second phase. By academy rules, anyone in the magic department had to know at least the absolute basics. Let's dive in. Professor Darvo summoned spheres, explaining they measure mana with crazy accuracy. Everyone just stared at the blue orbs. How could tiny balls test mana so perfectly? Darvo showed them how it is done with basic psychokinesis, controlling all the spheres at once. The students had to prove how many balls one elemental spell could handle. With a casual handwave, Darvo pumped a massive amount of kinetic energy inside. This sparked a steady mana flow, pushing the orbs to max speed. The kids watched like hawks, studying every single movement of his hands. They had never seen magic runes form so flawlessly before. It was absolutely wild that Darvo pushed something as basic as psychokinesis to such legendary precision. Most kids were mind-blown, but Ela totally unimpressed. Even basic magic shifts in power, depending on who casts it. You just inject mana into each sphere one by one. For a newbie, juggling 3 at once was basically their absolute limit. Ela turned straight to Dane, asking if he could handle more than 3. Before he could even speak, Darvo called Arthur from the back. The 5th year was only watching, but Darvo saw the perfect chance to flex a top-tier student. Arthur happily stepped right up, totally hyped to show off for the rookies. He really wanted to humiliate the arrogant freshman. Our main character was curious too. Now pay attention, Arthur walked right up and poured his mana into the measuring device. The whole room started whispering when 4 dark, dense circles suddenly popped up. Darvo praised his big improvement, and Arthur played it off with fake modesty. Darvo was grinning ear to ear. Hitting 4 circles before graduating is super rare, proving Arthur was a real prodigy. The professor hyped him up, telling the freshman to stick close to the senior. His advice might actually help them become real mages. Arthur ate up every single second of the spotlight, already picturing Dane shaking in fear. Any second now, right? But Arthur had no clue our boy literally did not care about his 4 rings. Next up, the orb control test. As a veteran mage, Arthur nailed it almost perfectly. The crazy part was how many orbs he moved at once. But look closely, sweat was dripping down his face from the massive strain. Arthur felt certain this epic flex would amaze the freshman. Dane just stared, completely bored. After that lame show, Darvo told everyone to clap for their senior. He looked super proud of his former student. Arthur smirked, dying to see Dane's level. Suddenly, Darvo got serious. If anyone lacked confidence in their mana, leave now or face total public embarrassment. Nobody moved an inch. They made it this far, so backing out was impossible. They went row by row. As the front group gathered, Ila and Dane watched from way back in the room. Ila hated this whole setup. They called it orientation, but it was just a brutal public skill check. You and I know that is classic anime logic, and our boy totally agreed. One by one, kids stepped up while the professor took notes. Some were overjoyed just to see a single circle light up. Others, predictably, were too weak to even make one circle appear at all. The orb test was way worse, proving how insanely hard real psychokinesis is. Arthur and his crew stood aside, openly mocking the clumsy freshman. But then one student stepped up and silenced the whole room. Dane reached out, touched the device, and let his steady mana flow right in. Arthur was practically drooling, waiting for Dane to realize the massive power gap. After the Nebula Garden incident, Dane was super curious too. Ever since absorbing that ancient magic, something deep inside him had clearly changed. The artifact glowed brightly as thick, heavy mana rushed in. Darvo stared hard at Dane, remembering his perfect written exam. With all that textbook genius, Darvo really needed to see how many circles he actually had. Seconds ticked by. Everyone stared at the golden boy. Then boom. A blinding light erupted way stronger than anything before. Dane felt his control slipping as the machine violently sucked mana straight from his heart. At peak brightness, an error message popped up. Unmeasurable. Literally nobody had ever seen this happen before. It maxes at 8 circles. You and I just left the whole academy completely stunned. Our main character read the red warning over and over, completely clueless. Ila, Arthur, and the entire class literally stopped breathing. Professor Darvo just narrowed his eyes, looking extremely conflicted. The students waiting in line started whining that Dane broke the machine before they even got a turn. They saw the error screen and just assumed he had 0 magic circles. Meanwhile, our boy was just wondering if his ancient heart magic totally messed up the scanner. Donavo had used this scanner for years. He trusted it with his life. It could even expose kids faking their level. Now pay attention here. Seeing an error message was completely unheard of. Nobody expected this at all. Trying to cool the room down, Donavo blamed a system overload. For now, they would just test Dane's orb control. Arthur, being a classic hater, took the glitch as absolute proof the kid was a total fraud. Dane was a bit bummed about the failed reading, but he still had the orb test. Honestly, he wasn't even sure his weird power would work. He closed his eyes, zeroed in on his psychokinesis, and raised a hand. Instantly, insane threads of wild mana exploded outward. Copying the professor's exact moves, he grabbed every single orb in the box, all connected by violent streaks of ancient energy. Dead silence hit the room. Dane was moving them around like absolute toys. Before this, just floating 5 at once was considered a huge deal. Arthur absolutely froze. You and I love a good reality check, right? Arthur's ego vanished the second he witnessed true, absolute genius. His brain simply could not process it. Layla, completely used to our main character, doing impossible stuff by now, bounced back way faster. She already knew logic just bounced right off him. Dane, on the other hand, was quietly panicking inside. Absorbing that ancient mana really changed him. Shaking off the shock, he slowly started moving his hands. Well, since everyone was staring, he figured he might as well make it flashy. He pumped way more ancient energy into those orbs, spinning them so fast they looked like flashing lights. Now, he was doing stuff even Donavo had never seen. With his crazy magic senses, the professor was the very first to notice the kid was actually rearranging the orbs to draw a picture mid-air. Finally, the swirling energy locked into place, forming a massive glowing lion and a huge snake. Everyone in the room immediately recognized the legendary crest of the Great Dane family. Our main character just smiled at his artwork while Donavo was sweating bullets. Not even Arabella had looked this incredibly overpowered. Layla, meanwhile, was just salty. She was up next, and following that god-tier flex was literally impossible. Once the orbs dropped, Donavo kept hyping him up. Now it made perfect sense why a legendary tower master actually took such an interest in this kid. Dane gave a super polite bow and thanked his professor. Hearing that detail, the freshmen basically lost their minds. Getting trained by a tower master, his reputation among them skyrocketed right then and there. One of Arthur's goons nervously asked if they were really still jumping him after seeing that insane performance. Arthur clenched his fist. So what do we learn here? Don't mess with absolute monsters. Stick with me here. If the main character was already this overpowered, they totally needed a new strategy. As much as it burned his pride, Arthur knew a direct clash meant losing, and bouncing back from that absolute humiliation, impossible. Then his mind finally clicked with one brilliant, sneaky solution. If raw power could not crush the kid, they just had to recruit him. Arthur resolved to drag Dane straight into the student council. As a council officer, he could easily trap the boy under his wing like a generous senior. Joining the council was notoriously hard. Freshmen were basically banned. But Arthur felt completely confident they could smash that old rule. Let us be real, you and I see right through this. With MC's insane talent, Arthur's personal status would skyrocket too. Right after that, Denarvo pulled our guy aside, absolutely showering him with endless praise. If he knew the kid was this godly, he would have totally brawled the other professors just to claim him for his department. He used that epic display to totally hype up the whole class. Before letting him go, he told our rising star to drop by anytime. Naturally, our protagonist never rejects a chance to level up. Once class wrapped up, he and Isla strolled out. Per usual, she whined about him stealing the entire spotlight. He just fired back, a sly smirk, purely teasing her. Honestly, without his broken performance, Isla controlling 5 orbs would have absolutely stolen the show. Ultra competitive, she stormed off, fuming. Right on cue, Arthur and his lackeys strolled over. Now watch closely because here comes the fake smile. His tone completely flipped, praising MC's talent and begging for a quick chat. Spotting that massive attitude shift, Dane instantly threw his guard up. Right on schedule, Arthur pitched the Imperial Academy Student Council. He hyped up how they control the rules and handle all the gold. Because of that power, it comes with massive influence and crazy perks, like dealing out punishments to students acting out of line. Plus, they literally hold the power to greenlight any academic department events. So what do you and I make of this? Dane already knew. His sister warned him how exclusive this council was. Let's jump right back in. Arthur just offered our boy a golden ticket to become an officer. He bragged about automatic entry to Dantara Hall. But guess what? As top student, Dane is already in there. While this annoying senior kept hyping up the perks, Dane honestly wondered if these council guys thought they were gods. After that massive pitch, our MC flat out rejected him. If he joins, he is earning it. No cheap shortcuts allowed. Freebies always have a price tag. Arthur's lackeys could see their master plan totally falling apart. So they instantly started kissing up to the council, acting like Arthur's offer was some legendary honor. Isla had been stuck listening to this pure nonsense. Honestly, their pushy attitude was really getting annoying. So she just grabbed Dane's hand and dragged him away to eat, leaving Arthur completely frozen with his ruined plan. Dane was honestly just glad Isla saved him in time. But even after getting rejected, Arthur's crew refused to quit. Isla could easily see right through them. They simply wanted to make Dane their pawn. Plus, the young Duchess was a bit salty. She did not get an offer too. But honestly, she already accepted that Dane's talent was just on a completely different level. The duo finally headed to the Imperial Academy cafeteria, really hoping those sweet pies were still there. Meanwhile, Arthur ran off to meet Professor Darvo. The teacher actually believed Dane was even more gifted than his sister Arabella. Now pay close attention here. When it comes to pure raw magic potential, our boy is an absolute monster. That completely shocked Arthur, especially since he basically worshipped Arabella. The shady professor then ordered Arthur to slowly manipulate the young Sawers into focusing only on magic. Since day one, everyone noticed the exact same thing. His raw talent was literally impossible to ignore. Arthur admitted his student council pitch totally failed. But Darvo just could not let it go. Talent like that was way too valuable to throw away. Changing the subject, Arthur nervously asked if his own recommendation letter was ready yet. The professor totally brushed him off. He claimed magic towers would definitely be lining up for Arthur after graduation anyway, but Arthur read between the lines. If he joined a tower now, Darvo would instantly lose his top student and his favorite little errand boy. There were even dark rumors going around. People said Darvo actually blocked 2 tower offers during Arthur's 3rd year. Knowing this selfish teacher completely controlled his future, Arthur just kept obeying. He had 0 real options. Heading to eat, Dane saw the campus was totally packed for club events. Everyone was fighting hard to avoid getting shut down. The duo hit up a bunch of booths and completely cleaned out the prizes. A perfect little break. His bag was loaded, 20 mana stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 store vouchers, and a weird treasure map. The booth senior claimed this map was won in a blind auction right at the famous Archander auction house. You saw that too, right? Hearing Archander, Ela's eyes lit up. Dane's dad actually talked about that legendary auction house before. Archander was super famous for trading the absolute rarest, most beautiful items in the entire empire. Elite appraisers double-checked everything, guaranteeing it was completely authentic. Plus, this treasure map seal was still fully unbroken. With all the wild rumors about hidden academy mysteries, an actual buried treasure honestly did not seem too crazy anymore. Staring at it, MC instantly thought of the exact person who would go crazy for this, that massive exploration nerd. Dimitra Hall is the hub for basic classes. Right now, Dane was heading straight in for Imperial history. The Sowers family head butler had already drilled this material into him back home, so honestly, Dane felt super confident. Suddenly, a familiar, excited voice called out to him. Yep, it was Ernest, the exploration nerd. Since Imperial history is a mandatory freshman class, it looked like these two were officially study buddies. Looking super worried, Ernest asked about Dane's physical changes since the big incident. It was complicated, so MC quickly dodged the question. But right before Dane could drop the epic treasure map news, a loud pack of thugs suddenly crashed their conversation. Seeing Ernest instantly freeze up in pure terror, Dane easily guessed they had some serious history together. The leader honestly looked old enough to have a mortgage. He smirked at Ernest, and poor Four Eyes was too scared to speak. To Dane, the guy looked like a soldier having flashbacks. When Ernest finally spoke, we learned the thug's name was Brown. A grown man bullying academy kids, Dane could not help but laugh at how pathetic this was for their so-called glorious empire. Then, this boss grabs Ernest's head like a literal basketball, loudly mocking the poor kid for shaking so much. These generic copy-paste villains were totally ignoring our main character. So what do you and I make of this? They just demanded a sandwich, but trust me, they are about to eat pure dirt. Stick with me, guys. Ernest tried backing down, but those thugs just laughed. Only then did that overgrown bully Brown finally notice Dane. Since Ernest called our main character, his friend Brown, completely misjudged him. He figured Dane was just another weak errand boy to boss around. That smug attitude, it instantly reminded our guy of the absolute worst garbage he saw on the battlefield. Before fists started flying, a hall monitor suddenly spotted the group and barked at everyone to get to class. Like a total pro bully, Brown flashed a fake polite smile. But before walking off, he shot Ernest a nasty glare demanding a chat after class. Poor Four Eyes shrank back in pure terror. All his old trauma came flooding right back. Brown was just thrilled that school would not be boring anymore. But even after that jerk walked away, Ernest was shaking like a leaf. Dane casually helped him up. The poor kid instantly apologized for dragging his brand new friend into this dangerous mess. Ernest confessed he had a terrible history with Brown back home. He honestly thought this massive academy would hide him. Dane just shrugged, saying it was fine. Honestly, Dane refused to watch his new buddy get bullied by absolute trash, so he casually offered to walk with Ernest for now. He already knew this poor dummy would slip right back into being a servant if he actually listened to Brown's commands. If he did that, Ernest would just repeat his miserable past. Besides, he had already witnessed Dane's crazy transformation at the spring. So, safety. Yeah, there was absolutely zero need to worry about that. Even knowing our main character was a total beast, Four Eyes still felt guilty about dragging him into his own personal nightmare. The second classes ended Brown, and his copy-paste thug club cornered Ernest and Dane. Watch what happens right here. Dane told Brown to shut up, but the idiot barked louder. Realizing words failed, Brown actually felt threatened. Like every classic trash noble, he started throwing out his family name. He bragged that the Sawa family was the absolute strongest out west, like that actually meant anything. Our main character just raised an eyebrow and smirked. He had literally never heard of this nobody family. That reaction completely set Brown off. His lackeys started yapping like wild dogs, trying their absolute hardest to act tough. Brown instantly ordered them to beat Dane into the ground. Those nameless extras grinned like they had waited all day. They strutted toward our duo. Panicking, Ernest tried to calm the situation, begging Dane to just run away. He warned that Brown was called a sword genius since childhood. But honestly, that just made Dane even more eager to humble this bastard. He told his terrified buddy to fight one goon himself. One solid punch to the chin should end it. Ernest could not live in fear forever. He had to fight back. When the first thug charged, Dane barely blinked. He read the sloppy attack instantly. Leaving his guard completely down, he just took the punch, casually twisting his neck with the impact. That bald thug looked ridiculously proud of himself. Even Brown grinned, acting like his goons were master-tier intimidators. The bald idiot confidently threw another punch. But this time, Dane actually raised his guard. You and I both see his game here, right? He took that first hit purely, so whatever brutal payback happened next legally counted as self-defense. Ignoring every warning sign, the thug swung a heavy hook. Dane dodged effortlessly and buried a lightning-fast strike straight into his liver. Absolute agony. Just to rub it in, Dane swept his leg. The guy slammed his head on the pavement hard enough to need premium health insurance. Ignoring victim number 1, he smoothly moved to the second guy. His defense was an absolute joke, so Dane easily palm-struck his jaw. One quick shoulder shove sent that guy flying straight into the third thug. Still a few steps back, Dane casually formed a blue monosphere in his hand. Boom! He launched it straight into the third guy's face. In just a few seconds, all 3 goons were wiped out. They hit the dirt out cold. Dane totally broke the silence, complaining he hit the third guy slightly too hard. He still was not fully used to controlling his old mana. Isla just stood there with her jaw dropped. Meanwhile, Brown and his remaining crew could not even process the beatdown they had just witnessed. Their boss furiously snapped at his men for being useless idiots. Panicking, they warned him that this white-haired kid was definitely not normal. Brown angrily told them to shut their mouths. Losing to a lowly freshman was already humiliating enough. That only made things worse. Dane casually taunted the big guy, daring him to back up all that arrogant bragging from earlier. The only thug with half a brain desperately tried warning Brown to back off. But of course the idiot completely refused. Brown could not stomach the idea of backing down to some brat, so he fired up his mana and ripped open a portal. Dane looked totally unimpressed by the flashy display. From that portal, Brown pulled out a seriously rough-looking sword. He swung it around like it was some legendary artifact. Since they were alone, he figured a bloody little accident would leave 0 witnesses. Ernest screamed, but Dane did not even flinch. That smart thug warned crimes vanish in this weather, so what do you and I make of this? Well, Brown just aggressively snapped at him to shut up. Stick with me here. Danny turns this into a 2-on-2, telling Ernest to fight the low-level thug. He promises his friend can absolutely win a straight fight. Think about it. Ernest explores all the time, so his leg strength is insane. He just needs perfect timing to send that guy flying. Ernest totally doubts himself, but Danny knows he can do it. It is on Danny jumps in dragging Brown away. Brown figures magic nerds always keep their distance from real swordsmen. Danny just smirks at that awful guess, baiting the big idiot. Meanwhile, Ernest actually starts believing in Danny's hype. He is totally done living as a permanent victim. The thug struts up, snapping his fingers with this mocking grin. He tells Four Eyes to just take his beating. Shaking off years of trauma in seconds is rough. So Ernest remembers Danny's moves, picturing that exact dodge he just witnessed. The thug throws a punch. Ernest copies Danny, but his speed is garbage and he gets clocked. But for the first time ever, he actually punches back. He braces himself, blasting another hit right into the thug's ugly face. The scared kid is gone. He is stepping up. Totally shocked, the thug gets knocked out cold and hits the ground hard. Turns out Ernest actually has that dog in him. The adrenaline crashes, his knees totally give out, but that relief feels amazing. He finally fought back. Meanwhile, Danny leads Brown way off. Seeing Ernest win, Danny stops running. Brown glares back, cursing his useless gang. Danny looks around and casually spots a couple of brooms. Yeah, those work perfectly. He casually snaps a broom handle. Brown is absolutely insulted. A wooden stick against his sword, but for Danny, a broom is literally the perfect tool for taking out trash. Now watch closely. Brown is in real trouble, but he blindly rushes in. This arrogant fool claims he will hold back. He threatens to carve a permanent scar on Danny's face, so he will remember to fear Brown every single time he sees a mirror. He is just embarrassing himself. Getting close, Brown launches this massive flurry of wild slashes with a super smug grin, but every single strike gets blocked by a stick. He finally realizes Danny is completely toying with him. Meanwhile, our boy is just having fun dodging these predictable attacks. Getting his sword skills mocked, Brown hates it and pushes harder. He honestly believes only someone like Duke Tarion has the right to judge him. Even when Danny pumps pure mana into the wood, Brown actually thinks real steel gives him the edge. Brown preps his ultimate swing, but Danny just calmly focuses mana. In one insanely smooth motion, he jams the stick straight into Brown's body. An absolute burst of brutal pain just completely tears right through him. That kind of crazy power from a plain stick is impossible. Ernest watches nervously. He knew Danny was a beast, but not like this. Brown is coughing on the dirt while Danny orders him up. Drawing a real blade means they have to see this fight to the absolute end. His father taught him that. Finally, Brown gets smart and asks exactly who he is facing. Danny Dane Sogris introduces himself perfectly calm, the only son of Count Sogris and a first-year independent student. You and I both know that feeling of instant regret. Brown just realized he attacked the famous prodigy, the absolute youngest genius on the entire continent. He never expected a legend like Danny to just hang out with Ernest. Danny shows zero mercy. Brown drew steel and lost. By honor rules, Danny can legally take his life right here. Duelist laws give him full execution rights. Just looking into Danny's cold eyes fills Brown with absolute terror. That dead calm stare makes him realize Danny will end him if he pushes this. So he completely drops his pride, falls right to his knees, and begs. He cries out apologies while Danny just looks totally disgusted. Even after getting completely wrecked, this idiot still does not know who he should apologize to. He needs to beg Ernest. Realizing his massive mistake, the pathetic coward grabs Ernest and aggressively stammers out an apology. Literal tears in his eyes, begging for his life, crying over his years of brutal bullying. Ernest looks him dead in the eyes. He never would have dared to do that before. He flashes back to the fear, pain, and trauma Brown caused. This guy used to be the scariest monster in the world. Now that same threat is just crawling and sniffling. Danny gives Ernest the ultimate final choice here. Beat Brown to a pulp, or accept the apology. Desperate for life, Brown begs his former punching bag for mercy. Ernest seriously wants to unleash all his buried rage. But honestly, that just would not fully satisfy him. Someday, he wants to beat Brown totally fair. Danny feels so proud of his friend's big choice. That takes real courage. That is where we leave it, Ernest thanking Danny for changing his life. Alright, stick with me here. Heading back to campus, they bumped into a worried Hila. One look at Danny's cut and she immediately knew a fight went down. She glanced at the bruised thugs and cracked a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Brown recognized her instantly and pure panic washed right back over him. Since they were both from the prestigious swordsmanship department, they had definitely crossed paths before. Hila clearly forgot his name though. Completely ignoring the losers on the ground, she asked about the kid with glasses. Danny politely introduced Ernest Dillon from the exploration department. Since she was Duke Turian's daughter, he respectfully called her Miss Hila. She just smiled. Danny's friends were her friends now, so they could drop all that formal nonsense. Danny totally bragged that Ernest's family was famous for exploring ancient ruins and hidden secrets. Hearing that, Hila excitedly whipped out their prize. Danny explained they scored a literal treasure map during one of the recent club events. Ernest had heard rumors about a lucky student winning something like that, but never expected it was his own buddy. The second he saw that map, Ernest's shy personality completely vanished, instantly replaced by pure crazy obsession. The trio found a private spot and cracked it open. But honestly, even with Ernest's highly trained eyes, it looked like total gibberish at first. The one detail he actually caught. It pointed straight to a very specific location, right inside the academy. Now pay close attention to this. Strange writing covered the entire scroll, absolutely a secret code. So the first step was tracking down the creator. If they could just figure out the creator's unique style, they could totally build a rough decoder. The only verified fact was the map's location. The weird shapes drawn on it were completely unique to the academy's own campus. But here's the catch. The architectural style was protected by old magic, only Saul Hankston used. Yeah, the legendary mage who built the academy. Basically, they were staring at ancient magic untouched for centuries, especially since Saul never actually took any direct students. Hila expected this to be tough, but not this insane. Ultimately, their only play was researching the creator's history and attempting to crack the code from there. Once they did that, they could finally uncover the real treasure. Ernest was totally down for an adventure, and Hila had never really escaped her strict family's control. They were totally hyped for a treasure hunt. Naturally, Ernest was taking point, so Danny looked super confused when Glasses Boy just handed the map back. Ernest casually mentioned he had already memorized every single detail, absolutely shocking both Danny and Hila. For some crazy reason, complex maps and codes just locked into his brain. Honestly, a massive cheat code for exams. This was Ernest's first time chasing a mystery without his dad leading the way, and he felt incredibly grateful to Danny for this. To celebrate forming an official squad, Hila suggested grabbing food. After an insanely long day, Danny finally crashed at his dorm. He cleaned up his messy room and unpacked, making sure all the special items from his family were kept safely in plain sight. The one thing he could not stash away was his familiar's egg. Living creatures cannot go into subspace storage. Watch this part closely. He grabbed the giant egg and it violently shook. In 7 years of mana feeding, that had literally never happened. The Academy's local mana felt super strange, but it really should not have caused a reaction this intensely different. The only massive change was that ancient garden magic he absorbed earlier. Wanting to test this wild theory, Danny pumped more mana inside. The pure thought of finally hatching his familiar got him absolutely hyped. But after minutes of non-stop feeding, Danny felt like he was just pouring water down an endless, bottomless well. Even after 7 straight years of practice, he was blasting so much mana that his entire room started physically destabilizing. But stopping now meant missing his shot, so he quickly wrapped the chaotic egg up and sprinted straight over to Claire's laboratory. She was a literal genius at summoning, but even she was completely baffled. Because even after cutting off the mana supply, the aggressive shaking just kept going. While scrambling to figure this mess out, Claire panicked that Danny would totally miss his dorm's roll call. Flashing a sneaky grin, he told her he already handled it. Meanwhile, over at Danter Hall Discipline Committee, Albert kicked the doors open for attendance time. All the elite top students were neatly lined up right outside their doors. This strict roll call system was exactly the same across the entire Imperial Academy. Arnold, the trap-loving kid, started sweating bullets. Priscilla and Danny were missing, and Albert finally declared the rules. 1 penalty point for showing up late, 2 for totally missing it. 3 late strikes meant facing severe discipline and terrible dorm service duties. 2 full absences meant an instant forced demotion. He aggressively ordered absolute silence from everybody. Even here in Danter Hall, rules were going to be strictly enforced. They even installed magical security cameras recently, which already caught Priscilla sneaking out before. In fact, they literally confirmed she ditched the dorm grounds 5 minutes ago. So where does that leave us? Usually they skipped room inspections, but with Albert completely in charge, invasive room checks became the scary new normal. Alright, stick with me here. Points are dropping fast this term. They checked Priscilla's room and smacked her with a proper penalty for sneaking out. The only other student missing at the first roll call, freshman Dane. His new dormmates tried playing cover for him, but Albert was absolutely not buying it. But when his squad stormed the room, Dane was standing right there. He scratched his head, acting totally clueless, saying he was just unpacking. Albert could not argue with that logic, dropping a warning before walking off. But the real Dane, he was actually chilling in Claire's lab using a sneaky MK1 illusion projector built by Arabella. It beams a hologram straight into his dorm through a tiny generator. But since it runs on remote control, the signal can get glitchy. If the connection drops, his cover is completely blown. He tested it out earlier for fun, and tonight, it was the absolute perfect trick. Claire definitely frowns on his little stunts, but honestly, she is impressed. Plus, all signs point to his mysterious egg finally hatching tonight. She is not 100% sure, but these mana reactions look great, so she tells him to lock the egg in a magical stabilizer before adding mana. Her research lab has heavy magic shields, making it the safest possible spot for this crazy hatching. Claire locked it in the stabilizer and slapped on some magical filters. Dane's mana was already super pure, but he dumped every last drop into the egg. Watch closely here. What the hell is actually hiding inside that thing? Look, rich kids can just buy familiar eggs, but hatching one, totally different game. Nobody knows the exact cheat code for every single species. Here is the golden rule. The master's mana frequency has to perfectly match the unknown monster inside. Basically, you need insane luck to pull it off. Everything riding on Dane right now. Claire knows her little brother is a total prodigy, but feeling his wild mana made her sweat. Suddenly, loud cracks echoed from the shell. Claire yelled at him to keep pushing, pouring out power until it broke free. Dane hit his absolute limit as bright blue energy blasted the lab. Boom, the egg shattered, sending shells flying. The mana shockwave slammed them both backwards. When the glowing dust settled, a tiny little creature soaked in primal slime was standing right there. Claire instantly panicked and rushed to her brother, who got tossed like a ragdoll. Ignore the massive headache and the cratered wall. The crazy egg had finally shown its true form. White scales, baby wings, little horns, and big curious eyes. Claire figured it had some serious wyvern DNA mixed in. Then the little weirdo started spitting cute fireballs, trying to act tough. Claire shoved her dizzy brother closer to his new buddy. Newborn monsters usually imprint on the very first face they see. The white-haired boy and the tiny white lizard just locked eyes for a second. Dane flashed a big smile and said hello. He gave a proper introduction, instantly forging their magical bond. Honestly, Claire was completely melting over how cute it was. She praised Dane for making the impossible look like a total breeze. Now she had front-row tickets to study a brand new mystery species up close. After a few minutes of intensely checking its physical signs, she figured it out. You caught that too, right? This little beast was summoned from beyond the horizon. Only legendary masters reach there. Even a genius like Claire can only grab minor spirits right now. Pulling a full familiar from that dimension is an absolutely insane flex. Claire knows the human world summons like the back of her hand, but this baby form, nothing in the books looks quite like this. Ivan shares a few traits, but the tiny details are completely off. For now, its true identity is a massive question mark. Claire promised to dig deeper, though Academy library books probably will not help much here. The only solid clue, a link to ancient mana. Before Dane headed out, Claire warned him to save those eggshells. Some baby monsters actually eat them for extra stats. Now for the hard part. Our guy has to track every single daily habit. Food preferences, sleep schedules, random aggression, spikes, growth speed, and literally everything else. It is a massive headache to juggle, but Dane felt it was 100% worth it. He already felt this overwhelming urge to protect and raise this tiny creature with everything he had inside him. Claire wanted to hide the familiar in her lab to dodge public drama, but Dane refused to keep his new partner locked away. Plus, if anyone tries to start trouble, he has 2 ridiculously strong sisters for backup. Honestly, fresh air beats a boring lab any day. Claire also pushed him to apply for an official summoner sigil as soon as possible. He might be a rookie, but his talent is real. And trust me, you are going to want to see him grab that title. Because tomorrow, summoning orientation kicks off with Professor Tamar Spiano. Stick with me here. Claire said just flex his talent, and special selection would naturally follow. There will be a faculty meeting, but she knew he would qualify. Leaving the lab, Dane wondered what to name his little goober. Heading back to Dante Hall, one of his new friends roasted him for almost missing roll call. According to the purple glasses kid, his sisters were totally famous for pulling wild stunts too. But hey, at least he dodged a punishment for now. Back in his room, Dane face-planted onto his bed. Looking up, the energetic little lizard was zipping around in circles. It even randomly spat fire while exploring the dorm. Earlier that day, our MC tried sneaking inside through a super-secret path his sisters mentioned. Too bad the discipline committee was totally paranoid. They literally covered the entire dorm with magic. Trying to bypass it, Dane studied the mana flow for a weak spot. A massive barrier had to have flaws. But before he could even finish checking, the scaly little guy got impatient and blasted straight fire. Shockingly, the massive barrier violently shook before ripping wide open. Normal flames absolutely should not do that. Now here is the wild part. His familiar's flames literally shut down mana. You and I both know he just hit the absolute jackpot. The very next day, Dane met up with Ernest and flexed his brand new buddy. He introduced the little guy as Happy, but Ernest was absolutely not impressed. Since Four Eyes hated it, Dane challenged him to name it instead. Ernest thought really hard. Sure, the lizard was cute, but a real familiar needed a heavier name. Finally, Ernest dropped a single word, Carnus. Dane actually loved it. Mysterious and totally perfect for a fire spitter. Just like that, Happy was gone. From this moment on, the little beast was officially named Carnus. Next up was Bermudez Hall, named after some legendary scholar. It was the hub for all summoning classes. Walking into the classroom, Dane spotted a very familiar face. DeGrand Tyron, the arrogant brat he crushed years ago. DeGrand froze when he saw Dane. He definitely never forgot the kid who stole his epic summons. Thanks to that massive humiliation, House Tyron lost their noble rank and barely kept their capital title. Honestly, DeGrand should not even be here. The guy failed last year and got held back. But at least the dude learned his lesson. He stayed as far away from Dane as possible. While he sweated bullets, an upperclassman patted his back, saying repeating a class was fine. After all, that veteran was retaking it for the second time. Right then, Professor Temmers walked in. Everyone sat down as he explained the course outline. This class was all about summoning theory, the absolute first step for any real summoner. Most of the students already knew Professor Temmers was insanely strict. Here's where you and I need to pay attention. He brought up a magic screen to explain a crazy special selection test. To even qualify, you had to summon a level 5 creature or higher using a completely blank sigil, then keep it summoned for 30 straight minutes. The entire classroom immediately started whining. Holding a weak summon is already brutal, so 30 minutes sounded like a joke, but Temmers added a subjective observation test too. Basically, even if a student completely crushed the first 3 rules, they could still get rejected. Special selection was only for true prodigies. And honestly, that final subjective part sounded absolutely brutal. The first 2 steps were insane, but pleasing a biased examiner, way worse. Dane seriously hated all this annoying red tape. Giving the examiner that much power was rigged. And then, Temmers made the rules even worse. Everyone also needed 2 recommendation letters from VIPs connected directly to the summoning department. Deep down, Temmers was totally loving the panic. He lived to knock arrogant freshmen down. His cold eyes scanned the room, locking right onto Dane Sagres, the kid who aced the exam. Professor Delphine had already told him about the entrance test. But honestly, he still refused to believe a freshman actually contracted a level 4 Idaki. He wanted to witness the kid's raw talent himself. Half of him suspected Dane cheated using House Sagres money. Regardless, average students should just be thrilled passing the normal exam. For real, Future Summoners Theory class is a total breeze. Basically, he just called all the repeaters complete idiots. Dane thought that was weird since the entrance exam already covered theory and magic affinity anyway. Then Temmers asked if any freshmen could actually summon or if they were all failures. Dane felt those eyes burning right through him. That is where we leave it. Being singled out, Dane stood right up and accepted his challenge. Alright, stick with me on this one. The professor asked for his name and department. Even knowing the answer, Danny Danesaurus politely introduced himself. Tamaric tried to praise him, but the sarcasm was super obvious. But Danny didn't reply with arrogance or fake modesty. He just calmly credited the grading deans. Not wasting a second, Tamaric called him to the front to prove this so-called talent. Danny hated the obvious doubt, but kept it totally respectful. He did drop one heavy condition, though. If he succeeded, Tamaric owed him a special selection recommendation. The professor was stunned by his sheer audacity. The whole class froze. Now Danny just had to prove his skills were actually that elite. Sounded like a breeze. He flat out admitted that failing wasn't even an option. Tamaric was fuming. Even his sister Claire never acted this insanely confident. But he accepted the terms. Danny got his shot, and if he passed, he'd get that letter, though. Tamaric warned he was a tough crowd. The classroom instantly started buzzing. They knew him as the Golden Rookie or Claire's little bro. Surprisingly, the professor already had a blank sigil waiting. Now watch what happens next. Danny calmly took the sigil. An unplanned challenge, sure, but highly profitable. He channeled his mana into the blank sigil, silently commanding an answer. Instantly, a massive wolf materialized, flooding the room with pure energy. The giant beast touched down, glaring menacingly at the seated students. Anyone with basic summoning logic knew this was a grade 5 monster. Pulling that off with a blank sigil, basically impossible. The wolf's previous owner, Agric, was absolutely losing his mind. He recognized Gampu in a heartbeat. Danny looked back at the professor, awaiting the verdict. Even Tamaric knew this was wildly overpowered. He was still hoping Danny would fail the 30-minute limit, though. Keeping his poker face, he praised the kid but highlighted the second hurdle. Not wanting to drag things out, Danny just offered to show them something else entirely. Before anyone could blink, he grinned at the professor's breaking composure. Tamaric's skeptical mask was totally shattering. Every single student was glued to the stage. The third condition was literally about showing something uniquely special. Danny announced the professor could personally judge this next move. If it wasn't enough, Tamaric was completely free to fail him. I mean, a teacher wouldn't be petty in front of fresh-faced rookies, right? Then Danny called Gampu over, giving the good boy some head pats. He slowly wrapped the beast in swirling mana. Watching closely, Tamaric suddenly realized Danny's crazy plan. Danny spoke an ancient chant, pouring pure magic straight into Gampu. The wolf's gaze turned lethal fangs, growing razor-sharp. Its whole body bulked up, literally hovering from the raw magical pressure. Finally, those claws hit maximum killing potential. Danny grinned. The enhancement was an absolute success. Without his ancient magic hacks, pulling this off so early would have been a pipe dream. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, the class finally understood. He was using 5th-year summon enhancement. Letting out a massive howl, Gampu flexed his insanely upgraded power level. Danny casually asked if that was unique enough. Tamaric was literally paralyzed, staring at the huge monster. Seeing the kid execute a link enhancement so perfectly proved those crazy rumors were actually true. He'd honestly never seen such a ridiculously gifted student. Shocked, Tamaric finally stuttered out his official pass. He promised they'd discuss that recommendation letter soon. Danny was totally cool with that fair deal. Meanwhile, Agric was just standing there, utterly speechless at Danny's ridiculous growth. He finally realized how foolish and arrogant he used to be. Once the chaos settled, class restarted. And honestly, Tamaric showed he was actually an excellent instructor. Danny felt the professor staring holes into him, but completely ignored it. Tamaric knew his stuff perfectly, even if that massive shock had thrown him off. Danny kinda loved seeing him sweat. Word was that Tamaric was a hardcore, strict teacher. Claire would absolutely crack up hearing about this. Up front, Tamaric debated begging Professor Delfinoso for backup, since his brain was way too scrambled to keep teaching. Despite the mental damage, he somehow powered through the intro to summoning theory by the final bell. Class dismissed. Danny was leaving Bermuda's Hall when someone shouted his name. He spotted Agric instantly. Agric hated that this was Danny's lasting impression of him. Danny immediately braced himself for some red-haired revenge nonsense. But Agric looked surprisingly calm, way more mature. He confessed he'd planned on dodging Danny until graduation. So what do you and I make of this? The guy actually wanted to apologize. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the aftermath here. Agric drops his head, taking all the blame and admitting he was a total idiot back then. Danny just smiles. Seeing Agric is actually being totally sincere, he lets the grudge die. Agric swears he is done causing trouble forever. The guy probably thought Danny would report him and get him kicked out of school. So when the golden freshman actually forgives him, Agric's face totally lights up. He even tells Danny he has his back anytime. But right after this chat, Danny feels something weird wiggling inside his blazer. Looks like little Carnus finally woke up and is already getting super restless. The little guy is absolutely starving. Now pay attention here, because this is perfect timing. Agric actually knows the summoning department inside and out. Danny urgently needs to stock up on familiar supplies. Agric grins, offering to guide him to his absolute favorite local shop, Yos and Baton. Founded by 2 former academy students 30 whole years ago. Agric even starts geeking out over exactly which familiar snacks are trending right now. Zero bad vibes coming from him anymore, so Danny finally drops his guard. Meanwhile, little Carnus just keeps violently squirming inside his coat. That wraps up this video. If you had fun, drop a comment for part 2. You and I definitely want more. Subscribe and leave a like.